this forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
I got a shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he trying to skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date.
Crap, I got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. Be about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. She got expensive taste, ayy. She got a slim, thick waist, ayy. Girl, it's not your face, it's your girl, it's not your it's your face, ayy. Your girl in the nosebleeds, my girl in the courtside floor seats. Your girl afforded me, I'ma take my girl to Dior this week. All my women slim, thick, and athletic. She ain't my girl and she ain't got a pedic. All my women gotta fit my aesthetic. She ain't your girl, she right here in my section. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
I got a
okay.
shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he trying to skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date. If we go on a date, gotta blow on my cape. But don't hit me if it's tiny. Girl from Escape. Need studs for my ears, Louis scarf for my hairs. Latest bag from Chanel, and I ain't trying to wait. I'm trying to meet the plug, no sockets. Deep so is my pockets. Time Ford Hills with the locket. Get me, he better lock it.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 2 of the European Masters. My name is Malwitz Kronik. I'm also joined here by Georgia Trouble Paras, and I can't wait. It's only been a week, but it feels like so much longer.
Did you just shorten both my nickname and my surname?
Yeah. I mean, your surname, I'm not going to touch your surname with a 10 for Paul, because my Greek is not great.
Excited to be back. We had a very eventful week 1. The EU Masters this year is absolutely freaking stacked. We're going to lose 2 teams today from Group B, and it's going to be an absolute banger of a day. And in all honesty, I'm more sad about the 2 teams we're actually about to lose than the 2 teams going forward, because we're going to see them again.
It's all or nothing, right? It's do or die, and if you don't make it today, you're not going to make it out of groups. You're not going to continue your EU Masters journey. So the pressure is on for every team. Every match today matters. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this might very well be the most competitive European Masters we've ever had. Because if you look at the level of play already in groups, it's staggering.
I think it's a double-edged sword. We have major regions coming in with 3 seeds, and all 3 seeds are actually so strong. And then you also have the minor regions coming in with so much fire and soul inside them, and they want to fight, and they don't just want to play upset and take some wins away from the major regions. They actually want to knock them out and go forward.
And everything is still possible. We've seen time and time again in European Masters. You're not sure that you're out of groups before you're actually out. Of course, today we're going to be taking a look at Group B. But as you were saying before, all of these groups, I feel like there's still so many ways in which they can develop, so many teams that, while currently maybe not in the best of spots, can still make it out. And we've seen upsets happen again and again.
The XL Miracle Run.
It can happen.
It's
possible. And is that going to happen today? That remains to be seen. Both SubUp and Gamer Legion currently at the bottom. And then Movistar and Rogue. They both look incredible thus far.
And I'm actually going to take Movistar because I think we've been kind of harsh on the SLO, and I think we're right to do so because
we were cautious.
We're very cautious because they're always coming in with a lot of hype, and then they're kind of underwhelming. They're not bad. They're just not living up to the high expectations that we set them to be. And this time, I feel specifically Movistar Riders, I have them as my #1 contender to take it all.
Take it all.
Yeah.
Take the entire tournament. That's a big statement. But if I look at the games they played,
you said that Morningstar are gonna take it, so I think mine's a little easier to go with.
Yours is a little bit safer. Now the SLO, of course, as you say, they've been an incredibly consistent region, but I feel like they want more. I feel like they really want to get back to that first place spot. And as you were saying before, I think if there is a team that does it, even though Giants has looked incredible after a bit of a rough start, Movistar is definitely the team.
Movistar has had a great start and a great finish in Group 1, so now it's their time to shine and show how they can go 6-0 in groups and teach everyone else how to do so. The only thing that concerns me in the draft, that is Movistar versus Gamer Legion last time, Movistar came obviously on top. The thing that worries me here is that they're on red side. On red side, you usually ban champions that are extremely strong in the meta right now, trying to strip them away from the blue team that has the first pick. And having to always ban Heimerdinger and Ziggs versus Hjarnan, it's going to be so many picks left open for the blue side.
You don't really have an option, of course, because we've seen what happens if you leave it open.
It's gone.
That's a special. That's as special as Akram coming in. It has, of course, been an incredibly important pin on 10.16. And even though we've seen some difficulties with the early invades and whatnot, in the end, there's a reason that this pick is so confident.
You're talking to the one person that's still not guaranteed to tell you that, yes, Hecarim is absolutely fantastic. You know what the thing is with Hecarim? I've been talking to a couple of junglers, and they all have different opinions. They're like, yes, it's really strong, because if you get ahead, you can literally stomp everyone. And then you have junglers saying, well, you know, people know how to deal with it. Like, I'm playing it, and I even know how to deal with it. So you're seeing the level 1 invades. You're seeing hard choking on the jungle like Elyoya in the previous game versus a Go Rogue. You know, he suffered. He was choked inside his own jungle. They know how to play against it. And Movistar Riders are not strangers to the pony. Elyoya plays the pony, so I'm pretty sure he knows how to play against it as well.
This is a Gamer Legion draft if I've ever seen one. Random, I don't know, why not?
Get the Velcos in there as well.
Pick up the
Might as
Swain.
well.
And this is something that really categorizes not just Gamer Legion, but I feel like the DAC region as a whole. There is an incredible diversity.
Can you even categorize them?
Exactly.
You can't.
There's so much diversity, not just in what they draft, as we can see very clearly here, but also in the diversity of teams. Because if you look at Schalke versus Mouse versus Gamer Legion, they're all very different teams. Although that Renekton is a little bit more standard.
It's a little bit more standard. We see it a lot in the LCK as well. They will prioritize it, especially when you're on blue side. You're allowing counter pick on the red side. Renekton doesn't necessarily lose too many matchups. He's pretty safe. And what I really like about Renekton that's not been talked about a lot is that he's actually a pretty good peel for your ADC later onto the game. So he falls off, he might not be able to kill the backline, but he'll help you survive to carry the game. And on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Elyoya lock in the Graves here. You're playing sort of farm versus farm jungler. Graves can actually peel a lot. You throw the blind down, Hecarim won't even know where he's going.
Smokescreen, of course, incredibly strong. And
he's going to be kind of like these horses where you go to the islands
the
and they have sort of the,
can just run it down, which we've seen Hecarim do, both in a good and a bad way. Now, talk to me a little bit more about Elyoya, because you mentioned him a couple of times, and I know that even with how stacked Movistar's roster is, because we've seen highlight performances out of everyone on that roster, Elyoya is the player that people keep coming back to.
Yeah, absolutely. His performance is insane. He has very intelligent jungle paths. I think there are two specific junglers that I'm having my eye on. One would be Dan from Fnatic Rising, and the other one would be Elyoya. And we're seeing the immersion of so many polished junglers in general in the scene, especially the LEC. 3 out of 4 teams, polished junglers in the top 3. And Elyoya is making a huge case for the LEC right now. He's like, look at me, look what I can do. I can do engage, I can do tank, I can do aggressive, I can do ADC, I can do APC in the jungle, I can do everything. And it all works.
And it speaks a lot to the diversity and the strength of that roster that we saw a strategy specifically coming out from Rogue that, of course, that rematch is going to be amazing later today as well, where they try to choke down Elyoya, and it didn't work. It doesn't work. Now, for Gamer Legion...
It's kind of like the Caps kind of thing, where they're like, how are we going to make sure Caps will not snowball? Well, he is going to snowball. Just deal with it.
It doesn't matter.
Just deal with it.
And Elyoya is the same. Now, for Gamer Legion, they are a team that we've said time and time again, they do love their curveballs in draft. They've proven it before we even had the chance to say it by picking up the Swain this early, which currently is looking like it's going to be the support Swain, but you never know with Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I can see the confusion on your face.
I wouldn't be surprised if Wisdom takes the Maokai down in the bot lane and we see Knight play Rubble in the Swain. I wish it was Rubble. Swain in the mid lane. They can do whatever they want. This is why we mentioned with the Dark region, they play all different playstyles. I feel like Gamer Legion, out of all 3 Dark teams, they play the most spicy game ever. To the point where sometimes I feel like they're out-drafting themselves. It's like so much.
And here again.
Where's everyone going?
Okay, so...
I don't know. This is a Hyanan special. This is a Swain bot lane. There you go.
It's got to be. And there's a reason why Hyanan is so comfortable. You see the Ziggs, you see the
4 melees. 4 melees.
Yeah.
How?
That's Gamer Legion, right?
Versus Shen, have fun.
Yeah. I mean, we said before, they also might have a tendency to overcomplicate stuff. Whether or not that's going to be the case remains to be seen. Now let's take a look at the come from Movistar, because that is a lot more conventional.
That is so sick, right there by Sicko.
Yeah.
He's like, you're playing into me? Into my Azir? Sicko has been, I feel like, the moving gear in Movistar, even on his own. He's kind of playing his own game. They're like, cool, we're going to play on Elyoya, we're going to have Rax running around with him, we're going to feed him. Sicko's like, I'm feeding myself, guys, don't worry about me. And right here on Azir, he's going to play pretty much guarding duty. He's going to make sure that he's creating room between all these 4 melees from Gamer Legion and his own backline. I feel like the Azir pick right here is so crucial for them.
The Gamer Legion is very much go hard or go home. And we have seen...
They always go hard or go home.
That can be inconsistent. And that is something that has been a problem of them. You saw the early gaming in the previous games, they were able to match nicely. Now, for the Dark region as a whole, we've seen Mouse suffer from the same issues. That inconsistency is something that kind of plagues all the teams that we've seen in the tournament thus far. Versus, you might as well call them the Spanish Shavers, Movistar. They have a really well-rounded draft, I feel, and plenty of tools to make it work. Is Gamer Legion going to be able to stand up to this?
If we take history here, last time these two teams met, which was in groups first week, Gaming Legion had an insane early game, and here they actually have the tools with all this early game playmaking, with the Renekton's, the Aurelias, the Hekarims, to actually make it work again. It was the mid-game decision-making that made their game fumble. And right here, oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh, he walked out!
Oh no.
Run back in!
That's a flash, and that is going to be Wisdom that already has to use his summon at this early. Also doesn't have the Hex Flash available, and off to a cracking start on the first game of the day, second week of EUM. We have had to wait a little bit, but I am sure it is going to be more than worth it, as the level 1 action is quite impressive here to start off. Hava already in a little bit of an awkward spot, getting taken down. And all in all, Gamer Legion are under a lot more pressure here, because Movistars, they're 3-0, they're cruising.
Actually, if we're talking about map-wise, I feel like Movistar are under pressure more, because Hava is going back into his lane with less than 50% HP. He took a very unfavorable trade in the bot side river. He has to pop his pot that early before even minions crash. And I think Wisdom will be okay without his flash. Sure, it takes down a little bit the aggression, and you need to make sure that you have kept your bot side warded at all times to not get ganked, because both Swain and Maokai are sort of very immobile. But all in all, you look how far back Hava has to play. He has to respect the HP bars.
If there's one thing that Swains love, it's hard CC. And Maokai's point and click hard CC, which generally is quite strong against immobile targets like the Jinx. So Hava and Rux not going to have the greatest of starts here. But then that's where we come back to what we said before. The SLO, they're looking to reclaim their former glory. And the big problem on this team, if you're playing against them, is that anyone can play that carry role, though Hava and Rux have to be a little bit careful here. We see the CC immediately come through. Eye of Empire is going to do a lot of damage. Ignite comes through on Wisdom, who has no mana, and bot lane from a Movistar taking the worst end of an early trade there.
So you know how they say about supports when you're playing a poke support versus a hard engage support that Maokai is right here? You're like, well, the tank support is sort of going to suffer because the poking is too hard. The Jhin can poke here as well. I'm going to hold my thought though.
And here goes Rux in very aggressively here on top of Wisdom. Oyoya there to help them out. The re-engage is coming through from Wisdom. Beautiful twisted advance. Keeps him alive as the deadly flourish misses. And that is going to be it for the first gank here. Does force out the heal, but all in all, not too much loss for Gamer Legion.
That was extremely sleek. Sure, they burn a heal onto Hyanan, but that's fine because still has himself available. What you need to build your eyes on right now is that Rux on that Bard doesn't have his flash available for him, and Gamer Legion in the bot side, they have the priority, which means that Rabble is more than welcome to walk up the river.
He does not, though. Doesn't want to deal with an early grace. And I think the fact that Knight isn't there probably has a lot to do with that. Hyanan and Wisdom have shoved out the lane, but might be looking for an early back themselves. And this is a great early start for Aoyoya, able to pick up the double scuttle right off the bat here on Graves.
See, I didn't necessarily see if Knight took a cheater recall right there, because I wasn't necessarily paying attention in the mid lane. But the fact that, you're right, Knight wasn't there stopped Rabble from taking that bot lane battle for the Scuttle Crab and lost the top one as well. Which means that it's going to be extremely rough to try and get ahead of Aoyoya, unless you just run him down. But again, it doesn't matter what you do to Aoyoya. He's on a farming champion. He's just gonna farm his heart out. Now he's ahead in experience. He's ahead in CS. You're putting the Hecarim down. He never comes back.
Early leader being built up by Aoyoya, as you said. And all in all, Gamer Legion, they're able to match. They're able to withstand some of the early pressure, but the big question is whether or not they can kind of bounce back from it. Because thus far, I think that the problem has been as Knight goes in here, Shiko not too scared. Needs to be aware of the deadly flourish, but isn't actually going to get taken down there. As we were saying before, Gamer Legion, we've seen them match in the early game. I'm more interested in how they are going to match the mid game here.
I think it's very important to look at the Sheens. Because the second the Aurelia Sheen comes in, the Hecarim Sheen comes in, this is where you actually spike and you can have these river fights. Together with the Renekton level 6, this is where you're most likely going to look to try and snowball your early game. Because you have these melee fighters, you want to snowball them and accelerate their scaling towards that late game. You want that Jhin to be constantly scared to move anywhere near far.
And once level 6 is Ding, Beansu can help out a little. but it's not going to be enough against the amount of backline dive that's available for Gamer Legion. So any lead that they will be able to solidify is going to come up huge for them, and that is traditionally where they have been the strongest against these stronger teams. Now for Movistars, they can sit back. They have a really well scanning comp as Hava goes forward, does get hit there by the hand,
Rebel
and that might
there.
very well be the end of him. He flashes forward, but Rebel finds the knockback. He'll get used. Hava is trying to run away. He's going to stay alive for a really long time, but that's first blood getting picked up by Rebel. Now Elyoya here on the return gank, trying to look for the counter as the pony runs away. Cosmic Binding is gonna find the Swain, but Yarnin is very tanky. This might go very wrong for Movistar Riders. The #1 seed of the SLO is getting dove in the bot lane as Phones goes deep, finds the kill, and it's a 2 for 0. Shiko doesn't want to leave it at that. He has the Emperor's Divide available. He's level 6, trying to go for a couple of ultis, but I don't think he can go in this. They're too tanky. He goes for it anyway. Wisdom tries to take him down, but the re-engage is only going to keep him in place. Will get blown up in the end as Knight joins the fray as well. Rox trying to run for the hills, but that is the Vanguard chance, and I'm pretty sure that the Bard is not going to get away from this one. Rox staying alive for a lot longer than I anticipated. There comes the flash from Knight. It's an absolute bloodbath here as the counter kill comes through. It's a shutdown on Rebel. 6 minutes into the game, and in the end, 4 against 2.
6 minutes, 6 kills. Are you not entertained already?
Yes.
Gamer Legion are pulling the good old Gamer Legion style we know and love. They picked up 4 kills, 2 as assists and 2 as kills onto the Hecarim, which is extremely important. And I think that Hava is underestimating his opponents and the fact that they don't know where Rebel is on the map. He pulls his flash and heal instantly, and then they can just run him down, which is exactly what they do. Here, Rebel is extremely low, and Elyoya says that his eyes are literally fiery right now. He wants, like, he smells blood. But there's so much CC between the Maokai and the Swain that it doesn't allow Elyoya to reach the backline. And then Phones, with the level 6, is able to join and completely finish the fight. Then Siko is like, I see 3 targets right there. There's more.
There's more fights. There's
more
always
targets.
more fights as they fight over what seems to be a Grump here. Not sure if Blue Buff was already taken. And there goes Knight in deep. Finds Beansu as well. And I think he's going to be the sacrificial lamb as Movistar gets away from there. And now it's a big gold lead for Gamer Legion. DAC region looking at this game smiling. And Movistars, they're the #1 seed. They're the big hope for Spain. They're the ones that are supposed to reclaim this. And thus far in the early game, they've not been able to match.
That's exactly how the previous game between these two started in Week 1 groups. It was Gamer Legion taking every skill check up to minute 10 and winning it. They were better than Movistar in that game. They're proving that pre-10 minutes, they're better than Movistar again. They'll take the fights that are advantageous for them and they'll come out ahead. You see the Catalyst already completed, the Fade's already completed. Hecarim Knight?
Yeah, he actually gets away. The Deadly Flourish is going to take him down, but not enough damage right now. Curtain Call comes through. The collateral damage is not enough, and meanwhile, Rooks is getting chased down. Shiko already dead, as Rebel and Wisdom now need to get away from a very angry Elyoya. Doesn't have the ultimate available, used it earlier. Wisdom taken low, but Maokai's a lot of sustain, and in the end, it's a free trade. They pick up a free kill, and Gamer Legion looking so good in the early game here.
Knight and Rux got away on a sliver of health, literally getting away by the skin of the teeth. At the end of the day, though, we need to see where the kills landed. It's the Hecarim being the recipient again. We've talked about that Rebel needs to fall behind for this game to be a free victory for Movistar. Once the Hecarim falls behind, it's really hard for him to catch back up. But now he has more farm, he has more experience, he's casting on so many kills. He's 1.4k ahead.
I'm a simple man. I see a fat Hecarim, and I think that's good for the team with the fat Hecarim, because let's be honest, Rebel able to pick up this big lead.
Fanboy.
I mean, he's doing amazing, and Gamer Legion as a whole must be getting quite the positive eyes here, at least thus far. But let's not forget, Movistar Riders, they've been in a position like this before. And the most scary thing about this team is if you give them a single opening, they can suddenly come back into the game. But how do they actually find that opening? Because the skirmishing from Gamer Legion.
I'm actually really scared for them. I'm really scared for Hava, because if you guys watched the LEC finals as well, where Reckless was playing the Jhin, there's only so much room that you can wiggle around in such an immobile supportive ADC that sometimes you don't even get to fight. You don't even get to hit one shot in an entire fight. You just sit back and ult. And that will just not be enough versus an Aurelia, a Hecarim, and a Renekton that just want to dive you.
The 2k gold down, but Movistar Riders are going to start up the Rift Herald anyway. But looking at the positions, it looks like Game Legion says, that's fine, we'll take Cloud Dragon. We're going to advance that objective for ourselves and let you take the first Herald of the game. Shelly might be visiting a top or mid lane near you sometime soon as the objective trade does come through. We'll be looking at a mountain or an ocean rift coming out here, and if Game Legion can secure a couple more of these Drakes, which with this early advantage and the fact that their composition is this good at skirmishing would not surprise me at all.
No, I really like it. As soon as you have a Trinity Force on Hecarim, as soon as you have the Blade of the Ruin King onto the Aurelia, it's your go button. You want to actually start fighting, and what better time than stacking all the dragons, forcing Soul Point, and then inviting Movistar to come and try and fight you when they're still scrambling for a couple of items.
Need to remind you, it's all or nothing. Game Legion needs this win. If they're able to get a win here, they're actually threatening second place of the group, and all of a sudden the games for Rogue become a lot more precarious. Now,
the group is wide open.
Yeah.
Because if Game Legion win here, then that makes a case for sap up later too.
It can all happen. And we're going to find out tonight how it's actually going to end up as Harva gets taken very, very low by an angry Phones. Stand United comes through. Phones getting taken low, but not quite down as of yet. Ayoya making its way up top, but I don't know if it's going to be enough as we see a beautiful ultimate from the Barda trying to keep him alive. Here come the reinforcements though. Teleport's channeled as well. Yarnan is standing very far forward, and he is tanky. Not sure if he's tanky enough. Ayoya maybe overstepping a little bit there as he gets blown up, and that's the Graves gone. A huge play from Shiko, but did he overstep? It's going to be a kill here at the very least. 2 kills in the end, and the hero play from Nizir might be enough as Yarnan will get taken down as well. Shiko, you absolute beast, turns it around here for Movistar Riders.
Everything was Game Legion in the first game as well. 10 minutes on the clock and it turns completely around. They lose their decision making, they fumble on their execution. Knight could not join this fight the entire time because he didn't have his teleport available, and then Game Legion wanted to take this fight. I was about to say, you know when you want to fight? When Shen has to ulti defensively and you don't make proactive plays. That's all they needed to take. Back off and allow to make another play on the map when Binzu wouldn't have his ult and TP and Knight would, because that would give you the numbers advantage. But Game Legion chose to take a 4v5. And he turned around. It's literally like we're watching the previous exact game. 10 minutes on the clock, Game Legion was winning every single fight. Movistar, after 10 minutes, turned it around. It's the same thing happening here.
And this is what we've been saying. Everyone can carry at Movistar. So we've been hyping up Ayoya. He oversteps, coming in a little bit, but then it's Shiko with an absolute banger of a play who suddenly turns it around.
Yeah, and you see that Hava might not be joining the fight, but he's doing enough zoning with his ultimate where the whole of Game Legion are backing off while Yarnan is moving back in. And even though Ayoya ends up dying, he gets everyone low enough for the rest of Movistar to come in and completely clean house.
Yeah, Yarnan thinking that he was going to be the target. He was not, but after standing there with the stopwatch, he was the target. Now, it's not all disaster for Game Legion. They're still able to pick up the first turret blood off the back of that. They're still considerably ahead in a number of lanes. But this is what we've seen Movistar done time and time again. If you make a single execution error, if you overextend in the team fight, one of them is going to come in and just clean you up. And that is something that's so scary to face, but is also a great comfort to any SLO fans out there as Knight uses the active of the Cutlass, goes on top of Bean, so it's double flash. And that is going to be an even trade of summoners.
Honestly, I'd trade my flash if I was Aurelia any day of the week versus the flash taunt from Shen that can happen in any single fight and can turn it around. So that's great stuff from Knight. He's peaking right now with the Blade of the Ruin King. He can take every single fight. You see that Binzu doesn't even have his first item completed for him. The only thing that stops Knight from killing him is Tab Eyes, and that's just not good enough yet. You need more armor, you need more HP. Looking at Phones to complete that Blade of the Ruin King as well, and I feel like Game Legion's composition will be at a very good state to try and take hard fights.
Oh yeah, he's going for the blue buff, but Knight is there. Knight is a very
Knight is not
angry
scared.
level. Rally, I'm not sure if Elio can go for that. Nice dodge. Knight now caught out. Doesn't have the flash available. Using it the earlier exchange. They're going to go hard in him, but Knight goes hard on Oyoya. He gets taken low and will go down in the end while Rebel tanks for Knight. He's not going to go down. That's very, very aggressive onslaught of shadows, and Rebel goes down. Trades the kill though, and I'm sure he'd take that any time of the day, as it is Gamer Legion that yet again finds the better trade. It's a 2-for-1. And I'm not sure, with both junglers down, if they want to go for a play on the Drake here.
No, but it leaves mid lane wide open for Knight to keep on continuously farming and farming and farming, unbothered from the rest of Movistar. So while Gamer Legion are pulling the trigger, they're coming out ahead in kills. That Hecarim is so fast. He has 6 kills at the moment. He is going to completely decimate your backline, and Knight plays this so well. He's not scared seeing Alyoya. He's 2 levels up on the Graves.
Here.
Exactly. And then he gets Bard ulted and he dashes onto Alyoya beautifully, avoiding the stun from the Bard.
Oh, Rubble.
And then once the last shot from Hava has left the building, that's where Rubble goes in. That was so well executed. He knew he was dead, but he also took the kill.
The inconsistency of the dark region goes both ways. When they look good, they look amazing, and Gamer Legion is proving it here.
I don't think there's middle ground, Chronicler, with the dark region. It's like you're either going to overperform or underperform. There's nothing in between.
And that's what looking like overperforming. Now, it's not all set in stone yet for Movistar, because they have, of course, multiple carries. They have a Shan to kind of bolster that, but still, with these skirmishes going the way that they have, one more Drake in 4.5 minutes, and there's going to be sword point picked up for Gamer Legion. And once that's on the table, I feel like Movistar is going to have a really tough time. Is it just going to be another hero play from someone like Chico from Alyoya, or does Movistar have another way back into this game?
I think it's going to have to be Siko on that Azir. The reason this Azir was picked was to keep all the melee champions from the side of Gamer Legion away from Hava, away from Alyoya, to try and kite them back, not allow them to come close enough and execute them. And it's also really good for Movistar because he has 4 kills in his pocket as well, and he also has his first item completed as well as a Haunting Guy. So if someone is doing damage, it is Siko.
And curtains are called here. On Gamer Legion, they're not in the slightest impressed, as they will just pick up the Rift Herald
He was
here.
a scouting.
Yeah, they're not afraid, and considering their gold lead, I don't see why they would be. Also like to draw attention to the fact that Wisdom has gone for the AP Maokai here, and is going to go for Leandris just to get that double sapling damage, as the Tampered Fate comes through. Wisdom and Yanin standing far forward, but I don't know if they can really go for anything here, as Knight almost takes down Rux and says, no, you cannot go for anything here, and that's going to be the end of it.
Knight is putting a world-class performance here.
Yeah.
The way he's using the Aurelia around fights, he knew that Hyanan and Wisdom were screwed right there. One binding and everyone would go in from Movistar. But he uses his ultimate, he creates space, he engages on Rux, and he's like, if you come in for my carries, I'll decimate yours.
Generally, when you say space controlling characters, I don't really think of Aurelia.
You don't think of Aurelia, but
No.
that's what Knight has been doing the entire game.
Indeed.
He's creating space, he's saving his teammates, and he's also being a massive threat. He's been left unchecked on a side lane or in a lane where no one is in, and he's been farming his heart out. He's gonna go back and possibly have a fades. I was looking for a Sheen maybe, but he's going for the Black Cleaver.
You know what, the first time that I saw a support Maokai going AP in competitive play was in the Benelux. Who didn't
Is that a good example now?
I'd like to say that they were ahead of their time.
Did it win?
Yes, it did.
Perfect. So
I mean,
it's
it
a
didn't
good
win the
example.
tournament, but it got to the finals.
There you go. So
Yeah.
it was a good example.
It was. I mean, we didn't make it to EU Masters main event, but we don't talk about that.
You know what? The effort is what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Isn't that what we said for Worlds last year as well?
Yeah.
On Zero Two, we're like, we put effort in that.
Yeah. You know, we give a great showing.
Yeah.
We showed moxie, we showed
We showed up in the finals.
willpower.
Hell yeah.
We didn't win, but who cares about winning?
No.
I can tell you who
It's,
care about
it's
winning.
kind of like when it's your birthday and people bring you socks.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's the move that
Aw.
matters.
Honestly, I think socks are an underrated birthday
Depends on the
present.
socks.
Do you ever want to buy socks for yourselves?
No.
And
Well, sometimes, if they're very
sometimes.
fancy. Yeah.
Now, Movistar have not been looking as strong as we've
I
seen
love how
them
you
before.
moved from socks to Movistar.
Of course, yeah. They both have a similar sounding letter. It's good enough for me. And
All right, I like that.
I can imagine that Movistar is not as happy as you would be with socks on your birthday, being going to find an angry crocodile. Not sure if that's what he's want to go for here, but Movistar is the #1 seed of the SLO. The SLO, as we said before, they're hungry. They're looking for another win, and I can imagine, even if as Movistar you get through this game and you win somehow, which they've done before, they can definitely do it. You need to be a little bit scared. Rebel is going to go and charge out of there.
They pull the TP.
I can imagine that you're not feeling too good if you're an SLO fan and you see this game against the number 3 seed of Germany. As Knight
Tell you what, though, I feel like Game of Legion is coming with a bitter taste from the previous split in spring, where they didn't manage to get out of groups.
They were so close.
They were tied. They were 3-3. They went into tiebreakers. They just didn't manage to go in.
One best of one.
One best of one, yeah, is all that matters. And here, it's every single game a best of one. So every single game you have to give your best to try and win. And if they upset Movistar here, they make a great case for themselves to get out.
All of a sudden the group dynamic completely changes, and that is the beauty of playing the entire group in one day, right? We're going to see the end of this story that's being built up here by the end of the day, as Fogelvor is something that needs to be respected. They do have the rest of the gang there, so they're not too afraid, as the Ocean Drake is going to spawn here. Either Vampire tries to find anyone, but not quite able to, as Rift Herald is placed in the mid lane. Beansu both has Stand United and the teleport available, and it's going to be a bit of a standoff here. As the curtain gets called, Rebel is going to be looking for the steal. The re-engage comes through here, and they take over the Dragon and find the steal. They go big. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. It's not enough damage, but in the end, Chico goes down. That's an incredibly important member. And now Yoya needs to run for the flashes into the charge. They're going through the portal. They're not afraid of anything, as Rebel is left on his own just for a split second. Harva is going to get blown up. Is Gamer Legion really going to do it? Are they going to upset the #1 seed from the SLO, the team where we fought? Gamer Legion, are you really going to do this? Now, 5k gold lead, soul point, an absolute dominant game state for this team at 20 minutes.
That was a great fight. They get the Dragon, they completely kill off Movistar, and we talked about the spikes. You've got Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruin King onto the Arela. Knight goes crazy. The second Hava pulls the trigger for the ultimate. They're diving in. He has to stop. No one is allowed to play the game, and remember what we said. Sicko is the only thing that will keep Movistar alive.
Look at them go.
If he dies first, the fight is doomed. And that's exactly what we see here. 4 people get ulted by Bard, everyone just suddenly flashes in to finish off the fight. And that is a great display of Game Legion on their peak performance. And again, I know that Rebel is 7-3-4, but the way Knight has played so far, he's playing supportive Aurelia for his team. If that is even a thing.
It's working incredibly. And as Chico goes for the big play, is it enough? Wisdom gets taken low, he gets blown up, and maybe Movistar find the turn yet again. Yarnan gonna get taken down as well. And out of nowhere, how do you keep doing this, Movistar? They find 2 kills and possibly move toward the Baron. Although they do need to deal with Knight, who's pushing in the bot lane.
He's pushing, but if they start doing the Baron, they do have an extremely quick Baron with the Azir and the Graves, and Knight is gonna have to take a choice. He's gonna either have to TP, which means he burns it for the next fight, or he's gonna keep on split pushing. He's going back to buy and TP in.
They're not going to give this up. A very far away TP coming into the top lane, as Phones might be taken down here. Is running away as fast as he can. Ayoya, of course, uses the collateral damage defensively, as we see Phones is gonna be taken down, and yet Rebel making sure that they can't actually do anything here as he's clearing the wave. Now the pony needs to make sure that he runs for the hill as fast as he can. He goes the other way. Oh,
Job done.
Yep. We go right. No, we go left, and it works out in the end. There's no chase available anymore, and most importantly, Baron not taken.
Sacrifice needed to be made. They had no lamb. They decided to sacrifice a crocodile.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep.
But I do like that Movistar, we've talked about this before, you make one wrong step, they will take the entire game off of you. It was over one fight where Game of Legion misstepped the previous time these two teams met, where Movistar took the whole game.
And the same against Rogue. Rogue was in a much more commanding position than Gamer Legion is now. And the reason why we have this is for Gamer Legion, it must feel like this is their tournament life on the line. If they don't get this win, it's going to be so much harder for them to actually challenge that second place. And the DAC region could really use another team going to the quarterfinals.
I think we want them to win as well, because it makes the group that more spicy.
It's so fun, though. And also the comps that they're drafting. You see them go for these mid-game beefy comps.
Knight...
In the end,
might be my favorite.
Work.
Yeah, Knight might be my favorite mid laner, and I'm completely biased because he's played Katarina.
Yeah, and Aurelia. And you love your assassins.
No, I love Katarina because I'm a Katarina player. So the second he pulled it out, I was like, hell yeah.
I don't know how I feel about
what
that.
was that face, man?
I mean, Katarina, it's
Come on.
it's not a fun champion.
It's unplayable. What do you mean?
I mean, it's not really competitive,
Yeah.
but have you ever played bot lane if you're doing well and then the
Oh,
O2
yeah, I have.
Katarina comes by and
Yeah.
then takes you down? Oh, you're that Katarina?
No, I'm actually the Katarina that goes bot lane.
Ah.
Yeah.
And then dies.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
no,
sorry,
you'll
unfortunate.
die.
1 minute till the Drake as we have been standing over there looking for something really, but no one really showing himself. And now we're getting to a point where item spikes are being hit. Is Movistar's going to be able to win this Drake for the Ocean Soul in a minute? Rebel? Rebel?
He just wanted to get there quite a bit faster. I think he was trying to maybe find a very cheeky engage in the mid lane onto someone that would overextend on the wave. You see Zico is extremely not full HP, not low, but for Hecarim that is like a red light going up and down. Like you see Zico on like 70% HP, like I can one-hit that. He's not getting away from me. I think this is why he popped the Ghost there as well, but it's fine. He survived without it. He's extremely fast. Knight.
Chico doing some damage. We've seen Knight get out of situations like this before, but I don't know if this is going to be one of the times. So you'll find it a kill, but Rebel going in deep, trying to find a kill on Chico. He stays alive, but now it is in Binsu in the thick of it. Not sure if he can get out. The taunt keeps alive for a lot longer. There goes Phones. He goes deep. A big hold of Meek. Not enough to actually take him down. But don't forget, Soul is on the menu here for Gamer Legion. And they're moving towards the Drake.
It's a 4v4, but if you look at the HP bars,
Deadly Flourish gets Yarnan a little bit low, but they need to respect the engage coming through here. A lot of tankiness, a lot of sustain available for Gamer
Zico has
Legion.
TP.
But the poke is so strong. Teleport is going to come through here from Chico, who's going to try his darndest to not give up this Drake. And Gamer Legion know they need to go for this win. They need to go for this Drake. I don't think they can. Hecarim gets taken incredibly low. Chico goes in deep yet again. Meanwhile, Phones is trying to kill 3 people on his own.
they're so low!
It doesn't quite work. Everyone is low. Everyone wants a kill as Chico gets taken so low by the sapling. Phones goes in. Chico, no! And now all of a sudden we see Gamer Legion moving forward. Eye of Vampire tries to look for a kill. Teleport's going to come through from Binsu here. Meanwhile, Knight, who died first, is coming back. The sapling, the hero that Gamer Legion needed, might be enough for them here as Phones get taken low. Knight goes in. That's half are definitely down. Is he going to find Aoya as well? This fight has been going on forever, and this objective is so crucial for Gamer Legion's chance in this group, and it's still not there.
I was about to say, Knight died first in this fight. He stayed about 35 seconds in the fountain, and he had to walk all the way to this fight, and he was still there just in time to get 1 kill for himself. And you see from the start that if Zico manages to stay alive, the fight goes to the side of Movistar. Unluckily for them, though, Elyoya is extremely low. Rebel has respawned together with Knight, and they are going to take the Ocean Soul. And a lot of teams here would say, GG, well played.
There are situations where you can come back from a lost Ocean Soul, but it doesn't happen often. It's generally not great.
I don't know, man. Hava doesn't get to play the game. Hava doesn't get to be an assassin on this champion.
He does
I
not.
don't know.
And we know he loves flashing forward now into the comp of Gamer Legion. That's pretty much a nightmare. And Jin's main weakness is one notorious one. He's not that great against beefy, tanky characters.
No.
And on Gamer Legion,
Especially
they have a lot
not
of those.
against 4 characters diving in.
Yeah. Now, Baron is going to take it really low here. Is Rubber going to try and go for the hero steal? He is in the vicinity, but the Baron will get picked up. Now the disengage needs to come through here from Movistar Riders. And Hava is going to be sacrificed. That might as well be it, because I don't think that Phones can chase a lot further here. I say that as Knight is definitely not ready, not happy, but the Vanguard Jets misses. And that's going to be it. Gamer Legion, give up the Baron. It's a stall for Baron in the end.
I'll take the Baron here if I'm Movistar, because it will delay the push from Gamer Legion. Because Gamer Legion mainly has melee characters, them pushing into the base is going to be extremely tough versus a Graves and versus an Azir. So Movistar having the Baron right here, it will help them try and push the waves out and try and keep Gamer Legion away from their own base.
I agree with you in the short term, but in the long term, I've seen so many situations where, like, especially the Ocean Soul, it's just going to be a problem. Is the scaling from Movistar enough to deal with a team that's basically everyone is tanky, and they have an Ocean Soul?
They're not just tanky, I feel like they're raid bosses. If you look at the 2 death stances, third
be
one
free.
going to be completed onto the
Yeah.
Renekton. The only problem here is that there's not necessarily consistent damage like the one that's coming out of Elyoya, like the one that's going to be coming out of Zico. It's like, oh, we're diving in, are we going to kill someone? If they don't kill someone, then Zico and Elyoya are going to be able to kite them to eternity.
Rubble now going aggressive here on Rux. There is the reinforcements coming through. Rubble is a very, very fast pony. That's Rux already down. That's Hava down. And Movistar gave up 2 people for no reason. That's the Baron buff gone on them as well. Elyoya still in the back line. Needs to try and get out. I don't think he's been spotted, though, as he is going to get the Baron-empowered recon. Rebel's doing his best. It's a very quick pony, but in the end, no carrot. Doesn't find the target that he was looking for. And Movistar Riders, this is the #1 SLO for Spain. We were hyping them up as the favorite, possibly, to take the entire tournament.
I was hyping them up. I'm like, these guys look on fire. But remember, when they came in...
Did you cast a curse them?
No, no, no. When they came in on week 1, they also looked like they were warming up. The game is still not over. It's just 4,000 gold difference. That could be nothing. The second that Graves scales further, he has already 3 items on him. He has the Executioners to cut down all the healing from all the bruises. And Zico gets that death cap that he has 1 needless lad's rod off right now. I think we could potentially see a game turning around. Do not forget, Movistar are really good at punishing mistakes, and Gaming Legion are very susceptible to making them in the late game.
Movistar has come back from worse situations, but it's still not looking good. We wanted to see kind of a dominant performance, really, because they've been looking so incredibly good, especially in the second half of week 1. But
we can't take anything away from Gaming Legion, though.
No.
They've known their win conditions. They're playing an extremely hard-to-execute composition with 4 melee champions, and they're making it work.
And this is something that Gaming Legion, this is what they try to do every time, and that we saw them try last week at least. But then every time it just fell short. And here you see why this is the #3 seed of the DAC region. Here you see why this team has had so much domestic success. Because honestly, with how they're looking right now, I would not be surprised if they take them down as, thank you, beautiful observing there. Yanan picks up a couple of free stacks, making him even more tanky.
I was wondering what that was. I'm like, is there an Ash? I honestly had no clue what these birds were.
Yeah, they're very well. As Binsu gets taken very low, needs to be really mindful, because I think dying at this point in the game is generally considered suboptimal, as Phones teleports in just in case there will be a brawl.
They get that 5-second window where Zico is not there to put down the soldiers, and they push the tower. You see how hard it is when Movistar are underneath the towers in their base for Gamer Legion to push. It's extremely tough, but one win condition that will make Movistar come out of their base and away from their towers is that Elder Dragon that's spawning in a minute and a half. This is why you see Movistar pushing in the mid lane. They're getting flanked though.
Yeah. Phones doesn't have teleport available, and Stanch United is of course there. I don't know if you want to take this as Gamer Legion, but
you're on the wrong side.
I mean, they're going to clean up the wave, and like I don't think there's a lot that Movistar can do. Phones is making his way over. They can't go for the hard engage quite yet, but still an awkward position here for Movistar as a whole.
They're split.
They're very split, and they do have the Stanch United, so hard engage isn't really susceptible. But they are just going on a merry chase.
This is stressful. This is very stressful.
Yeah. Elyoya is going to be found by the sapling. Do we get another hero sapling as Rebel goes in?
He's going to have to flash.
Rebel needs to be mindful. Don't forget about the Shen that can come in at any point and time. It's going to be an even trade while the mid lane is pushing. We don't see the Stand United come through yet. There it is. Elyoya taken low, but not low enough. But meanwhile, on the backline, Chico is doing absurd amount of damage. Hava is still keeping safe, as Phones is going to stay alive for a little longer, but in the end will get taken down. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Yanan runs for the hills. Meanwhile, though, the push is coming through here from Knight, who isn't at the fight. Unsolid of Shadows gets a kill. That's Elyoya gone! And Rebel tries to run away. The Deadly Flourish does find him, and the slowdown from the Jhin comes through. But catching Hakrim is really hard. Knight, he wanted to go so badly, but in the end there's no opening. It is a relatively even trade with 2 for 3 with a turret for Gamer Legion.
Rebel saved Gamer Legion right there. The fact that he took down Elyoya means that Movistar cannot do the Elder Dragon, because if they get anywhere near, Rebel will just jump in and smite it, because they have no smite for themselves. Now you see Elyoya, he pretends he's caught, but he knows Binzu is up and available. He knows that Stand United is there for him, and that if worse comes to worse, he's gonna ulti the Graves. And this is actually what happens. The second that Elyoya gets Shen ulted, Rebel runs away. On the other hand, Zico is trying to make a really great play onto Gamer Legion, and it looks like it is it, because Knight is refusing to join the fight. He wants the inhibitor, and here is where he turns around. Rebel sees the opportunity, takes down Elyoya, because if he didn't, that would be an Elder Dragon for Movistar.
Rebel having an absolute banger of a
It
game.
might still be.
It might still be. The Movistar Riders are going to play for the Elder Dragon here, even if you're facing against a Soul. This Elder Drake is such an incredibly important objective, but they are getting zoned off it, and if it goes to Gamer Legion, that's terrible news. Phone's looking for the flank. Can't quite find it. Elyoya, it's all or nothing for the smite, but there they go indeed. The onslaught of shadows. D is not enough. Damage coming through here from a Movistar Riders. That's Binsu going down. This composition is simply too tanky. Knight goes in deep. Knight finds the kill, and all of a sudden Movistar Riders is getting blown up by Gamer Legion. Harva tries to delay the inevitable, but it is gonna be the Soul coming through here. It's Gamer Legion really gonna do it. Are they gonna upset the #1 seed of the SLO? Movistar Riders base is open. Knight is taking. They're not even needing
Everyone is
the
dead.
Elder Soul.
Everyone is dead at this point, and we said if they get the engage and someone dies, it's a Gamer Legion fight. Not just one person died, two person died instantly. They absolutely decimated Movistar, and this
Gamer
game,
Legion.
they overperformed.
Gamer Legion, Gamer Legion, Gamer Legion. The #3 seed for the DAC region makes an incredibly strong statement here in this best of one. As the Spanish saviors, Movistar's Riders, we expected a confident play. When the confident play wasn't coming, we expected a comeback like that on time and time before.
I'm loving to see
It wasn't
Gamer
meant to
Legion.
be.
Yeah, I'm loving to see them so decisive.
Oh.
They knew their win conditions. The second the first items were completed on these bruisers that were just diving in. The Hecarim just worked so well for them. And even though Elyoya was, just still farming, they just weren't able to do anything because the composition was just so hard to fight against. I felt like Siko was going to make one of these insane plays that we've seen Tekola do with the Azir, and he was almost there, but it just wasn't enough. Because when the Irelia gets ahead, the Renekton and the Hecarim get ahead, it's just so hard. Hava didn't get to play the game. I was waiting for these flashes forward for him to be an assassin onto that Jhin as well, and he just didn't get to play the game.
What can you say?
Upset. I'm upset.
What can you say?
I'm upset that I didn't see the assassin, but I'm so happy because this group is wide open right now.
After a start like that, I'm certain that Week 2 of European Masters is going to deliver. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back with the next game, which is going to be Agarok versus Subop. Don't go anywhere.
Crap, I got a squad on my right.
Running in for backup.
Yo, Ron, he's right there in front of you.
Sorry, guys, it happened again.
Damn, that's the 10th one today.
All right, I'm back.
Someone cover me.
You got him, you got him. Yo, that's sweet.
Yeah, it is. Be about to win this.
I can get used to this.
HyperX Alloy. Built strong because it has to be.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it will be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
welcome back to week 2 of the European Masters. What a start. Words fail me, and like it's my job to talk, but Gamer Legion, what a game.
Tell me you were expecting that.
No.
Tell me we went into this game, we were like, the SLO, Movistar look undefeated, and Gamer Legion. They didn't just come into play, they came in with a really hard to execute composition. 4 melees? Who picks 4 melees in this meta with all the Corkis and the Aziz and the Ezreals and the Sennas? Like, who is in the right mind to pick 4 melees? That was an absolute insane showing from Gamer Legion, and I just have to praise Knight. I don't know if ever in my life I've seen a supportive Irelia, but the way he landed his stance, the way he knew when to go in and when not, the way he was popping his ultimate just to create room for his team to not get picked off. I think this guy was by far the MVP of this game.
Knight was playing amazingly, but the beauty, at least to me, for Gamer Legion is that they look so cohesive.
Absolutely, 100%.
Knight's performance makes his teammates look even better, and that's such a valuable skill to have in a player, because he creates, like you said, it's so much room. And a player like Rubble as well, he does so much with the kills that were given to him, and the way, the confidence with which they are playing here, absolutely gorgeous to watch. The fact that as a number 3 seed, well, I think a lot of people were like Gamer Legion.
No,
they're
is a
probably
number
not going
3
to make
seed.
it out. Incredible. And as the SLO, Movistars were the ones we were hyping up. They were the ones who are the Spanish shavers. They need to go. Before the game, we said that they might as well take the entire tournament. It's definitely possible, and it's still possible. One bad game doesn't mean that it's all over.
Maybe they're just warming up.
That's how they, looked last week.
They've got
but
2
then
more
they
games.
won. And here we go. And this throws the group into disarray. All of a sudden, Gamer Legion, their game against Rogue later on is so much more pivotal, because Rogue isn't that sure anymore of keeping that second spot. And Movistar, now all of a sudden, is closer to Rogue as well.
That makes Sapap look good too. They're 0-3. If they get 2 wins, they possibly can catch up. If they get 3, they could pull an upset and take someone else out. There's a saying that we say in Greece, and it says, hold me to hold you so we can climb the mountain. And it felt like that's the exact way that Gamer Legion played. Everyone was pretty much completing each other's play style, and with 4 melees, 4 bruisers, 3 bruisers, and 1 Maokai, this is exactly what they needed to do to execute it. It was that Aurelia Knight. I'm not saying it because of the Katarina. I'm not biased here, but that Aurelia, so good.
Greek idioms are really nice, very poetic.
Yeah.
Dutch idioms are very blunt.
I'll tell you more later.
Yeah, sounds good. All in all, Gamer Legion, an absolute bonkers start to the game here. And more importantly, as we said before, this is all or nothing. Today is the day where you need to perform. If you lose here, if you lose a couple of crucial games, if you don't have your day, that's it for your Masters. There is no further bracket. It's quarterfinals or bust.
I love how you said if it's not your day, because we're having each and every day one group. You only have one day, and this has to be your good day, because if it's not, you're unfortunately knocked out of the tournament.
All in all, what a way to start this group, and I can't wait to see what other developments we're going to have. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with Rogue versus Sapap. Now the group is in disarray. Can Sapap find the upset as well, or will it be Rogue? We'll see you after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second-seeded teams from other groups in a best-of-3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here, the final 4 teams will play a best-of-3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best-of-5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
Hello for now, my name is Mark Chronocomius. I'm here with Georgia Troubling Paras, and we just saw...
Excandrel's gonna love that.
I'm sure he will. The best possible start to this group, to this week 2, and I'm hoping that the next game is going to be just as good. A Girl Rogue versus Sup-Up, because all of a sudden, this group has been thrown into disarray.
Yeah, and if Sup-Up had a chance for a reverse sweep, it starts now. There's no bad days, there's no bad games. They need to make a statement. They managed to go 3-3 in the spring split. They managed to turn it around, couldn't quite make it. Here, they're making a case to actually make it because the group is completely wide open. I don't necessarily see many teams going to 4 wins other than Movistar. So they do have their chance into making an upset and making it out. Oh, wow.
Yep.
I think Zanzara has made a big case with that blue first pick Skana.
Yep, and you got to imagine that either they first pick or they ban the Shan here just because it's such a flex for Rogue. Of course, Zanzara, really big fan of it. To my knowledge, also the first to pick it up in like major way, and of course PTA Shan has now swept the Rift, has been an incredibly successful pick recently, and it's just yet another reason why you should watch the RLs. And Caitlyn getting bent away, so that to me signals a Shan first pick as the Hecarim gets taken away. And the EBL has had a bit of a rough go, but the individual level of play
I'll call you Prophet
can still be there.
Chronicler.
I mean, this was not that hard to call, right? It shouldn't be.
I think it made sense the second Skana was banned and Gangplank was banned. You're like, what else are you gonna play, you know?
I wonder, especially against
It's
Rogue.
kind of weird to me though, because they're mad respecting the fact that the Shen is not just an amazing Zanzara pick, it's a triple flex as well. And you don't want to have to deal with that, especially when you're on blue side and you're going to get counter pick and you also have to guess. But what I really like here is the response straight away with the Set. Set, we were looking at a lot of replays from Set and we're like, I don't know if it's the player or just the champion is absolutely broken, because I feel like Set is one of the strongest champions in the meta right now. He can go in the jungle, bot, top, triple flex as well. Rogue love to do that, and also with an Orianna next to him, he can literally go anywhere.
And
oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Puts again on the carry, please.
Yes, but no.
We love to see it. We love to see it because, let me tell you, we talked a little bit about Sup-Up. Of course, Clowny had an amazing game last time. We've seen Lakazi try to kind of get the team on his back. It's the individual performance that we look for the EBL. But for Rogue, everyone on the team is really good, don't get me wrong. But if there's one player that you should be looking out for, it's got to be Zigenda, because
But I
that
have
man
my cheat sheet here.
has the highest
Top
KDA
yeah.
in the highest tournaments.
12.7. And we researched that the second one was Aggressivo, I think, with 8.6.
Yeah, 8.6, 8.7, which is still absurd. You're a top laner.
If the 8.6 is absurd, Zigenda with the 12.7. This
Case
guy,
in point.
This guy is insane, yeah.
Yeah.
And Woolite on his Ezreal. We were talking about, we're like, Does Woolite choose to play on the Ezreal because it's a more laid-back pick? You know, Trimby can actually roam the map, can influence the map together with Zanzara. They can roam forward towards mid for Tekolad, which is a big carry for the team as well. Sure, it's a safe pick, but I feel like Woolite really excels on that champion.
It just creates so much safety, right? It's a pick that you can leave alone in a lane, you can invest resources in, you can basically do anything that you'd personally like. As we get a lot of jungle bans here.
I think this is a Zanzara pick in the jungle, the set. Seeing how they banned the Kassadin instead of picking it together with an Orianna, which would have been a great match.
Kha'Zix.
The Kha'Zix, yeah, not the Kassadin. Close enough.
I mean,
they both come from the Void, right?
Yeah, and look, they're both purple. Kazi has played
They come
the
from the
Kassadin
Void.
as well.
Yeah.
It works. It works. It's close enough. As Nidalee gets taken away, the Yuumi, just to make sure that as for a Yuumi, there can be quite a nuisance of a combination to play against, is taken off the table.
I don't think it's going to be a Yuumi. Usually Woolite is left in his own devices down the bot lane.
It's banned, right?
Yeah, even if it wasn't, you'd be like, nah.
I don't expect it to.
I just want something wrong with me. Like, you'd see a Thresh, maybe a Nautilus, a Leona, Rakan coming in. This is a trim pick. I love that.
He played it before, and it looked amazing then as well. And the combination of the engages from the set with the Rakan were quite the menace back then.
The bowl with the Rakan? Oof.
Just a lot of really nice combinations here coming out from Rogue. And let's be clear, Ultra Liga, especially Kick and Rogue, are both still looking as good as they did last split.
You take out the results from Pompa, the Ultra League is 4-2 right now.
Pompa having a little bit more of a rough go, but don't undersell them, because if I know, we just saw third seed still doing great.
We'll
Pompa might
see
be up
them
for a
on
revival.
Friday. We'll see
exactly.
them on Friday.
They might be up for a revival. But Rogue and Kick are both still looking absurdly good.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. I was very worried. I'm like, I'm seeing all this peel, I'm seeing all this support. Where is the carry? I was starting to sweat there a little bit, but it is going to be Spooky in the jungle. Spooky has been one of the best players for Sapap, if you will, in the terms of carry potential. Because you see a lot of times with Sapap, what we really had that was a problem for them was the messy drafts. We didn't know exactly what they wanted to execute on. Sometimes they were picking too hard to execute compositions. They had a clear plan, they weren't following it. Here the plan is extremely clear. Keep the Graves alive, get the Graves farmed, wherever he gets engaged on, Shen ult, Galio ult, Senna ult.
Get the one more combo in, make sure that...
I don't know if this Graves will ever die.
Yeah.
Knowing a Go Rogue, he probably will.
Yeah, because Rogue is really, really good. And to get that put on the Mordekaiser here...
He's pulling the Tolkien special.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a pick that can say, no, Shen, you're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me in the Death Realm, then it is, of course, a Mordekaiser. And especially, honestly, it doesn't really matter what Zigenda picks. You could pick Sign, I would still be like, okay, you got to watch that top lane, because I cannot oversell how good this man is. And it's a testament to how good Rogue as a whole is, that we focus so much on Zigenda, but you can make the case for Woolite, you can make the case for Zanzara, who's shown he can draft off meta.
I'll pick Tekolad. Tekolad on that Azir was like mind-blowing.
And that's the point. And even in a team that good, even in a team that made
I'm sorry, but even
semis,
Dreamby is insane.
Yeah, right. And even in a team with that many talented players, Zigenda has time and time again shown that he is just something else. Is there going to be the case this time, whether or not, or is Sapap going to find the play here? Are they going to be able to find the upset? Because, I mean, the day started with an upset, they might as well continue it. Whether or not that's going to be the case, I'm not entirely sure. And if it does happen, it's going to have to come from the individual performances. But then look at what we see here from Sapap, and there is cohesion, but it's not an individual type of comp.
I think it is a very team-fighting kind of comp. Yep. But what really scares me here is how Rogue want to fight grouped up. Like the Rakan wants to get a multi-man ulti, then the Trusha barrage will fall, then the Orianna ulti, the set, everyone follows through. And if you look at Sapap, it's all about Spooky getting engaged on, and then everyone jumps on him. The Shen, the Galio, which means they will be grouped up. And that is a big telltale for later on to just see how these fights will go. Are you going to be able to save Spooky, or are you going to be too grouped up for Rogue to execute their composition even easier? And one more question mark just to keep for the later on fights. If Zigenda ults Spooky, who's going to do damage from Sapap?
I think that's a question at Sapap you'd rather not think about.
Yeah.
Because it does
That's
not...
why I left it on a question mark. I'm like, yeah, let's just wait and see.
It's fine. Just Spooky, just get...
It's fine. Don't think about it.
Just get a QSS. just pay the tax. Pay your bills. Get the QSS.
Pay your bills.
Yeah. Get the QSS in, and you'll feel a little bit less scared.
Pay your taxes.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at someone for sub up that can buy him a kills, but it's not really looking that good. Zanzarek gets spotted on the ward.
Did he get spotted? I don't think so. Oh yeah, they okay.
Yeah.
They pinged him, okay.
They know. And of course, Set.
The Sapa bot lane instantly has to respect that. They saw him. Tasteless, you're not respecting that hard.
Yeah,
they thought he was at the red buff.
Still going to go forward, and Tasteless is getting taken fairly low, and it's not really how you want to start the lane. Although Zanzara doesn't find an actual kill, it's still a lot of pressure coming through here to the Sapa bot lane.
But this way, you're making it much easier for Trinity and Woolite, because with Tasteless being that low, that means that you can't be that hard engaged that your team needs on that bot side, because the second you go in, if you're too low and you get hit by too many spells from the Ezreal and the Rakan, you will most likely be going down. So that was a good one. We've seen Zanzara sort of peeking the tanks. He falls behind, but he's mostly the facilitator for his team. He'll play the tanks to try and engage, create the room and space for his team to play around, and here's what he's doing. He's doing the same here as well. Same with the blue pick, first pick Skarner. It worked out for them. Now, I do like what Clowny is doing. He's going in to check. He doesn't necessarily have a ward. Oh, he left it over our golems. Fair enough. I'm like, where did that ward go? I can't see from that far away.
Yeah, it's just
maybe
sure.
need glasses.
Yeah. Maybe you need some wards.
I need some glasses.
Yes. I mean, I was trying to keep it legal today, but maybe you do need glasses. That's
I do.
Okay. Well, I know wards are cheap. I know glasses aren't cheap, so that's a bit unfortunate for you. As Zanzara is just gonna leisurely make his way through his own jungle, and Rogue also sending me some signals that they don't want to fight. Chocolate just buying a coal, first item, going for the cookies as well, just taking it easy here.
What I'm seeing here is that both teams aren't necessarily going to look to fight here. They're going to look for priority and trying to get that farm onto the junglers. If we're talking about this, then it's Spooky who's going to come up on top, because he just wants to be unbothered and farm as much as possible to be that carry that his team needs. On here, talking about not wanting to engage.
Tasteless gets taken fairly low, but it's still a Leona, very tanky,
It's
and
the
doesn't have to be
pots.
too
He doesn't
afraid.
have pots. That is the domino effect we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Zanzara took all of his pots by getting him so low, and now both VZZ and Tasteless have to respect the fact that they could get engaged at any time.
Need to be careful. And there is a lot of these trades going on. It's a little bit of back and forth, but as you said before, neither team really looking to do anything early game. Who benefits that more? Because I look at two team compositions that, to me, they just want to like get their spikes and then just start brawling, 5 versus 5.
The thing here is that, are we going to have the nameplates on? Because I see a goal roll with Woolite on the Ezreal, where he appears with 4-3 items later on, and he's an absolute god on the champion. Tekolad onto the Orianna, and I'm like, if you let these guys farm unbothered, if you give them items, you're absolutely screwed later on. Lucchese's, he doesn't even have to be later on. He's screwed right now.
It's a flash for flash. Chocolate trying to get the kill, but at the very least will relieve Lucchese from his flash, meaning that any follow-up gank is going to be a lot more careful here. Careful, or scary?
Careful. I like that.
Yeah, I can do that. It's not English, not my main language. I can get away with it. It's fine. Let's not go into it too much. As a Rogue,
Careful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that. Now the EBL, as we said before, they're a region that, at least in this EU Masters, has looked the best on an individual level. When it came to draft coherency, when it came to like cohesiveness as a team, they've really struggled. And as a sole representative, there's of course a lot of pressure here on Sup-Up. Whereas Rogue, they took that one loss, which was kind of heartbreaking against Movistar, but in the end, it wasn't that hard for them to take the other games on.
See, with Sup-Up, I'm just left with so many question marks, because like you mentioned, the individual talent is there. VZZ, the MVP in his region. Lucchese, one of the best performing, Balkan mid laners we've seen. Clowny is actually a veteran in the Balkan scene, and Tasteless, the daddy of Balkan Esports, joining the team. Spooky and insane talent too. So the talent is there. The knowledge is there. It's just them not meshing very well together, and it raises a lot of questions, because you're like, it's almost the exact same roster as Energy Pot in Spring Split that almost made it out of groups. There were 3-3 in their groups, and here they look like a team that's just not cohesive enough, and you gotta ask yourself why.
It's a question.
I'm asking you why, Chronicler.
Yep. That's very nice of you, but I don't have an answer to that. I am not that privy to what's happening for the team internally. And of course, always only a glimpse. Zanzara gets away with a blue buff and proc his Nimbus Cloak and run leisurely away. And this is something that I think even at the highest level of play you can sometimes see where 5 good players don't make a good team. And I think that might very well be a problem that SupUp need to solve. And they don't have a lot of time. They've had a week off. But is that enough?
I think with teams in ERLs, and we've even seen teams in big leagues struggle with, is finding the identity of every player in a specific team. Are you going to be the carry? Are you going to be the support? We've seen a lot of ADCs move into the supportive ADC position because you have a hard carry elsewhere on your map, either your mid lane, your jungle, your top. And I feel like here, SupUp haven't necessarily decided what each player is going to have as a role within the role on the map. And I really hope they have found it because they're putting a lot of resources on Spooky. We really built Spooky up in the first week of groups. And right here, he's got all the tools. He's got all the help from his team to try and carry this.
Meanwhile, Rogue is chilling. They're giving up this Infernal Drake. Doesn't look like they want to contest. Not hitting some crucial spike. Almost get the steal. It's looking cute there. Nice crucial barrage from Warlight. But in the end, won't be enough. And I'm looking at the inventory, and I kind of get that they don't want to fight.
Too many
makes
tears,
sense.
a call on the Orianna. We get it, Tekolat, we get it.
She's like, nah, not feeling it.
See you in 40 minutes, mate.
And then the question becomes, is SupUp going to match the raw power of Rogue later in the game? Or are they going to accelerate before Rogue is really ready?
I feel we're talking carries versus carries. I'm looking at Spooky, and then it's going to be VZZ, but it's not going to be a hard carry onto the Senna. It's going to be all about Spooky and how he can maneuver himself around a fight with the help of his team. So if we're talking about execution, I feel SupUp's execution is going to be much harder, especially when you put the Mordekaiser into the mix, who you never know who he's going to take out. He takes Spooky out, you've lost all your damage. It's gone. It's done.
I wasn't joking when I said I think Spooky needs to get, like, I don't think second item, but like definitely third item. Like, you need the QSS. Yeah. Because you're so pivotal for your team, and if you're gone, then
right now, though,
good
you're
luck.
chilling.
Yeah.
Because you got the first Infernal Dragon, so you don't care about Rogue stuck in the map, exactly. And you see that priority has been worn around. Rogue does definitely not want to run into a Shen ult plus Galio ult plus Senna ult at this point. They don't have the damage, they don't have the items to fight that, so they're just giving room to SupUp to do whatever they want on the map.
So Zara flashes in, VZZ needs to be careful, will get face break and slammed into the rest of Rogue, with Rogue now disengaging. The reinforcements have arrived for SupUp, but there's not enough damage available as of yet. Zanzara gets taken low. It's gonna get tagged, but it's gonna the shockwave from Zakolat, you absolute monster! And all of a sudden it's looking dire for SupUp as they get taken low. Tasteless is gonna get blown up as well in the end. Zigenda gets the final auto attack, and it's a 3-for-0, a 2k gold lead, and all of a sudden, Rogue take the lead.
You know what? I think Rogue hurt me. I'm like, there's no way Rogue wanna run into... Oh, Tekolat.
Needs to be careful. Spooky, though, on his own. And there is a lot of damage available here. Phase Rush is procced, and in the end, Spooky finds the Returcle. A little bit over eager there. Great play for the Graves, and that's important gold.
Back at it. I said there's no way Rogue wanna run into a Galio plus Shen plus Senna ult. They were mad enough to do it.
They were baiting it.
They had a call. They've got tiers stacking up, and they're pulling the trigger. They're winning fights they have absolutely no business winning. And this man in that mid lane for Rogue has had such clutch ultimates on whatever champion he's playing. He had a 4-man shockwave in this one, and even though it didn't hurt because he doesn't necessarily have the items yet for it to hurt, it created so much room and engage for his team to follow through, and also that Mordekaiser is going to be such a huge bully to the Shen at this point.
Yeah, I think...
I mean, Leandri's into what? A Hydra?
Yeah.
A Tiamat, not even a Hydra.
It's like 11 minutes in, and you have your tank shredder item against a fairly beefy character.
Against a champion that's meant to be a tank, but he's not even there yet.
Yeah. And we talked about Segenda. Generally, he's not the guy you want fed, because if he gets fed, Rogue does really, 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 really well, and that might be the road we're heading towards here. But it's just 2k gold, it's one lost fight, and it's not yet over for Sop
Check
Up.
out Spooky.
They need to be really respectful.
I mean, we don't see him now, but he's in the box.
He's there. He's ready. But Zanzara also making his way to the bot lane, and Sop Up, in the end, is not going to spot Spooky. Trimby is going to face check him, and will get taken a little bit low, but he can try and disengage, and that's going to be the end of it. Solar Flare doesn't hit, and Rogue just, okay, cool.
Rakan is too slippery, and Tasteless was a little bit too quick on the trigger. You know that when that Senna route lands, you're going to 100% be able to land the Solar Flare as well. He was a little bit quick on the trigger, didn't manage to get a kill there or force a flash out of Trimby. And so far, we're talking about an almost 3,000 gold lead, only 12 minutes into the game. We've talked a lot about, you know, Spooky being the carry, and indeed, Sapap has one kill, it is on Spooky, but the fact that the Graves is just keeping up or trying to keep up with a set in the jungle is not necessarily what you need.
No, because the Graves is an excellent farmer, whereas the Set...
and a very fast one as well.
Yeah, not as proficient as a Spooky is.
Going to
get charmed, is going to get knocked up, is going to get blown up in a very nice CC chain coming out from Rogue. Nothing you can do.
And this is where we talk about turning the nameplates on. Because this is a go, Rogue. If you're gonna run just one carry, just a one man to try and 1v9, Rogue are gonna single out that one man and beat him up. And right now, they didn't care about the first Dragon. They didn't necessarily care about the first Herald either. They just let them go because they know the power lies with them.
All X for Sub Up already are in the Spooky basket unless the Kazi or VZZ could find huge leads. That has not been the case.
I mean, even if they do they have the damage to do that?
I mean, they do now. They would if it was early game or mid game.
Yeah.
But now they're behind early game and mid game, and the gold lead is slowly growing. And whereas Movistar, the #1 seed, the SLO, had a really hard time against Gamer Legion, of course, coming from the DAC region, it looks like Rogue is much more comfortable in taking their positions as a favorite and showing really why you need to respect the Ultra Liga.
And you know what I really love about Rogue? They don't underestimate their opponents. Last time they played against Sakat, they drafted that Skana and built a whole team fighting team around it. This time, they've drafted again a team fight oriented team. They don't underestimate Sapap. They're not playing whatever they want just to have fun. They're respecting their opponents. They're playing clean and clear. And it's showing here. Tekolot walk into this game, he's like, I'll just get a call. I don't need to fight.
And as a whole,
I respect that.
Yeah, as a whole, Rogue's restraint, I think, is beautiful to watch, especially coming off the game that we just saw, where for Gamer Legion, you get it, right? Because they had a comp that wanted to brawl and brawl and brawl and brawl.
I mean, that's Gamer Legion.
But Movistar didn't necessarily have that as a win condition, as Lukazi is taking a bit of damage. It's fine. It's a nice back cancel. Gets you a little bit of extra leeway in that lane. But Rogue is playing so much more restrained to just play, okay, clockwork. Objective, go. Overextension, go, bait out, and demolish. And that's so scary to go up against if you're sub up, because what you're looking for is the openings, the mistakes, the pile on without there being any retaliation.
Rogue are not giving them any.
No, and that's unfortunately for the EBL.
The second you see an Orianna walk into lane with a cog, you're like, oh man.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is.
This guy's not moving underneath his tower until he has 3 items, is he?
And now you'll also see slowly and slowly Zanzara, even in farm, in a matchup where he shouldn't be.
The Graves should be miles ahead at this point.
Zegenda ahead, 20 CS. Chakolot ahead, 20 CS. Woolite ahead, 10 CS. All in all, the gold scores for Rogue are just starting to snowball, and I don't know if Sub-Up can mitigate, but getting picks like this would be a great way to. We'll need to be careful.
That's a little bit of poke from Woolite.
Yeah. Oh. He knows it. He had no vision. He just knows and is now stuck on the meter turrets. Again, that does have the teleport available as a Freeman dive does come through it, but they're just going to give Woolite up. Not going to really invest anything in trying to help him. Instead, finding their way across the rest of the map.
But I like that. I like the proactivity coming in from Sub-Up. That's what they need to do. They need to feed their Graves. You can't wait for Rogue to scale. You can't wait for them all these tank items to come in for Zanzara. Woolite's going to be a mini raid boss at some point, having death stance and a gauntlet on him most likely. He's going to be unkillable, so kill him now before he scales.
Yes, but you gave up first turret blood and a herald.
That's details. Now,
Well, we don't talk about those. As a
We don't
dive
talk
comes
about
through
details.
here, Lukazi is able to flash away, and is a little bit of slipperiness. You said
Listen,
before the Rakan.
I'm looking at the positives. That's not
Oh,
going to kill
I-
him.
I
I'm looking at
appreciate
the
that.
positives. And the thing is that we've criticized Sapap for not pushing the trigger, pressing the trigger, pulling the trigger. There you
Yeah.
go. For not pulling the trigger at the right time. And the game goes too late, and then when they pull the trigger, the composition is just not functioning anymore. And here, they're just pulling the trigger super early. Spooky's like, I'm diving this. Woolite is all on his own. They're pulling all of his summoners. Sure, they're committing 4 people, but Spooky's like, I get to say the final word here.
I love how cool
That
the Graves.
blasted him into another dimension.
I love how cool the Graves skin looks, and then you have like the actual cannonball, and it looks like a rotating, beautiful
And then a poor
drawing.
soccer player,
Yeah.
soccer? No, wait,
Yeah.
football player, trying
football,
to
yeah.
run away.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of discussion regarding the correct nomenclature as...
We're in Europe, so I'm allowed
Yeah.
to say football.
I agree with you that what we're seeing here from Subop is a step forward, because this is a really hard matchup, and this is a team where we were missing the cohesiveness. And even if they're getting outtraded in macro sense, even if Subop is not going to take the win in the end here, which they still very well might, it's still good to see them play proactive, play cohesively, because that's something we missed in the first week. And it also shows that the week break can actually have a big impact on teams.
Yeah, it was the fact that they didn't necessarily have an identity at the start. They might have getting...
And Zanzara finds a 2-man face breaker, and that is going to be the end for Spooky as he gets chased down. But here comes Lukazi, goes for the ultimate. Spooky's still alive
That's all.
here.
That's all the ultimates.
Yeah, that's a lot used, and I don't know if you want to keep re-engaging here. Chakalov not identified quite yet. Zagenda is going to be able to find the Death Realm in the end, and against Tasteless, I don't know if Tasteless can do a lot.
Oh!
There's another shockwave. Chakalov, you have absolutely no chill. Zagenda somehow finds the 1v1 kill, and Rogue has not lost a single person here. I'm just
You
incredible.
lost your speed.
Because it's so good. How did they get away with this? It's looking like it's going to be a clean ace here as Chakalot goes into
Oh,
full
no.
lights flashing forward. Arcane shifts, and that's going to be the end of it. That's a clean ace, and that is the Drake sub up. They got so close, but how good is Rogue?
I think Tekel is like the biggest BM player while not BMing. He walks in with a call and now he's completely decimated. They're trying to find Spooky. They're forcing every single ultimate in the pockets of Sapap. And when they have nothing anymore to protect Spooky with, they pull the trigger.
Look at
Lucchesi
Zagenda.
tries to go in and Tekel is like, I'm here now. Zagenda gets the Leona. He knows he's not gonna kill him, but that 4-man shockwave again! Zekolad! Holy!
Yeah, if you see League of Legends like this, unbelievable. Rogue go from a fight that's looking doomed to
Style points.
this. It's incredible. And here it's just a chase down.
Oh, there's more.
As again, that is going to be found in his own. Doesn't have the Death Realm available, and that might very well be the end of the Fat Mordekaiser. And that's a big shutdown going to Lukazi.
They had to pull the Shen ultimate for that, which means that Rogue are allowed to try and pull a play somewhere onto the map
Yes.
because there's no teleport
Yes.
at all. But they're starting the Baron. Chocolate has no TPs all the way in the bot lane, and now he's just started moving. Sabab have gotten probably 10 seconds lead here.
Don't have a very fast Baron available though, but if they go for a fight and actually make it work, that would be great. Mazemaker comes through on Tasteless, he gets taken low, and in the end is gonna get taken down by Bulat, who goes forward with the Arcane Shift. Shockwave is enough to find Spooky, takes him out of the quick draw, and now the chase comes through yet again as the quickness finds one, finds two, and Rogue are looking like the dominant force we expect from the number 2 seed of the Ultra Liga sub-up. It looked so close at times, but it's starting to feel like they're crumbling.
7,000 gold dude right here for Rogue, and they're making the case for the first seed of the group. They're catching up to Movistar if they win this. And so far, it's looking like this is what they're going to do. Look at Trimby, 0-0-11. Look at Tekolad, 7-0-5. These guys have been combining their ultimates to perfection. The patience that I've seen on Trimby to pull the trigger on that ultimate is insane. He's waiting for the exact correct moment, and we talked about it. The fact that we see Clowny using his ultimate just for a pick on the map, Rogue would instantly punish that. They would punish them not having the Stand United, and so it was.
Rogue is so cohesive. It's just a beauty to watch. Look at the KDAs. Look at how evenly they're spread across the entire
I'm just trying,
team.
man. I'm trying to say, yeah, there's still hope for Sapa, but it's like, I don't know. Run, Lucchesi, run.
What can you do when the
can
wallets are this big? He can flash away. And this is what I love to see. You have to hunt it to 0 though, because he does have the ultimate available. And in the end, we will see Clowny going to the death realm. That's 4 people. And there is a Baron buff available.
Can he kill him?
Zagenda, are you going to find the kill? It's a 1-for-1 trade. He even sustains more. They need to get back to the base. They can't waste this much time. And in the end, yes, they killed the Mordekaiser, but at what cost?
I mean, they had to sacrifice their Shen, they had to sacrifice their mid lane tier 2, they had to sacrifice their top lane tier 2, they're most likely gonna have to sacrifice their base, because Rogue having the Baron right here means they can hard push any lane they very well damn please.
And there's so many ultimates still available. We see Chocolat with the Shockwave still there for his team, and they're looking for it. They're hungry. They want to do this. They have traded 1-for-1, and here comes Tasteless on the re-engage. Chocolat immediately finds yet another Shockwave, and so much damage coming through. They don't even get Chocolat. He's still kiting away in the backline, and even though it's a 4 versus 5, Rogue does not care. They will take the team fight, and with the Baron buff, I'm sure this is going to be a dominating win for the number 2 seed in the Ultra League. They're going to chase down the base. A triple kill for Warlight. And what a masterful performance here from Rogue. Sup came close at moments, but it wasn't enough.
That is an insane display of raw skill coming in from Rogue. And I feel like, you know what, there might be an in-team vendetta. Chocolat is trying to catch up to Zagenda where it comes to KDA and being the pop-off player. At least he's won that one in my heart.
I mean, if you see Oriana performances like this...
Stop!
It's, young, guys, it's...
Just stop.
Just...
Stop. What is called beating a dead horse? Just stop doing that.
Yeah.
How did my book get there? Ooh. Come over here.
All in all, Sup tried, but it is definitely a masterclass from Rogue. And if you're Movistar and you see a Rogue like this looking so clean, looking pristine,
and
knowing
you
what
didn't
the win
look
conditions
clean.
are... No, you did not. I'd be a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Are you?
Oh, you know what? We're going to go on to a very quick break. We're going to come back, break this down. And after that, we have one of the most insane games coming. It's going to be Movistar versus Go Rogue.
Honestly, I can't wait.
Or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
I got a shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he tryna skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date.
What a performance there. Welcome back to the European Masters. My name is Maurits Chronicler Milse, joined by Georgia Troubling Paras. And the first game of the day was a very, very exciting close match. Unfortunately for SupUp, Rogue just looked too good.
They just looked so polished. And honestly, you said a
Polished?
word.
They did, though. They did.
You said a word that was disciplined. And when I think of discipline, I think of a Go Rogue. They don't go into a game thinking, who are we playing against? Can we play more loose? No. They have a game plan and they execute it. It doesn't matter who their opponent is. They will play the game in the best way possible. No matter if you are a solo queue team, a Clash team, an ERL team, an LEC team, or an LCK team. They will try to play the best game versus you. And this is honestly something I mad respect about a Go Rogue. And honestly, we've been talking about Sigenda. I think Tekolad is making a great case about who is the real carry on a Go Rogue.
That's how you can see the quality in a team, where you can make a case for anyone in this game. Because Trimby's Rakan was also insane, right?
And supports always go under the carpet, you know, you just don't see them.
Yeah. And all in all, it's just the discipline, the execution, the respect that they have for their opponents, but simultaneously the decisiveness and just the mechanical play. It's just everything looked good, everything looked great. This is what you want to see from a team that, barring Trimby, in this exact lineup, made semis last year. And if I'm seeing a Go Rogue and the Ultra League looking like this, as Movistar, I'm scared.
Oh, they're chasing.
They're chasing because they're even right now because Movistar lost against Gamer Legion.
And guess what? Our next game is going to be Movistar versus a Go Rogue.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the battle for first between them. And also it's going to be summer events time for Rogue because they couldn't close the win the last time. Honestly, I have to go back and say that the discipline wasn't just on the draft. The discipline isn't just on the plan. It's also on their players' fingers. The fact that Trimby was waiting for the exact right moment to press the R button, to give Chekola the chance to get the 4-man shockwaves was insane. The fact that they were so patient, waiting for all the defensive ultimates to fall onto Spooky and then follow through onto an engage, it is priceless. It is Rogue at their best. And if I was Movistar, I'd be extremely worried going forward.
That was what I was about to ask you. If you're Movistar, if you're an SLO fan, you're, okay, this is going to be our year. 2020, it's going to be the summer. SLO going to get an EU Masters win again. And then you start off with your team losing to the DAC region, which is fine, right? Game Legion looking incredible. But then you see Rogue looking like that.
And then you're going to make an argument that you're warming up as well.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. And then you see Rogue looking like that. And you have to play them just coming after such a hot match because they're playing back-to-back. I mean, it wasn't for Rogue, let's be honest. They look incredible. So how scared are you? Very? Exceptionally? Not at all?
If I have to take the way that Movistar were warming up the first week, and now I'll say if Movistar turn up the way I know they can, this is going to be another nail-biter like the previous game we've seen.
I can't wait. I really can't wait. Unfortunately, we do have to wait because we're going to go to a short break and then we'll see who is going to claim for now the first place in this group. Is it going to be Movistar Riders or is it going to be Rogue? Don't get anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. She got expensive taste, ayy. She got a slim, thick waist, ayy. Girl, it's not your face, it's your. Girl, it's not your. It's your face, ayy. Your girl in the nosebleeds, my girl in the courtside floor seats. Your girl afforded me, I'ma take my girl to Dior this week. All my women slim, thick, and athletic. She ain't my girl and she ain't got a pedic. All my women gotta fit my aesthetic. She ain't your girl, she right here in my section. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
I got a
okay.
shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he tryna skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date. If we go on a date, gotta blow on my cake. But don't hit me if it's tiny. Girl from Escape. Need studs for my ears, Louis scarf for my hairs. Latest bag from Chanel, and I ain't trying to wait. I'm trying to meet the plug, no sockets. Deep so is my pockets. Time Ford Hills with the locket. Get me, he better lock it.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay.
Welcome back to the European Masters. My name is Chronicle. With me is Troubling, and I was already excited for the game that's going to be coming up, Rogue versus Movistar, even before we knew that Movistar were going to take a loss to Gamer Legion, because now all of a sudden, group is open, and if you don't make it out of the group, you don't make it to quarterfinals.
If you don't make top 2, you don't make playoffs.
Yes, important, because that's what you want. And you know, if you're the Spanish Shavers here, I'd be a little bit scared for the Polish team, because they look insane.
They absolutely do. And also, these two teams, they have history because in the first game of the group stage that they played versus each other, it was an absolute bloodbath. It was actually Rogue understanding that the win condition for Movistar lies within Elyoya. Elyoya makes the team at the start and then the rest follow. He's the carry superstar jungler for the SLO and they tried to choke him down and they did it. They managed it for the majority. Rogue lost having a gold lead in that game and that shows because we've talked about Movistar and how easy they are to capitalize on mistakes, to basically cut your hand off if you get close enough with the finger. And then Rogue just had one or half of a bad fight. Movistar ended the game on that.
And that's the Movistar that we saw last week, the team that no matter what situation, that when they were looking like they were able to bounce back and actually find the win. But then I'm looking at the Movistar today and I'm seeing constantly going for fights against a composition that is kind of expected to outfight you, not the clean gameplay that we kind of come to expect from them. And in the end, that crucial clutch factor that got them the win against Rogue last week, it wasn't there. And that is something that I'm really worried about because this is a battle for first place. If you win this game as either Movistar or Rogue, your chances of making out of the group are looking very good. Whereas if you lose, all of a sudden, you're close to what I imagine is a very hungry Gamer Legion.
I was about to say Gamer Legion is going like this to whichever team loses. And it's even better for them if actually a Go Rogue loses because they play them at the end of the day. And it's most likely going to be the decider of who is going to take the second seed. So Movistar just want to completely exclude themselves for that. They want to win here and try to make it through straight away.
The pressure on both of these teams is going to be immense, and Rogue are just coming off of a win, a very, very explosive win, very disciplined, very clean, whereas Movistar, of course, took a great upset in losing against Gamer Legion. Now, in terms of drafts, we see an Ornn ban here, which is something that I don't think we've seen a lot. And even though last game it wasn't enough, Movistar Riders says we still have faith in Elyoya, and with how good this guy is, I can't really blame them.
Yeah, and Graves would be kind of like a no-brainer. There's not necessarily a champion that hard counters him. There's been a lot of arguments for Nidalee, but Nidalee has to find you, to fight you first. Nidalee needs to have priority in her lanes to fight you. And Zanzara doesn't necessarily strike me as the guy who would do that. He's more of the facilitator. The Skarner is open. You can very well play that. You have Ashe in the bot lane, already priority for you. So it's all set up. Or you can go to something that has just worked for you. He said it was pretty insane, and he went so even in the jungle with the Graves.
I would not be surprised if you just pick up the Orianna here as well, if Movistar don't pick it up, because it worked so well for Rogue.
Either that, or Seeker's just going to take it right here. Because it makes a good case with the Graves as well. You can sort of give him the shield, speed him up. He's going to be kiting much easier if you want to take it away from Tekolad, of course. And I wouldn't necessarily be surprised.
Now, last time this pick didn't work out that well for Harvard. Had the unfortunate fade of being...
He's trying again, man. He's not giving up.
Well, this time, he's probably not going to play into like 4 melees, 4 of which are like semi-tanks or actual tanks. So hopefully he'll have a better time this time, because we know that Harvard can actually hard carry these kind of games. And as a whole, Movistar, I still have faith in them. I think that they do need a decisive win here if they want to like reassert themselves. As you said, as a team where we feel like they're not just going to get out of groups. They actually have a shot at making it all the way, at getting the SLO, their coveted win. But they are looking kind of dire after last game. More importantly, it's who they're up against.
I kind of like the draft though here because they're pulling away the Thresh. They're like, if you want to go for a Rakan, you can. Thresh counters him into lane. Thresh roams together with a Rakan so he can follow through. And also you're saving your 2 ADs, which is both the Graves and the Jhin. Do they miss position with the Lantern? Of course, Tekolad had a fantastic performance onto that Orianna, so he's going for it again. I don't blame him. I just loved seeing it. But what I want to see from Movistar right now is that Rakan ban, because it was extremely scary.
It was. And Trimby has looked excellent in general. One interesting thing, though, is that Rogue this time does pivot away from the Ezreal, which is something they favor time and time again, which means that possibly we're going to see a little bit less tendencies of Trimby to like really roam as much with Zanzara as he otherwise would. And of course, Movistar also not a stranger to having Elyoya and Rux roam around the map and look for openings. Now, Chico's Azir, not going to play against that. That is something that I can understand, because I feel like if there was one player that made the last game against Gamer Legion feel close, it was Chico.
Oh, absolutely. We were waiting for this huge Azir ultimate to happen. And had he been tiny bit ahead, had he had a death cap, it could have potentially been turned around. You don't want to be taking the 50-50s. You don't want to be saying, what if Seeker falls behind again? He won't be able to carry. Because right now, it feels bad, man, with the Orianna in lane. Because you have to go close, you have to last hit, then the Azir is poking you. So get it out of the way instantly and force Seeker on something else that is not a control mage.
I'm very curious where the draft is going to go from here, because Rogue, last game, they went for a teamfight style thus far. They've been kind of pivoted towards that, and the Tom Cans would really solidify that. Yeah, not a fan.
Not a fan at all, because I just really enjoy the playmaking potential from Trimby.
Yeah.
I loved his Rakan. He's always been roaming the map together with Sanzara to get Chocolate ahead, to get Sigenda ahead. I understand obviously that you have to give the counter pick to Sigenda in the top lane, but the Tom Cans here, I'm like, sure, Abyssal Voyage, I guess. Okay.
If you think about high impact, flashy...
It's kind of like a Twisted Fate with a backpack.
Yeah, but then you're bottling fish instead of, like, actually having
It's a Twisted Fate with a backpack, Chronicler.
Okay, I'll take it. Sure. I'm trying to think about how I would really... What do you even say? A Twisted Fate? Sure, Twisted Fate with a backpack.
Yeah, Twisted Fate moves across the map on his own.
Okay, yes,
But
Chico.
the SLO
Yeah.
love their LeBlancs, and Seiko has actually dismantled Knight when he was playing LeBlanc.
Yep.
So I don't think Chocolate is going to be that easy to walk into lane with a call this time.
No, I don't think he
He
should
might
try
have to go on these mercs instantly. Oh, yes.
That is a pick.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is going to create a lot of action, and it is... Watching Zigenda on a carry, it's really nice. It's beautiful. It's sight to behold, and we focused a lot on Zigenda, but it was really Chocolate, as you already pointed out, combined with the rest of Rogue, who was pivotal, rather, in winning that game.
I think this time it tips up on top lane again.
Yeah.
So last time it was Chocolate, now it's going to be Sigenda, because he's playing the Camille, man. Sigenda is known for the Camille. He's playing against Binzu. Binzu's taking a more laid-back, usually, approach to it, because you have Elyoya, Siko, and Hava. You're like a triple threat team. You don't need Binzu to play a carry as well. Now on the Gangplank, he's going to be a carry later on, but he can just chill back and relax. It's going to be up to Zanzara and Sigenda finding the picks on that top side, setting the Gangplank behind, and also setting up Sigenda for that split push.
And setting up Sigenda is a generally pretty good way to win. And they also, in that, vein, I understand the Tom Canch. Just get the safety, right? Keep him safe.
I still don't like Tom Canch.
Make sure Wulai can play the game. I get it. Just, you're going to give up a lot of agency, but that is just something that you're going to have to accept. Movistar Riders and Rogue. It's the Ultra Liga versus the SLO. Both teams currently 3-1. And winner takes first place in this group. Coming into this day, it's not something that I think a lot of us expected with the amazing upset the Gamer Legion found. There's even more tension in this game than there would otherwise be.
Oh, you don't want to be getting anywhere near Gamer Legion right now. You don't want to be the team that loses here. Not because you're not necessarily getting first seed, but because Gamer Legion is right on your tracks, and they've looked phenomenal in that first game.
Sorry, Spooky. Even though Spooky didn't have the most amazing game, unfortunately, last game, and Rogue was too strong for him. Are they going to be too strong for Movistar as well, or was it just a one-off fluke game from Movistar? Are they going to bounce back with the vigor that we've kind of come to expect from them, as domestically, Movistar just have not been touched. No one can match them, not even remotely.
And the thing is, I love that you mentioned domestically, because the SLO was still going on while we had a week off for EU Masters. These guys were not just getting screams, they were getting official games in the SLO that they could practice everything they wanted on.
Yeah, they were 6-0. They just played 6 games and won them all. It's a pretty good sign, as we see some early training coming through. And I saw Chico's LeBlanc last week as well. That is not something that is very fun to play against.
Don't want to mess with it.
No, he knows his limits very well, and will kill you if you are not remotely careful. But Chocolate, of course, not a laner to scoff at in his own way. Now, what can we expect from the early game here?
I don't think, again, there's much that's going to be going on. You usually, if you're Elyoya, you want to play around Zico because you see that Zico is able to push the lane. He's able to punish Chocolate, which means that wherever Elyoya chooses to move, you can take the LeBlanc with you and sort of bully Zanzara away from his jungle. This is why you saw Zanzara started on the top side, get these Wraiths up and going, take them away because, you know, they're very susceptible to be stolen away by a Graze, and due to Zico having so much prior in the mid lane, you want to make sure you stay as far away as possible.
That was actually a really nice hawk shot and didn't even find anyone. Is that enough? But it might be enough information just by the path that you see.
Yeah, you see basically which camps are cleared, so you know where his top side because you see the red buff gone. You see the Wraiths are gone. On the other hand, if we're talking Rogue, I just want to see all for one. I want to see Zanzara going up the top lane for Sigenda. I want to see this Camille skyrocketing into the mid game. I want to see the Sheen early on because right now she's sort of getting bullied by Binzo on the gangplank.
Early levels of Gangplank, not too great to play against the true damage burn.
Oh, no.
And this is the kind of stuff that you want to do. You have recognized the carry last time.
Zico's going to go through a ward, though.
It was the other way around. Zagenda off on his own here is able to heal a little bit with the tactical sweep, but with Chico there as well. I don't know how long he can stay alive. Teleport is available. They're not even going to bother. Zagenda stays alive for a really long time. In the end, it's going to be first blood with a attempt at a return kill in bot lane, but it's not enough. Movistar Riders making a statement here with first blood.
That was great stuff right there for Movistar. You see Rogue tried to pull the trigger. It didn't necessarily work for them. But what Sigenda did very well there is he blew the flashes of both Elyoya and Binzu. Now, it's going to have to be Binzu being scared of Zanzara running up there. What I didn't see, though, was that bot lane attempt for a dive, because I see that Zanzara has also lost his flash, so it might not be as easy to catch Binzu on the top side. So all in all, I feel like Movistar have got the upper hand.
To be fair, if there's one character where you don't care that you don't have your flash, it's Hackstack Sad. Right? Like, if there's one situation where, like, it's a bit unfortunate, right? I'd rather have for some summoners.
It was more like about Zanzara trying to cut Binzu in the top lane, flashing for that face breaker, and he's not going to have the ability to do that right now. Fish in the face.
Yep.
Minion in the face.
Yeah.
With a fish flavor.
Trimby not having any chill, making sure that Hava can't back that, and that's actually quite annoying for him. It's going to keep him in the lane a lot longer.
And I like that from Warlight and Trimby because they need to stay. The Ashe has pretty okay back timers because she can go back and just grab long swords or attack speed daggers. She doesn't care. But usually you'll see Jin wanting to go back on a BF sword. If you keep bullying him, if he has to leave his lanes, Chocolate.
Chocolate really respects Chico.
He saw Rux and Elyoya coming in. So
I like that flash.
Back to the Jin. Hava's going to have to take a back timer where he buys the BF sword for his build. This is why Woolite and Trimby are pushing him. They're pushing him basically in a back that's not beneficial. Woolite is back with a BF sword.
Woolite going to feel very, very good about the state of the lane. And that's versus Swifties.
Boots.
Yeah, that means Hava's just going to,
It's very fast.
Yeah, but he's not going to try and interact with the Ashe because that's not going to go very well. And Chocolate's respecter for Sheikah also said a lot about the caliber of player that you're dealing with. Of course, with the roam from Rux and Elyoya also coming in, just need to respect that. Can't really get any snowball on this LeBlanc.
So that is two lanes that Elyoya can choose and look to fight in. Chocolate, no flash. Sigenda, even juicier, because he has no teleport either.
It's action brewing, but I can also just see him. It's a LeBlanc with flash. I'm not sure if we can really do anything here. It looks like that will be the case. As top lane, that early dive really
they're going up
to
again.
fruition. They're going again, and this is interesting because this time Zanzara is there. He doesn't know that he is going to get created by two people coming into his jungle. He'll spot them now. And he's actually in a fairly safe position as he does get chained. Still has the Haymaker available. He's going to try and get underneath his turret. And I think that's going to be the end of it because a 3 vs 2 dive against this is a little bit of a risk.
And look at that. While this is going on, Hava and Rux have actually moved into the mid lane to try and push so Chocolate doesn't get free plates in the mid lane. They deny this from the Orianna. And then they're also going to make their away down bot lane and try to cash in there as well. I do like this play coming in from Movistar because I don't necessarily think that, oh,
This is a lot of damage on Trimby. He is in turret range. Still has the Grey Elf available. Will give himself a shield, but there comes the Cannon Barrage. In the end, it's not enough to flash forward from Hava in an attempt to get it. Now Woolite looking for the retaliation.
He's tanked the whole Gangplank gold.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's not afraid. And all in all, gold fairly even, but you can sense the tension in this game. Don't forget, #1 seed versus #2 seed. These two teams have a rivalry between the two of them, and the winner takes #1 in this group.
I can see the respect actually between these two teams on the Rift because they're playing on the edge, and you see that when they're right on the edge and they could lose it all but win it all, they just pull back. They don't want to take the 50-50. They don't want to take the risk of losing that early. So they're just going to allow each other a little bit of room. Don't forget, in the previous game that we saw Rogue versus Sapap, Rogue allowed Sapap to get the first dragon. They allowed them the first Rift Herald, and then they played on the win conditions. You see here, we said a Woolite with the BF sword versus Hava with the boots. That means that the Ashe is going to be able to take more trades. You see that the Orianna... Tecalad's Orianna is going into a different path. We haven't necessarily seen the tier coming out at first. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see even a Luden's Echo. I don't know if he wants to go for the tier, a second item. Right now it helps him more on the trades because he gets the AP in with a Lost Chapter, and it's kind of scary if you go tier on the Orianna versus LeBlanc, because you won't be able to trade as easy. Yeah. And you won't have the raw power of your shield to protect you from the LeBlanc as well.
Don't have a lot of threat, and I can imagine that you are looking for an item that spikes maybe a little bit earlier, because I think Movistar is not a team that you can give too much space. If you give them too much space, they're going to snowball on you. And this is where we see Aoyoya actually find a big lead, right, against the set. Because we saw this matchup before, a very different picture then.
Hey, he's almost 20 CS ahead, 9 minutes in. Zanzara is the one playing catch-up now. It's not that easy for him. But then again, you cannot let Elyoya run away with it. You see that Movistar have fully reset. Everyone has got one control ward in their inventory, and they're looking now to play for the top side of the map. Very clinical from the SLO's first seed right here, taking the dragon, moving their bot lane to the top side, and now going for that Rift Herald with 5 control wards in their pockets.
Tension is brewing in this game, and Zanzara is going to go for the first play. Flashes in on top of Rocks, who's trying to stall for as long as he can. Reinforcements are on their way. We see Aoyoya and Shiko coming into the river, but Yava catch them, will get taken down. That's the first kill coming through with Trimby. Little bit overextended as Shiko goes in, finds Chocolate. Or does he? He gets out somehow, and Trimby is now finding the rest of the team. Aoyoya flashes forward, and maybe a little bit of an attempt to save their own has backfired here, but Chocolate, yet again, these shockwaves are not okay as they chase them down. No mana bars, no damage available, and Movistar Riders is going to fall behind against Rogue, get the better end of this skirmish.
The discipline, the patience that a Go Rogue are showing on the Rift are insane! I'm going mad, I'm thinking, use your shockwave, use your shockwave. No! He's used it so perfectly. Woolite might be in a lot of trouble. He does have his plus available if he needs it. He doesn't even... They have no chill, like you say. They have absolutely...
No,
these
Woolite
guys,
has chill.
No, they have no blood running in their veins. These guys are cold.
Yeah. The Frosty Archer is doing an incredible job here. Now you're against a 3-0 Ashe.
I want to see that replay because what you didn't see in this fight was the face breaker from Zanzara to stop the lantern from Hava. That was absolutely beautiful. And Rogue managed to pull ahead in gold. This is what they want, get that Ashe ahead. And then Woolite is going to be such a big factor in zoning them away. Saying that though, they were the last ones to survive, the last ones to reset, so Movistar are able to get the Herald.
And it just feels like highlight play after highlight play from Chocolate on the Orianna here. And I think these are the types of games where as an enemy you go, maybe we should just not let him have that anymore. And Movistar, they've been behind against Rogue. Last time Rogue didn't get away with it. Movistar narrowly escaped a loss. But imagine if they lose this game and then it's in-game Allegiant's hand, because if they win all the rest of their games, then all of a sudden it's looking really dire. And that's not something that I would have expected at the start of this day.
Absolutely not, but I have to say, I'm really excited for this game that we're playing right now because both of these teams are fired up and ready to fight it all tooth and nail on the Rift. They've both been fighting from the very beginning. Zico on his LeBlanc, very crucially has not taken off yet, which gives a lot of room to Chocolate to try and get his defensive items in, survive the laning phase, and then get these game-breaking shockwaves that we saw in the top side of the map as well.
If you don't make it out of your group, you don't go to quarterfinals.
Are you
Keep this in mind.
Are you quoting Medic?
No
If you
comments.
don't make top 2,
No
you
comments.
don't make
No
playoffs.
comments. I mean, you want to make playoffs, right? You want to get to the quarters, and neither the #1 seed, definitely not the #1 seed of the SLO, is going to be happy, but Rogue is feeling the same way. They want to get out of this group. They need to get out of this group. And the pressure on both these teams thus far has paid off more for Rogue. They seem to be able to handle a little bit more, but we need to not overreact, because when it comes down to the actual leads, it's only 700-800 gold.
This is more than the game we're just watching. This is more than the first seed. This is the SLO. This is Movistar making a case, getting revenge for Ultra Legal, knocking them out in Spring Split on semi-final. It was kickback then, and a Go Rogue are following through with the tradition.
That loss must have hurt, and Rogue don't want to see Movistars take the win this time.
Oh,
they want to
Sigenda coming
repeat
in.
history as the teleport is going to come in from Sigenda. That is an immediate pickup on top of Bean, so I don't think they can take him away. He flashes over, but Sigenda finds him. And in the end, that will be a kill, will be the pickup. Shiko goes in, maybe looking for
having a look.
cheeky steal. Just checking, making sure. Are they still doing Drake? They are still doing Drake.
Excuse me, sirs, do you have a second to talk to you about my LeBlanc for a minute?
I would really like that Drake. And they're like, no, no, we're not giving you the Drake. Rogue. The decisiveness, the discipline. We saw it last game, and we're seeing it again.
This is very clinical. We allow the first dragon to go through. We know where our power sparks lie. We know where we want to fight. We allow the herald to go through. Now that we're ahead, now that we have the gold lead, now that Woolite is fed, now we're going to start forcing the fights. They have the engage, they have the tools, they have the lockdown, and Movistar are playing catch-up at this point.
Now, this is something that Movistar have excelled at. As we keep saying, they're a team that you can't give an inch. You can't give them even
Oh,
no
here it is
matter
again.
how far behind they are. As it's again, it's free
The
man.
trio of success.
You need free man to take down Zagenda, but he might very well go down. He just needs to stall for as long as he can. As the Hextech ultimatum available, flashes out. And Chocolate, in the end, not enough sustain available to keep his teammate alive. Ayoya will be the sacrificial lamb, and Chocolate is going to go big on Chico. Doesn't find him in the end. He keeps chasing, he forces the flash, and meanwhile in the bot lane, there's another skirmish going on. Kurtingall gets used. But Woolite and Trimby are not afraid at all, and this is first turret blood, and if they're not careful, it might be more! How long are they going to fight underneath this turret? That's already half are going down.
Chocolate!
The munch! The kill! As Woolite grabs it, he flashes a little bit awkwardly, but in the end it's enough. And Rogue are looking incredible.
You thought they were diving Rogue. Sigenda had it all figured out. He survives long enough for the cavalry to arrive. They're killing the bot lane, they're killing the mid lane, they're killing the jungle, they're killing everyone. You said it yourself. If I was Movistar and I saw the previous game from Rogue, I'd be so extremely scared. Chocolate might be scared too.
Yeah, I think Chocolate is really scared as Chico finds him, and last time it went well, this time it will not go well. So the shutdown comes through. Money will go to Beansu on the gangplank. Very happy with that gold. My main point being, it's such a good year to be a fan of Polish League of Legends, because they're looking insane.
The Ultra League are getting the third seed and they're looking like they deserve it because they're so strong. Look at all the poke from Woolite. Woolite is a whole item ahead at this point. They can do whatever they please in the bot side. They're very much a straight up diver.
This discipline as well.
Well, this is going on.
Incredible.
Chocolate also chases Sicko in the top lane and kills him off too. It's a display of skill.
It's such a pure display. And the thing is, it feels like even if someone does get taken down, there's immediate retaliation. Because every time we've seen a kill, there's been follow-up. There's been something that they gain in
that was
advance.
literally the whole map fighting.
Yep.
Top, mid, and bot were
Yep.
fighting at the same time.
So
you
much
see how
action.
these two teams really want it.
And once again, Movistar are looking for it. Are they not? Biting off more than they can chew again. Woolite, a lot of damage on rocks, but Ayoya is coming in for the flank. The tanking comes through from Zanzara. Curtain's caught, and they have a lot of sustain available, but I'm not sure where the stat is this tanky. Last shot on the Curtain goal is gonna be held for very long, and it's gonna be dodged. And with Chocolate there as well, I don't think he can overchase this one, Movistar.
It's a 4v5, but Tekolat is so strong right now that you cannot necessarily make the move to try and dive another tower. It didn't go well last time. Just wait until you have your power spikes. It's only 2,000 gold that's separating these two teams, and then it's enough scaling on the side of Movistar to say, okay, we chill now because we scale. Rogue doesn't want to allow that though.
They're not having any of it, and they are going to go really, really
Zico?
deep. They won't let them. Chico goes in with the poke, follow up with the Cannon Barrage as well. Woolite needs to respect it because the LeBlanc damage is absurd, and we know how dangerous he is. In the end, they will pick up the Rift Herald, and despite the smite, not enough to cancel it. Chico, though, might be the sacrificial lamps. Again, that is looking for him, but
Where
it's a
did the fish
LeBlanc.
go? Oh,
So
mid-lane.
incredibly slippery, and I'm not sure. As a Woolite, do you really want to find Chico, or does Chico find you? We know the turn potential available with the LeBlanc, and he goes the other way, yet again, and he will get spotted by the wards as he goes over. Chico, are you kidding me? This man is insane. I have no words.
This is the LeBlanc player that we have in the league, so if this guy couldn't pull this off, I don't know who would, but I just want to give props on how careful Woolite is playing. He has a 650 gold bounty on his head. He's 5-0. You definitely don't want to be giving away kills and bounties over to Zico. And if there was one ADC in my head that plays extremely careful all the time while having the most damage output, that would be Woolite. The way he plays his Ezreal, the way he plays the Ashe, the way he plays the more supportive, let's say, ADCs is insane. It enables his team, it enables Sigenda to go in and carry, Tekola to go in and carry, and just the cohesion of Rogue, it just looks too clean. On the other hand though, being too clean is bread and butter for breakfast from Movistar because they beat the clean with over-aggression.
It's 2.6k that Rogue are currently up. They are looking towards this Drake.
It's probably only Ashe.
Yeah, I don't think that they can really contest this, and they're looking to rotate towards top and pick up some objectives there. But Rogue are currently in the lead for this game. What do Movistar need to do? Is it finding Woolite? Is that enough? Because then I look at Chocolate, then I look at Zagenda, and I'm like, if the game progresses, those guys can hard carry as well.
I'm pretty sure that Zico can actually take a side lane in the end. I feel like the Jhin, Thresh, and Graves is a pretty strong trio to sit in the mid lane while you're allowing the split push. At this point, I don't necessarily think their carries are strong enough to try and pull a fight. You kind of have to play towards the side lane, have Zico together with Elyoya shadowing him, probably on a side lane, try to pick Sigenda or Chocolate while they're trying to push in the wave. It's picks that will make Movistar come back into this game because they don't necessarily have the heavy engage to stay in a fight or engage a fight themselves.
And that might be a problem as you get further and further into the game, right? Because we've seen how much easier it is to actually find the big plays if you are the one who can pull the trigger. Because if you're not able to do that, you're always going to be fighting on your opponent's terms. And against Rogue, without it playing thus far, I wouldn't feel too comfortable with that.
Yeah, the hard thing is that when you're playing a LeBlanc, when you're playing an Assassin, and that Assassin doesn't necessarily fall behind because she's even with Chocolate, but if you don't necessarily pop off, and your opponents are allowed to build defensive items.
Yeah.
Right here, you see that Chocolate does have the Seraphs
look at
completed. You see Woolite, he bought the Hexdringer, he's not falling anytime soon. You see Zanzara, he's most likely going for the Solari to try and help his team stay alive through the burst. So there's going to be so many tools and items that are coming in to stop Zico from doing that much damage.
Chico finds
Hello?
Zanzara. Oh, does
Hello,
Zanzara
Cancer,
find
can I
Chico?
talk to you about something?
Hello, you took my Drake. Actually, never mind. I'm a little bit scared of you. Zanzara finds a sidestep, and it is Rogue dictating the pace, but with how the last game went, you can never count out Movistar.
Oh my.
Hava gets taken very low. Chico goes in deep, and will be taking a lot of damage. They're throwing a lot here on Zanzara, and in the end, he will be taken very, very low. Chico doesn't find the damage this time.
No.
And Rux now, surely he will get taken down as the kill is found by Chocolate. Rogue know their limits so well.
They have no blood. I'm telling you, there's no blood keeping them warm. They're absolutely
They don't
cold.
die.
They just don't die. Sigenda has been pushing the whole time in that bot lane. He knew he wasn't needed for Rogue to do this because the team fight that's coming out of Rogue is so far more superior than Movistar. Chico needs to find an opening for then Movistar to force something, and it's just not possible due to the item discrepancy that's happening between these two teams right now. Everyone is protected. You see the Solari might come in from even Trimby. There's just so much magic resist. The only one who doesn't have magic resist is Sigenda. He doesn't even care because he's not even there. He's just in the side lane.
Yeah. And eventually with the Camille, you're going to reach a point where almost no one can really make a take a good shot at you, although with how good Shiko is...
I mean, you can try, and then Rogue are going to pull the trigger on a Baron.
As a Shiko. And you can kind of starting to... I feel like some desperation from Movistar as well, as they might be looking for an engage on Zanzara yet again. Oyoya standing in the flank, but has been scouted out. Shiko going for a little bit of poke. And he's trying, and he needs to. Zanzara flashes over. There is the Hextech ultimated coming down on Rocks. The arrow not finding anyone, and maybe Rogue oversteps this time as the Camille gets almost taken down, but Trinity having a pivotal position there. Shockwave finds Rocks. The re-engage comes through, and yet again, Rogue keep getting away with this.
It's impossible, and they're one more.
They're not even satisfied yet. They keep looking, they keep searching. And the only people getting caught are Trimby, who doesn't care because he's
Sigenda should have died. 10 times he should have died there.
Right?
But he was in such a small spot where Trimby was able to walk in, gobble him up, and then spit him back out. And then after that happened, and Movistar knew that they didn't have any more engage to follow up with, Rogue re-engaged on them because they had even more tools. Sika has a lot of tools to get away. He might not have his flash, but he has his ultimate and he has his W as well. He'll be able to get out.
None if he goes in.
He doesn't have his W.
There is the Hex Flash coming in from Zanzara. No CC chain though, due to the nice distortion out, and now Rock's immediately looking for the re-engage. But I'm scared of these re-engages because it feels like Movistar is doing or trying to do what they've done every single time, which is fight back, bounce back, find an opening. But then it turns out it's not an opening, it's a bait from Rogue.
Thing is, even if Rox gets a great hook on someone, does Shiko have the damage to eliminate them instantly? No. And if he doesn't, that means you don't necessarily have any consistent damage because Hava is playing the Jhin. He's trying to create space for you to work with onto the LeBlanc and the Graves, but if you can't execute anyone, the hook that you landed doesn't necessarily mean anything, while Rogue can keep on re-engaging after re-engaging after re-engaging on you and try to find picks and brute force on you. They are only 3,000 gold in the lead, but the builds and the items they have feel like this is a 10k lead for Rogue.
Drake now being done by Zanzara, this third Drake, Soul Point just giving over nearly with it because they can't actually do anything about it. They have vision. They know this is happening.
You can't walk in.
But it's impossible. This is the #1 seed from the SLO. A team that went 6-0 in the domestic playoffs.
Went 3-0 in the first week.
And they're looking like they're about to be dismantled by the second league of the Ultra League. The Ultra League with such a blowout performance last EUM. There was a possibility for an all-Polish finals. And if I'm seeing the performance from Rogue here, if I'm seeing how well Kick has played thus far, I would not be surprised if we're getting close to that yet again now. All in all, Movistar Riders have won a game where they were further behind, but how are they going to do that, Trouble?
I think it's extremely hard with the composition they have right now. Shiko needs to find an opening, but who's gonna be your target? It has to be Sigenda. You have to get Sigenda out of the way and then pray on a 4v5 that you can win due to Fog of War. You see now that Shiko's moving down there, but Sigenda instantly respects that.
And this, of course, is also the inevitability with the Camille. If you reach your items, doesn't matter if you're 0-2, right? You got dive twice. You don't care.
I think he's giving the KDA lead over to Chocolate on this in this day.
Yeah. I'm sure Chekhov's very happy about it. Although Warlock might also be making a strong case here with the 6-0-3 Ashe.
Very pretty skin.
Gorgeous.
Wait.
Hello.
It's coming in.
Hello. So again, they're getting a little bit of reinforcement.
Thank you, observers.
Chico! Warlight, are you kidding me? Once again, that immediately finds the follow-up kill, but is now stuck alone here. The teleports comes through. Movistar Riders, they look for the kills. And they will be able to trade at least 1-for-1. Now Chocolate on the chase. The box providing enough defensive capabilities here for Movistars to engage. But that was a tense moment with what looked like a clean dive at the start.
There were two people smurfing it right there. One was Warlight throwing that arrow from base, and the second one is our observers for catching this on such a close-up. That was absolutely beautiful by the Rogue ADC. He's making a case of who can hit more arrows from far away, from like halfway across the map. Is it going to be Pukistal or is it going to be Woolite? It doesn't matter because they're both from the Ultra Liga.
Yeah. The amount of accuracy on that is absolutely insane. Ultra Liga is making such a strong statement, and we keep getting back to this because it's so impressive. Because we expected Movistar to be fine today. Not have any difficulties, and here we are.
Honestly, I'll turn it around. We talked about when is Ultra Liga happy? When are they satisfied they got a third seed? 'Cause we've seen Pompa, they're a little bit underwhelming, sure. But like, if Pompa, let's say they never make it out, and then there's Rogue and Kick, when are we satisfied? Because they made semis and one team made finals.
It's only one way.
There's two ways. Either having, well, if you're having an all-final, all-Polish final, then you're gonna have a Polish victory. So, yeah, you're right. There's only one way. It's the victory.
You want the win.
Yeah, you want the win.
You'll take nothing but the win. And
I think they're making a good statement for it.
Chocolate is very lonely here. Fortunately, help is coming for him. Facebreaker finds Alyoya, an incredibly important target as the arrow this time goes wide. Zanzara gets hurt, but he doesn't really care. As again, I need to respect the damage coming through from Chico. In the end, Alyoya does go down, and now the chase comes through yet again. Curtain is called here, as Trimby is going to take those shots again. That goes forward. Find the Hextech ultimate. Double Chico. Cannon Barrage goes through. Are they going to get the kill on Chico? It's such a pivotal target. They get no kills as of yet, but I'm sure Beansu is going to get taken down in the very end as the Flash Tongue Lash comes through. And Rogue are chasing Movistar Riders down. They're going towards the Baron. They're looking towards the Soul. And are Movistar Riders really going to lose their #1 spot in this group?
They look like it. The plan was get Alyoya to shadow Chico. They're gonna make their last stand on this Baron, because if they lose it, it's game.
You can't afford to give this up. Chico, the man, is an absolute hero. We've seen him time and again. But so is Sajenda. He finds the blow up. And in the end, the Precision Protocol will way too much damage. Now Hava also going down if he's not careful. The backpack is there as the chase is so strong here from Rogue. Flashes are forced. Damage is done. With a nice hook there from Rux, he's going to get taken down himself, and Trimby's Devour means no follow-up, no return kills, and Rogue are looking dominant here.
I think Rogue is the best team-fighting-oriented composition team that we have in EG Masters right now. That was the plan. It was get Chico, get Alyoya to shadow him, try to pick off Chocolate or Shigenda. Chocolate survives way too long though, the cavalry's coming in, everyone is backing them up, and Zanzara even backs off for Chocolate to get the last hit onto the target, and from there, no, it's just a chase journey, trying to get as many picks as possible just to make the Baron much easier for them. And I believe that we might see the last stand right here. Sigenda's onto something. Right in the bot left corner.
In the end, the Lantern is coming through.
Oh, there's more.
And they'll keep him alive for now, but at what cost is Alyoya is chunked very deeply and giving him the Mountain Soul for LeBlanc. Playing against a Mountain Soul is not a fun experience.
You know what? The game is over. Medjais has been purchased.
Oh yeah, that is a...
That's a game breaker.
It's a 10-page thriller that Chocolate has currently in his inventory, and are they just going to end the game here? They're pushing through, they're making the case, they go for the Shockwave, Hava goes down, and Movistar Riders is the #1 seed of the SLO, really going to get dethroned here, or are they able to find a final stand here? Movistar Riders, it was looking so good for them, but the inhibitor goes down, Zagenda finds a kill, they chase him down, and there is nothing that can stop Rogue towards taking the first place in this group. Movistar Riders in shambles as the Ultra Liga crushes their hope yet again, with Rogue showing dominant performance after dominant performance, and I am simply in awe of what is being showed here by the Ultra Liga.
I think you set it up perfectly when you said, if I'm Movistar, I fumbled on my first game of the day, and I saw Rogue playing that decisive versus Sapap, what's gonna happen? Well, I'll tell you what, the same discipline, the same respect that Rogue showed to Sapap, they also showed to Movistar, who, in a caliber situation, Movistar are much higher on the books, right? They showed the exact same respect. And they're getting the respect of the world as well, because this is a team that's not coming here to play. They're not coming here to BM you, tell you that you're a worse team than them. They'll play you the same way. And they're shining right now. And I feel like it's kind of like adding insult to injury right here, because Movistar got knocked out in the semis, spring split from the Ultra Liga.
It's do or die.
That kind of brings back memories.
It does. It's do or die. It's all or nothing. These are the matches that you need to win. And if you don't have your day, we said it at the start, you might be in for a rough time. But then the fact that it's Movistar of all teams, the teams that were looking so good. They were 3-0 after the first week. Yes, there was some risk, but in the end, they always broke through. Yes. I mean, incredible. We have a lot to talk about, but we're going to do that after a short break. But don't go anywhere. Welcome back to week 2 of the European Masters. What a day. This is the most stacked the European Masters has ever been, because with that win, this group, it's pure chaos.
This is the most stacked we've seen Ultraliga.
Oh, yeah.
Because a Go Rogue might have made it into the semis and lost to LDLC last split, but they kind of went under the radar. They weren't having these explosive fights, these insane team fights. These explosive, players, we just didn't see any of that. But now, it's like clean and flashy at the same time, which we weren't necessarily expecting to see from Rogue. I mean, as the second seed from the Ultraliga, like Keek made a statement, Rogue are taking it back.
We called Movistar Riders the Spanish savior. We talked about the deep-seated need of the SLO.
Like, it's
They're
coming
hungry.
home, baby.
They're hungry.
It's coming home in the SLO.
They want that win so badly, and then to see your team have such a rough go puts so much pressure on the games that are being played later today, because Movistar are currently, as you said before, they're 0-2. Now, to see them lose against Sapab would be an absolute blowout. It's not something that I think a lot of people will expect. But more importantly, Gamer Legion now have their fate in their own hands.
And we also have to mention that when there's a team that has nothing to play for, such as Sapab, the pressure is alleviated off you, the stress is alleviated off you.
Just
you
flip.
play more freely.
Yeah.
You can actually flip and beat Movistar.
I can't get over how clean
This
Rogue is.
Movistar can be beat. And
Yeah.
Movistar from the first week cannot.
And there's so many of these moments where you started to play and you're like, is this really good for Rogue? But then it turns out they were in control all along. It's like
I think it was
Hold on.
Sigenda playing bait right there all the time.
I have a backup plan, and then you say, but I have a backup plan. Yeah, but my backup plan is way better.
I have a backup plan. It's actually my whole team
Yeah.
coming to my aid, and you weren't expecting it. I think here it was the Ultraliga outclass in the SLO, hands down. I think Go Rogue is the cleanest team we have seen on the Rift in 2 weeks. Sure, they play one play style, that is team fight, but they make that look so good. They're taking the top of the standings, but they haven't yet locked in playoffs. There is one scenario still remaining, and as we're gonna see in the schedule coming forward, I will explain to you what has to happen for a Go Rogue to not make it into playoffs.
And if you would have told me this at the beginning of this day, because we set it up, right? It's do or die. It's glory or guts.
So here you see, Gamer Legion, you said, are very close. Gamer Legion play 2 games. They have to win versus Sapab, and they have to win versus Gamer Legion. And then you said there's a no-brainer of Movistar beating Sapab. That is the only way that Rogue doesn't necessarily lock in playoffs, but they go to a tiebreaker, which means their fate is in their own hands, because Rogue plays Gamer Legion at the end of the day. Rogue was the one that shattered Movistar's dreams in this group, and Rogue can take away their seed if they beat Gamer Legion.
I'm going to say it again. It's the most stacked that we've ever seen EU Masters, because the fact that a 3rd seed can suddenly upset, the fact that the 2nd seed of the Ultraliga, a region that really has come into their own in 2020, all of a sudden finds such a performance is absolutely insane. And it makes every game that's being played for the rest of the day so much more important, because Gamer Legion, the pressure is on them now.
One more time for the people in the back. If you don't make top 2, you don't make playoffs. You're out of the tournament.
If you don't get out of groups, you don't get out of groups. It's really important that you win every single game coming forward.
It's really easy to win a game.
Yes.
Don't lose.
After the break, we're going to see whether or not that's going to happen. It's going to be a banger of a night. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the EU Masters, where we pit the very best ERL teams against one another while showcasing up-and-coming European talent. 12 regions will compete to decide who will reign supreme over Europe, so be the first to scout and the first to cheer. Let's get right into it. EU Masters begins with the play-in group stage, where all regions will have at least one team represented, with a total of 16 teams divided into 4 groups. Here, each team will play against other teams in their group twice, with the top 2 seeds moving on to the play-in knockout stage. The winners here will move on to the group stage, where 12 teams have already pre-qualified. This group stage is where the teams will compete in a double round robin, with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockout stage. From September 15th to 16th, like before, top seeds will play against the second seeded teams from other groups in a best of 3, with winners moving on to the semi-finals. Here the final 4 teams will play a best of 3 and fight for their spot in the finals, where it'll be a best of 5 to determine the next EU Masters champion. Each season, fresh talent explodes onto the Rift. The likes of Nemesis, Kazi, Selfmade and Humanoid all rose up through the EU Masters. But who will be this year's champion? Who will be the next breakout player to make it into the LEC? Join the ride, tag along, and witness history in the making. Bye for now.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European Masters. We've done a bit of a switcheroo here on the desks. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Gulborg as we're getting ready to go into our 4th game of the day. It's going to be Gamer Legion taking on Sup Up. Now, Sup Up, they've had a bit of a rough one so far. There was a bit of a challenge in their game, but they did get outclassed there. In Gamer Legion, bit of an upset of a win over Movistar Riders earlier on today.
And I think it just showed with Gamer Legion what they do so exceptionally well. The surprise factor in this team is absolutely incredible. The way that flex around with their picks. We've seen sometimes things like this can backfire when teams get too experimental. But in this environment, that's where Gamer Legion thrives.
Yeah, and in this game, you're looking at Rabble actually on your screen right now on the Heck Room. He was everywhere. He was always there for these fights, and it was a really, really solid game. This is obviously, we're looking at Woolite kind of getting his style on a little bit here. Sup Up obviously do chase him down.
I mean, this was such an amazing replay as well. Like, it just looks awesome. Come on.
It's just actually a little caught off guard by how the ultimate is kind of a little bit older, let's say. You can see here, though, the standings for Group B. A Go Rogue 4-1, Movistar Riders 3-2, Gamer Legion 2-2, and then Sup Up 0-4. This is the Group B day. Group B is decided here. We find out who are two teams who will be going through to their section of the quarterfinals today. So it's really all to play for the Group B teams. After this, they don't have any other chances. This is last chance saloon for them. Sup Up, I don't think they can do too much more from this point, but they can look to play in like upset. And with Gamer Legion getting a win over Movistar earlier on today, what that means is they've kind of thrown a bit of a hand grenade into the standings, because the standings were, when we came in today, we were like, right, this is going to be a 6-0 group for Movistar. They're going to be the best team here. And Gamer Legion went, no. There's going to be some contest, and now we've got 3 teams all looking to escape out. And Gamer Legion, a win here versus Sup Up is another step towards that. But we're into Champ Select now. The Hook champions have been taken away. They're taking away the Northless and the Fresh. And Hyunan's, he's going to have his Heimerdinger band away from him.
And here's the thing with it, right? Because Gamer Legion obviously notorious for being hard to prep against. And maybe that could benefit Sup Up in the sense that you got nothing to lose, or you can barely prep against this team.
Yeah.
So now what you need to now secure is just your own key strengths. Just get whatever that has success for you in the past and bring your A game with that. Because as Trouble mentioned earlier when we were watching these two teams play, not these two teams, but just Sup Up, she was saying that it's not because they're just getting outclassed generally. They are trying things all the time, but it's just that Sup Up Esports has never been used to this kind of pressure before, and it's been punished sometimes.
And we're seeing Rabble get his hands onto the Hecarim. He had such a good game. I highlighted that a minute ago, how he was all over the map. Going to get his hands onto that for himself. And now over to Sup Up. They're looking to see what they can take away. I feel the Shen's a good lock in here. Denies you from that kind of the pony Shen into the backline to deal with. And now looking towards the jungle, they lock in the Evelyn. So a bit spicy there getting that thrown down. And now Gamer Legion over to them. A lot of AD carries are left open. Only the Caitlyn denied. Got the likes of the Ashe, but you know Hyanan, he is flexible. We saw him play Swain earlier today. So there are, you know, a lot of open options here for Gamer Legion. And Sup Up, I feel like they're a little bit more limited.
But I really like the curveball they just throw in here. We were talking about how do we get these guys ahead. Well, we know Clowny is notorious for having great KDAs. He's one of the people just statistically that has been doing very well for the Sup Up roster. Spooky as well has been the driving force. We saw him on the Graves earlier today trying to make his moves, not succeeding. But this is something as I just explained. If you want to bring your A game, if you want to bring your style of play, just do it. Get it out there, and they've done it.
Alrighty, well, we'll see what the final pick here is for the side of Gamer Legion. It is going to be the Aurelia. Obviously, they got the Nico locked in, so that could go bot lane, that could go top lane, that could go mid lane. The Aurelia also flexible between mid and top. We did see Knight play the Aurelia earlier today, so I somewhat expect that to be the pickup for them. The VZZ going to get his hands onto the Ezreals, moving to the second stage here of this ban phase.
Well, I already like that we get some different damage profiles coming out from Gamer Legion. When you lock in the likes of Hecarim and Aurelia, you are being very reliant towards the AD tree. Now, when you have this Nico in state, you don't have to worry too much about the enemy building armor. Nico obviously been seeing a lot of play lately as well in the top side from Wunder and G2.
Yeah.
And he's been doing phenomenal with it. So I can't wait to see what Phones can pull off.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is going to go top lane, and they can also mix that damage profile up a little bit more by potentially locking something like that Swain in if they want to go bot lane. They combine it with the Maokai, and I actually really like Maokai into Ezreal because he shifts away, but if you've already got in range to Twisted Advance, you're just going to follow him down. You're going to keep him in place, and Swain will be able to get on him with the drag from the passive, but Swain's going to get taken away. Sup Up recognize that. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want any of Hyanan's nonsense, and now it's over to Gamer Legion. What are they going to ban away? It's going to be that Renekton as the final ban here.
Yeah, and that just makes you believe that this Shen can still be flexed around. You know that support is still an option for it to go to, so they are realizing this on the side of Gamer Legion, obviously getting rid of this Renekton. That is one of Kleiny's favorite champions as well. Now coming up to this, you can pick a support for yourself or Blinded, or you can push Blind a Control Mage. We also know that Luxie has been very happy for that Galio, if that is something they want to pull off again. But let's see if they keep holding on to the flex, or they're just going to lock it in, and it is going to be a Lucian, also flexible.
Technically, there's a lot of flexibility here on Sup Up, and you know, you can kind of make your assumptions on where things are going, but never assume. You know what they say about that. I'm not gonna say that on there. Gamer Legion now looking Gamer Legion now looking to lock in the Ornn and the Gragas for themselves. So okay, where's that going?
I mean, Gragas can obviously be a support here as well. With the ranged, you could see a Gragas Aurelia in the bot lane, you could see Nico mid lane, and you can see the On in the top side.
Yeah.
It's like playing the lottery trying to figure out where Gamer Legion champions are going, right?
I'm a little lost actually right now. I'm going to have to admit it.
Even so, on-hit Nico was a thing too, so that could be bot lane as well. Like, you don't know for sure. And they go with a safer last pick for the support here, and that's a Braum. I like Braum when you go into Gragas to thing in with the cask. As soon as you get that shield up, it's just instantly going to pop and push you backwards. So it's a really nice neutralizing pick against Gragas.
Okay, just looking down, the time is running down a little bit. It looks like the team's starting to settle on where everything's going. So it's going to be the Nico Gragas bot lane, sending the Ornn up to the top side, giving Knight the Aurelia. It makes sense. Knight had a really good game on that. Again, just good damage profile here from Gamer Legion. What are we thinking of Sup Up, though? What do we like about their comp?
Well,
put you on the spot there a little bit,
yeah,
Chief.
I really did. I actually genuinely like Lucian. There's a lot of pressure you can get into you. Problem is, you really need to be ready for Aurelia every time. She's going to have a hard time the first level. As soon as you get level 2 in that mid lane, you need to be ready with that relentless pursuit every time you see that out. Because one small step, you're just dead. Shen obviously offers great support, even into the On. You scale with your auto attack scale with HP when you proc that Q. Just makes it so much easier dealing with tanks and pressure on the side lanes. But what you do lack can be some, team fight control. Because when you're looking at Gamer Legion's comp, they're just everything about team fight.
Alrighty, well, we are on to the Rift for our 4th game of the day. Group B is decided here. And with Gamer Legion getting that win earlier, they have really thrown things up. They've really shaken things up and given themselves a good chance to make it to quarterfinals. Sup Up, looking to play on their own terms, looking to play upset here.
Yeah, and here's the thing, specifically with the Evelynn and Shen, you got great skirmish potential when you hit level 6 on Evelynn, so you become invisible. Creates a really easy flank potential for the Shen, and a play you can create out of nowhere, really.
Alrighty, well, for the moment, looks like going to be a bottom side start for both of our junglers. Not really going to be anything too exciting. Kind of what we expect, really, with both of these comps. It is that level 2 I'm looking for here in the mid lane. I'm pretty excited to see how Knight's going to handle himself versus the Lucian. Lucian notoriously a lane bully in the mid lane, but similar things can be said about the Aurelia. So it's going to be really a bit of a skill check lane here, I think.
Yeah, and so it is. I just feel like that as soon as we get to when your neutral objectives is going to be on the board, it's going to be so hard for Sup Up to contest if it's an even setting where the team fight is just ready to take it. Really good dodge from Knight, really, on that Q as well. But the thing is, the way Gamer Legion are playing is that they like chaos. But it's not where they're just creating plays. It's controlled chaos that Gamer Legion is bringing to the table. And that's what makes them so interesting as a team. And sometimes it will backfire. And sometimes it will create what we saw earlier today, a great upset.
I think, actually, this is one of the things I love about the DOC region in general, is the flexibility in their teams. All 3 teams they got representing them have very different play styles. You look at Mouse, who we kind of almost put down as like a skill check team. You're going into leader. He's going to really look to punish you if you're not up to standards in the mid. And then you've got Gamer Legion, who play more around this controlled chaos style. They play for the team fights. And we always get very different things from all of these DOC region teams. And it makes them a really, really unpredictable region to go up against. It's not like, you know, the French, the LFL, we know they play, typically a more slower pace style game. Lucchesi, he's going for a bit of a fight here versus Knight.
Yeah, really much about it. He's trying to push it in to get that early recall, but as you can see, Lucchesi trying to break a freeze in here, and that tempts Knight to not recall. Smart decision.
Yeah, I really like that, actually. Does still have that corrupting potion, though, for Knight. He dodges out on yet another Q. Takes a little bit of damage from Lucchesi, but now the wave is going to crash into that tower. So for Knight, all in all worth, but Spooky's making his way over. Level 4 does get hit, but for Knight, Lucchesi's looking to chase onto him. Spooky's making his way there. Knight goes for the flash. That's going to be first blood picked up for Sup Up.
And honestly, a bit disrespectful from Knight here. He's going for the freeze. As soon as it got frozen, he just got completely punished. But Spooky's still in the jungle.
Yeah, he gets himself the smite off, but Rabble's able to pick that up. Got the heal on, got the ghost on. Gonna get that taunt out from Clowny. Rabble looking to run Spooky down as he picks him up. Clowny gets the next one. Here comes Knight, though, and Clowny's got double bust. They're gonna gift that over to the Aurelia. Knight just cutting through and waiting out the Shroud. The knock-up is there, and Knight finds double buffs.
I initially liked the play coming in from Sup Up here. You relieve pressure, you get get the TP out of the Aurelia, and then you can actually play towards your own pressure here. But then they get a bit too happy about what they're doing, and they greed a bit. Fork Rappel into jungle. He quickly smites to Scottle, and he's ready to fight again. And then with the TP coming in, with the home guards after dying, it's just really easy for Knight to pick up the double buffs.
Yeah, Knight's just going to pick up this wave, go for a trade onto Lucchesi, and he can recall if he wants. This wave, Lucchesi's not going to be able to freeze it this time. You do have a little look at the play in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, take a look at in the jungle, really, because you can already see this is going down. And while this is going down, it's a bit greedy with the amount of HP that Rappel has got. There is a pressure on the Shen, so he will have the first move. But the Great Smite coming in here to get him the HP, and the extra damage on Hecarim when you get movement speed is just where he will strive as well.
I love, actually, that you actually really nailed it earlier when you said at the beginning of this game, once these neutral objectives come up, we'll start to see some action. Now, crabs aren't the biggest neutral objective. I call them like a mini neutral objective, but already we're seeing mini skirmishes over these little things.
I'll be honest, I did not mean the Scuttle Crab. Like, I for sure meant when the Drakes got on the table, when we had hit that level 6 power spike for many of these champions. But yeah, give it in the early game. I like what we're seeing here. Spooky not afraid to make his impact known in the early game on a champion like Evelyn, who's mostly known for being a champion that would have impact at level 6 as well. But going into this, you can see how confident Rappel is. He's trying to continuously contest everywhere where he can. As soon as the Scuttle was won over him on the top side, he immediately tried to get the one in the bot side. And he's just trying to get so much pressure and knowledge about the whereabouts about Spooky.
Yeah, just trying to catch him out. Places that pink ward down. Spooky will get spotted out once he's finished up with his camp, providing he wants to head bottom side. But it looks like he's just going to go for a recall. So information a little bit lost, but Clowny, he's going to do the return. Place a ward inside Rabel's jungle, so they in turn can track where Gamer Legion's jungler is.
And now we are hitting level 6 on the mid laners now here, but I want to pay attention till we get level 6 on the Shen and the Evelyn. I want to see how they're working around with the pressure you can create with these two champions here. But at the same time, just taking a look at the board here, take a look at VZZ's CS numbers against Yarnin. He is feeling the pressure of this Nico down in the bot side. He's feeling the pressure of the poke coming through it. Already forced to TP, so TP advantage to the bot lane, which can be really beneficial as soon as these neutral objectives like the Drake is going to be the win condition you're going for now.
I'm actually looking for Wisdom. Wisdom will have that belly bop to be able to put some distance out. And you're right, we haven't really talked too much about this bot lane. So what is it that Gamer Legion offer with this bot lane versus what Sup Up offer to their teams? And what are they looking to do and achieve with these pickups?
With Ezreal, mostly, you're looking to save farm. It's clear that when they got the Braum here, it was a counter directly to the Gragas. Now, that is something that's known when you hit level 6, but the problem with this right now is it's not offering you any free... I don't know the word for it. They're not being freed off by the pick in general. They're still feeling the pressure of constantly being pushed in. And the thing is with Nico, she's got very good AP scalings on the Q, which will pop in extra time when you kill a minion. And that means you can just, from this point in time, always kill the backline minions. Yeah. If you combine it with Yuri and the Gragas Q, you can kill the frontline minions. And that means that you're always going to be able to push out this Ezreal. And that's what makes it hard for VCC. It's the fact that he's constantly being pushed in, and it's the fact that he's been able to be poked down by Yarnin.
Not being afforded any freedom here. Spooky looking to see if he can make something happen onto Knight in the mid lane. Knight is playing a little bit back. He recognizes there are members about. And Tasteless also waiting in the wings. Wisdom's now here to give some pressure, and Rabel is on that bot side with Ghost available, but they're going to step up here instantly, looking for the stun. They're going to throw the cast. The belly bop's there, and Knight is still alive as he's going to get run down by Lucchesi, but they're not going to be able to find the kill. The charge comes down as Wisdom gets himself the kill onto Lucchesi. Wisdom is out of there as the true shot barrage goes a little bit wide, and Knight survives.
And what was crucial in this fight actually happened on the top side of the map. Clowny's ultimate on the Shen got cancelled by Thrones, which means that Knight is able to get away and they're not trading 1-for-1. Really nice pickup by Rabel, who's just storming in there as soon as he sees the kills opportunity.
Really, really smart play there. It's what we saw from Rabel, though. This is what we expect from him on this pick. Kind of surprised it got through, but Sup Up in the ban phase, we're a lot more focused on the flexibility of Yarnin's champ pool. I look to ban away a lot of these mages and strong bot laner picks. Also banning away the Vel'Koz, I believe that's from Knight. As VZZ just stuck underneath his tower. It's kind of what we expected, really, from him.
And here it's really easy for Jan, and as we talked about, always getting this bot pressure. With this bot pressure, you're able to easily set up this Drake. You know that the Stand United is going to be down from the Shen, and this should, in hindsight, be a really easy pickup on the Cloud Drake for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, those neutral objectives are up. The level 6s have been hit. Obviously, the ultimate by Knight has been thrown down, and same for Rabble with the charge. So may want to wait a little bit, but level 6 has been hit for these bot laners, so they do have a lot of zone control available to them, even without their mid and jungle's ultimates. But for now, Rabble looks to try and see him play, looks to try and play around his mid lane. He's got the pressure, got the shots, and Knight will be able to help him pick up this early Rift Herald.
And here's the thing, it's really easy to do when you get the mid lane pressure. My only worry is that, as you can see right now, Clowny has the pressure off the top side, and the Evelynn is coming in.
Yeah, they are closing in on multiple fronts. Phones has not got that ultimate available. Remember, Knight doesn't either. They're going to get away. He's waiting for that Vanguard's Edge to come up, but Rabble jumps in onto Spooky. Spooky just finds himself chunks and has to clear the wall with the last caress. This game is leading. They're just going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald.
And honestly, Rabble is just feeling himself. You can see the pressure that's coming out. Tasteless, though.
Yep, looking for the snare. Able to find it as they slow him down with a cask, but don't really have the damage to stick as Spooky is waiting in the wings. Gamer Legion now just going to have to give up this Cloud Drake. That'll be Supup's reward for all of the members being pulled up topside.
And honestly, I would have loved there to be more pressure in the bot side here instead, so you could actually be able to contest this. But Supup realizing there's small window when to go in here, and just Wisdom helping them get away here, really.
Look at the fight. The flash comes in with the Pop Blossom. 3 members cornered. The Vanguard's Edge is thrown down. That's 2 already for Gamer Legion as they charge over the wall with the Hecarim, and Rabble is going to get sent packing. Tasteless survives.
That is just insane one-ball combo. And that's just one of the few you can be doing with this Gamer Legion team. And that's just a small taste of what we're going to be getting in the late game here.
Clowny's in a little bit of trouble. Knocked up by the call of the Forge God. The Bellows Breath is on. And with those brittle stacks, Phones finds the kill as Clowny style flashes to the grey screen.
And that is so smart of Phones. He's waiting with the W before he comes in. But let's take a look at this replay first. You can already see on your bottom map here, Rabble is just running towards this. He really wants getting into this. The Cask initially is helping them, but what a great E coming out from Jan, and now you can already take a look at Rapple's Ghosted. He's ready to get in there and just get the kill, but he won't initially. Actually, before he got that kill, my brain is just really slow.
It's fine. To be honest, it looked with the setup like he was going to be able to find that. Wasn't able to get it. Now, all of the plates, or 3 of the plates, sorry, down in the bot side, and they have that Rift Herald available to them. Rabble's at the base at the moment, so they could look for first turret blood there if they want. As Hyolin's going to get interrupted on the base as he was standing on a ward. Question for me is, where do they want to use this Rift Herald? Do they want to look to pick up the first turret blood in the mid, or do they want to get some more gold injected into Knight? He's 2-1 on the Aurelia, got that Blade of the Ruined King finished up. He's pretty strong right now. Actually, he's the one rotating bot side.
And here's the thing, bot side is already at 2 plays. If you deploy the Rift Herald down in the bot side, it's just immediately dead. But you could also be looking to get more pressure in the mid lane now that you see Yarnan is being moved in there. With the push priority we know he's going to have on this Nico, you could try to force down things here as well, with the pressure you can get from outside of the map, specifically Rappel.
I can tell you one thing, Gulborg. He's not going to be using it top lane. Rappel's done a clear of his topside jungle. He's making his way down bot. And Knight, playing with respect, clears the wave out, steps away. Doesn't want to greed for any plates. Doesn't want to greed for any additional gold that way. 3 members of Sup up about. He didn't know where they were. Just playing it smart for the moment.
And here's the thing, Stand United is up again. The last caress, the same Evelyn's ultimate is up here. But now you can see it. It's just Nico Gragas. There's just so much push priority in it. And when you can get this push priority in the mid lane every time, you get to go out and dictate where the vision is going to be. You get to be the one clearing it out. You can just see, they got Rappel just behind them, shadowing them, ready if they're going to make a play like Spooky might be looking to here.
Yeah, Spooky not been spotted out for the moment as Wisdom will be spotted out by the Scries. Has to blast cone to get over the wall. And what I really like about this bot lane combo is, first of all, you got the wave control. Second of all, you have the zone control. The controlled chaos in their team fights is available for them. Spooky's looking for an old flank arena onto Knight, but Rabble is about, and they're going to summon up the Rift Herald, so they're looking for this. This is 3 versus 2 at the moment. Jumping in onto the backline, but Clowny actually gets delivered in, and Knight's just looking for VZZ. Throws out the Vanguard's Edge, but he's knocked up, he's locked down, and Hyonan is going to try and get a little bit more. Caught out as he throws out the Pop Blossom. That's 2 picked up for Sup Up, and now Phones Kianen's the only one left as he gets himself a knock-up. The rest of Gamer Legion are going to step forward as Tasteless gets taken out by Wisdom. They've still got a pretty tanky front line here in Phones, but his health bar being cut down as Rabble pops the Ghost. Looking to jump in onto the back line. They've got the tower down and VZZ's going to die. Rabble able to find it, and Clowny now, he's the only one left here in the bot side. Sup up, they thought they found the play, but Gamer Legion, they fought back.
But initially they did. They finally pulled off that Shen composition, and Lucasy got to farm in the mid lane, but now Knight is trying to stop him.
Yeah, he's got the home guards as well. Lucchesi trying to see if he can dodge away to the stun, and able to do so, and just has to flash the wall. That is Lucchesi's flash down.
And so it is. I really want to take a look at that play down in the bot side, because initially the idea is really good from Stop Up. The problem is they don't know where to stop, because then the rest of the Game Legion just comes storming in there. I'm so sorry.
You all right?
Yeah, he started yawning. It was quite fun from my perspective. But going into it, they didn't know when to stop. And it would have been really free for them as Lucasy was just able to chill in the mid lane. And we can see it here. Really good flank initially from Spooky that you pointed out. You can see the Stand United is going to be deployed onto him here. And they're going to have the numbers advantage going into this fight. Almost instantly blowing up Rabble. And then Knight is just being taken care of by VCC on the other side. Kianen is joining the fight too late. And when you get Kianen now, this is where you get out. Take a look at the mid lane, because your Lucian is just chilling. He's getting all the way mid lane priority that he couldn't get beforehand. If you get out now, you get plates, you get to reset, and you get to dictate the next back.
Look at Rabble as well. Plays that so calm and collectedly, waits for the Ghost, waits for the E, just runs the VZZ down. Easy pickings and stuff up. They paid the ultimate price. It was a good turnaround for them, and I have to actually give props to Tasteless for his exhaust. Instantly throws onto Knight before Knight uses a single ability onto VZZ, and it literally just chokes him out of the fight. He's unable to do anything about it, and with that, they get first turret blood, they get a bunch of kills, and off the back of this as well, as we come out of the replay, Gamer Legion pick up their first dragon of the game. We are looking at an Ocean Soul, and this team, they use Ocean Soul pretty well.
They do, and they're tanky, they're team fighting all the time. Like most team composition at this point just loves the Ocean Soul. But bringing it back to just Stop Up in general before they might look for a pick here.
I'm loving Spooky on these flanks. Looking for the opportunity, not really going to find it, but has got that flank off, and now Wisdom could be for a little bit of hurt, but actually it looks like Gamer Legion, they're the ones on the flank. Spooky playing this calm and collectively. Lucchesi is there, flashless, remember, but does have that Ignite coming up, and these are these neutral objectives. They want to fight for more neutral objectives, and it's the Rift Herald that's up.
Here's the thing, though. At this point, it's going to be really hard unless you get your team composition to work here. Stand United, once again, is up, so you can pull off this Evelyn Shen composition. But it's finding the right window to do it. It's not just doing it for the sake of doing it.
Oh, Kianen actually dodges away. They do get the snare off on to Wisdom momentarily. Spooky takes a little bit of damage in response. Gamer Legion throwing out the cast. Tasteless for a really, really clutch Unbreakable there to make sure he doesn't get bopped into Kianen.
But that right there was to do it just for the sake of it. You're in the mid lane. There's not really a huge team fight that's going to break out that you can benefit from. You need to get a flank. You need to get a pick in the jungle from the vision control that you just developed as well. And the Evelyn who's scouting for you.
And look what this actually gets for Gamer Legion. They've got all of the control in mid lane. They've got the control in top lane. That means they can rotate into this Rift Herald and pick the second one up for themselves. It is just good control here from Gamer Legion. And Kianen and Wisdom, they are playing this very smart. They've been under multiple threats, outnumbered fights quite a lot, and they just handle that situation really, really well.
And here the issues with Sub-Up is just showing. They're not used to this high pressure or even macro level thing. But one thing that the EPL can be proud of after this EU Masters is that you're not just seeing people being solo killed. You can see that Sub-Up and the EPL region are actually answering back. They are making good calls in terms of team fighting and how to play them out. But it comes down to the decision making. When to stop, when to not do it, when to just look for the mid lane plates. Yeah, and that's what they just haven't gotten from the region yet. But just the individual skill alone, I'm so happy that I can see in laning phase that they're actually trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, it's not just been them getting outclassed by everyone they play into. Obviously, there's been solo kills. And I think, you know, you don't go 0-4 without maybe getting solo killed in lane. But they are making smart decisions. They are going for these plays. As Knight, he finds Clowny, looks to actually get the stun off as he's caught out, throws out the Vanguard's edge, flashes over the wall. The last caress is dodged away. And here comes the onslaught as Rabble will run Spooky down and find himself the kill. Clowny all alone as he is knocked up, locked down, and flashes the wall to safety. Gamer Legion turn it back around, finding themselves a juicy kill onto Spooky.
And that's such an unfortunate misplay, but, you know, huge punishment coming out from Gamer Legion, who realizes how far up they stepped in the bot lane now that the outer turret isn't up anymore. So that's just free play for Gamer Legion to get down there and punish. And now with the Rift held up, you might get 2 towers out of this.
Yeah, they really could. They've still actually got the Demolish as well, so they probably should be able to pick up these 2 towers. They've got that wave clear. Knight's just going to jump in forward, land himself I can't remember the name of it. The stun. Blindly stun.
What champion are you talking about?
Aurelia.
Aurelia, I don't know. Something...
a Deadly Flourish. No.
Deadly Flourish is Jhin.
Flawless Duet. That's the one.
Is it?
Yes, Flawless Duet.
All right.
I can remember names.
Very good. That's what we hire you for. Well, going back into it, we can take a look at the itemization coming out. You can see the Ezreal opted in for the Iceborne Gauntlet with the Morrow Mana. Can you stop laughing?
I'm not laughing.
Right.
I'm agreeing. I'm nodding my head at you. Because actually, I think the Iceborne Gauntlet is very good for him in this situation.
Here's the thing. One of the hardest parts here is that usually you're just going to try shoot it at the Hecarim. You're going to try and slow him down. It's not going to work. Like, it's barely just going to stop him. He's just still coming at you with that Ghost. And the same can be said with John and with Wisdom here. There's just so much damage coming out. What it will do is that it's a different damage profile coming in if you get the Lucian, if he's going in for this Leandra's Torment build as well, which is really good against tanks. Speaking of it...
Oh, they're looking for the knock-up. Spooky has the last rest of safety, but there's a teleport on him, and the cask delivers him to Phones, and Phones calls in and finds himself the kill.
That was the easiest kills of Phones live. That has never been easier. Now, Lucasy.
Yeah, Lucchesi in trouble. Call of Forge God will knock him up as Knight looks to jumping down. Vism with a flash belly bop will catch him off of the deadly Flawless Duet. Got it. Got themselves the stun. Here comes the ultimate coming in from Tasteless, but the turnaround is there for Gamer Legion. Massive pop blossom by Hjarnan as he locks everybody down. Sup-Up are just losing members left, right, and center as Rabble will just run them under their tower. Gamer Legion cash in 13-5.
And that's the thing with Gamer Legion's team composition. As soon as they get ahead, as soon as they just want to force something, they're gonna do it here. And you can see it with the likes of Vaughn, with the likes of Hecarim, with the likes of Gragas, with the rune that he has been going as well. He's just always so tanky as soon as they get that CC in there.
Looks like Sup-Up are looking for a little something. Clowny maybe find himself a little bit in trouble here as the Spooky goes to chase him down and Knight comes in looking for the stun. Not going to find it, but he will just chase Spooky down. VZZ, he can slow all he likes, but Rabble's too quick. That horse is amazing. Clowny caught out. Stun will connect. Hjarnan is going to get taken out. Clowny actually turns that one around a little bit, but Gaming Legion still are able to find themselves the kill. And they can look for Dragon at some point, but every time they try to go for it, Sup-Up do fight them.
Yeah, just quickly showing how much damage that actually can come through with the Shen, with the Spirit Blade, with the Titanic Hydra.
There's no vision. They're not doing that. There's no way. They're doing it. Come on, Sup-Up. Can they take this away? Culling actually gets thrown out to burst it. That's the Ocean Drake picked up. Everybody's making their way over. No blue trinkets available.
Question mark picks it down.
They know that they're there. They have that instinct in them right now. Dragon Baron half HP. I don't think they're going to be able to do this in time, but we are in for a fight. VZZ is here. Here comes Rabble. Call of the Force God's been thrown down, and Spooky has to last crest away to safely. He's out of the pit. He's unable to get in. Everybody from the side of Gamer Legion are here, and Baron is going low. Knight's going to come in and secure it for the rest of the team. Clowny taunts the wall, and Gamer Legion get Baron.
You know, it's quite hyped that they started, but in the end, they're not at the point with damage where you can just go for it. You can see they've already been at the point at some time now. They've used the culling. Rabble even misses his E. He goes onto the Baron, and they've taken too much damage from tanking the Baron. It's just really easy for Gamer Legion to clean this up. And in the end, it's a desperation call from Sup-Up. It's them not realizing how you stop this bleeding anymore with the team composition coming out from Gamer Legion, because it's at reset. They're just going to keep forcing you down. But now with the Baron buff on Gamer Legion, it's not going to stop.
But this is what we were highlighting as well. You know, this Sup-Up, it is things like this is what has caused them problems. It's not really been the mechanical plays. It has just been some of these kind of decision makings and some of the more questionable plays. I have to admit, I did severely overestimate how much damage Sup-Up would do to that Baron in that time, but unfortunately for them, that does cost them that. And Knight looks to jump in, gets himself Flawless Duet off on to Tasteless.
And here's the thing, you can just do this 3 times as Gamer Legion. You walk down the mid lane, you take the inhibitor, you back, you get the new minion wave in, you take the inhibitor, and just vice versa all the time. You just repeat that formula. It's just so easy with your team comp, it's so easy with the Baron buff, and at this point, I don't know what Sopop can do to actually get back here.
I really don't. With 23 minutes into the game, there is a 10,000 gold lead. We look at the items as well. It's that Black Cleaver Blade the Ruin combo for Knight. He's even got the Might of the Ruin King, as this has been upgraded. The Trinity Fusion for Rabble. You've got the Forge Fire Cape and the Infernal Mask for Phones. Everyone's cashing in on these upgrade items from Gamer Legion. And to be honest, Kiana's probably not going to get time for a death cap this game. They'll probably just upgrade the Zhonya's for him. They're just so far ahead item-wise right now to everyone to sup up. VZZ, sure, he's hit his 2-item power spike, but kind of doesn't really matter anymore. When you've lost your inhibitor, you've lost Baron, and you're just bleeding out right now to Gamer Legion.
Completely. Now, Knight have no TP, so if there is a slot to find a kill, it's now.
Yeah, Phones is going to try and tank as much as possible, but locked down by the concussive blows. And as VZZ cashing in on a shutdown, Rabble is on the flank, standing on a pink ward though. Just waiting for his opportunities, just blocking off for the moment as Hjarnan and Wisdom will answer out by taking an inhibitor tower. Rabble's coming in, he's looking to go 1 versus 3 here. Gets slowed down momentarily as he's actually caught out by the charm, but he actually just charges onto Spooky. Spooky has to get the shield, Rabble's going low as the last crest comes down and Rabble will just chase Spooky to his death. Clowny cashes in on the shutdown, here comes the True Shot Barrage. It's a 2 versus 2 and Clowny's pretty tanky for the moment. Hjarnan's a little low, but look inside the base. The Flash Taunt isn't really going to mean much when you don't have a home to go to. Knight is just knocking down these turrets. Inhibitor in the bot lane and the mid are dead. The top lane inhibitors being started up by Knight and Gamer Legion. They're looking to close this out right now. Sup up panically trying to make their way back towards safety. They got the teleport from Phones or Hjarnan making their way in. It's going to be Phones as he comes forward with that Call of the Forge God. Looks for the knockout, misses it out, but all of the inhibitors are down. And for Gamer Legion, they just want a base. They just want a reset, but Wisdom's coming out. The Vanguard's edge goes a little bit wide. Here comes the cast. They've caught it onto Lucchesi. Lucchesi flashes away from the stun, and Wisdom looking to chase for a little bit more. Taunt comes down by Clowny. Clowny nicing to land it. Hjarnan does get himself the Pop Blossom off onto one member, has the shield to work with, flashes away to safety, and Sup Up unable to find their opening, unable to find their kills, and now they are looking down the barrel.
And if there was ever a time where you could say they're not going quietly into the Knight, it's now. I really like that they realized Knight is top lane, they timed his TP, they know it's not up, so it's really easy for them to get a pick in the mid lane. Problem is, it's such a stacked bot lane minion wave they've got pushing it that will inevitably take down the TP of the inhibitor. Rabble, I thought initially he was a bit greedy, but he's just so far ahead going in for this. Clowny with a great jet shield coming in and is able to pick him up afterwards. But at the same time, Knight is just having the time of his life in the top lane. You can see that Lucchesi is coming in, so is VZZ, but they're immediately just going back to the base as they realize there's nothing they can do to win that fight.
Slow-mo auto-attacking's on the tower. Now all of these supers crashing in to Sup Up space. Gamer Legion, they don't even need to attack the turrets. They can just escort the minion waves into the base here. It's going to be so hard for Sup Up to deal with this. It's wave after wave, slowly but surely crashing in. Hjarnan sends out the clone as Clowny comes in. That's going to be a massive pick off onto one, and a charge will go down. The Pop Blossom by Hjarnan only lands onto one, but I think this is pretty much the final nail in the coffin as the Call of the Forge God will send everybody on Sup Up back towards their fountain, back towards safety. Hjarnan gets a big, big cash out as that is just the wombos we've been talking about all game long. Gamer Legion find themselves their second win of the day.
And they're just such a creative team. They're such a pleasure to watch every time. Just the way that you watch them in draft phase, it's like you never know what to expect out of them. But one thing is for sure, they're putting pedal to the metal. Metal to the pedal.
No, that's it. Pedal to the metal. Honestly, overall, just really, really solid stuff coming out from Gamer Legion. And this means that we are in for a very, very exciting Group B. We'll run through that in a little bit more. But for now, guys, we are going to throw to a quick break. And when we're back, we'll be back with our next game of the day.
Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive.
I got a shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he tryna skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European Masters. We're off a fresh win here for Gamer Legion, who have got their second win of the day. And it was versus SupUp, so, you know, I don't want to say expected. I think SupUp definitely put more of a fight up than maybe we expected coming into today. But, you know, necessary for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, and I think most people probably expected it in the end, but it was a bit of a showcase of what Gamer Legion once again does with their team composition, and I just think Rappel in general has been stepping so much up, specifically on this hacker, and we've already seen it 2 times today. And I'm just, where is it going to end? Do they have more prepared? What's going to be banned against him? Because I honestly have no clue.
I feel like it's something you need to ban. I feel like the Aurelia for Knight is a good pickup for him, and it's something that you need to fear, but maybe not necessarily ban. I feel what Rabble offers the team on this Hecarim is terrifying. I mean, this fight here, he eat the Baron. Easy mistake, easy mistake. Everyone's in a grouped up place. It can be hard. I can understand that. They still won the fight. I mean, they were miles ahead because he'd been stomping all game long. But I don't know, man. If you're a Go Rogue, you've really got to take your next game, your last game of the day, very seriously. And you can see here the standings for Group B. A Go Rogue 4-1, Movistar Riders 3-2, and Gamer Legion 3-2. Now, what this means is actually we have a very, very juicy potential outcomes, and Gamer Legion control their fate. That's the key thing here. Now, if Movistar Riders beats up in the next game, and a Go Rogue beat Gamers Legion, got there in the end, we actually forced a 3-way tie. It will be played out on Sunday, and these 3 teams will then have to fight for a spot in quarterfinals. Now, if a Go Rogue beat Gamer Legion, then at that point, that's when Movistar Riders and a Go Rogue both qualify into quarterfinals. So Gamer Legion, they need to beat a Go Rogue. They need one more win today. A 3-0 day is a tall ask, but if they can pull it off, they control their fate. They have the ability to throw this, you know, throw everything up in Group B. And for me, it's do you think this is achievable for Gamer Legion?
I honestly do think it is. With the madness that they're bringing out today, you don't know what's going to happen. And a Go Rogue who really likes to play with a more tanky style in the jungle is going to open up for Rabble, who's been really happy to play around with the pressure he's gaining on champions like Hecarim here. And the same for the bot lane. You can see Yanin so happy to be playing these AP mages down there. Woolite has been notoriously known for being a very consistent AD carry who's upping up with the CS number and the gold. He's actually the AD carry with the highest gold lead per minute.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what do you do when you keep being pushed in by these mages that we have just seen by Yanin? It's going to be really interesting.
I think that game is going to be very interesting, but we still have another game to go before that. Coming up after the break, we're going to have Sup Up versus Movistar Riders. We will see you in a second.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. She got expensive taste, ayy. She got a slim, thick waist, ayy. Girl, it's not your face, it's your girl, it's not your it's your face, ayy. Your girl in the nosebleeds, my girl in the courtside floor seats. Your girl afforded me, I'ma take my girl to Dior this week. All my women slim, thick, and athletic. She ain't my girl and she ain't got a pedic. All my women gotta fit my aesthetic. She ain't your girl, she right here in my section. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
Got a
okay.
shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he tryna skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date. If we go on a date, gotta blow on my cake. But don't hit me if it's tiny. Girl from Escape. Need studs for my ears, Louis scarf for my hairs. Latest bag from Chanel, and I ain't trying to wait. I'm trying to meet the plug, no sockets. Deep so is my pockets. Time Ford Hills with the locket. Get me, he better lock it.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European Masters. As we're getting ready to go into our 5th game of the day. This is Sup Up taking on Movistar Riders. Movistar Riders maybe a little mad right now after they dropped a game versus Gamer Legion at the beginning of the day, and they need to fight back now. Actually, they lost. Did they? No. No, they lost to a Go Rogue as well, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, man.
They started 3-0
that was only
today.
like 10 minutes ago. We've already forgotten.
It's really not been a good day for them, and honestly, it should have been. They were coming on such a high from just winning the SLO, but, you know, going on to this day.
Thank you, production. Guys, sometimes, as casters, things get sieved for our minds, and sometimes we forget really important things like who won earlier on in the day, especially when we're covering them. But for Movistar Riders, they need to fight here. If they drop this game, that actually really shakes things up in the standings, like really shakes things up in the standings. Gamer Legion at that point start to look like a real contestant to make it out of quarterfinals. And, you know, we were saying in the break, Gamers Legion, this game is very much in their hands. Their fate's very much in their hands. They just have to beat a Go Rogue. But if Movistar lose here, that really shakes things up. I need to get confirmation on what that actually means. But, oh lordy, this is going to be a really, really exciting game.
Well, just by thinking of it, if they lose, they would, and Gamer Legion wins, their Gamer Legion obviously wins, but if they don't, they would just force a tiebreaker between Movistar and Gamer Legion since they'd be 1-1, right? Before getting the confirmation of the production? Yeah,
we'll get confirmation because I can't remember. I have a list in front of me, but I can't see that one scenario. That's the one scenario I can't see right now.
I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. But here's the thing, right? Obviously, let's just, you know, address the elephant in the room. Movistar Riders are coming in as heavy favorites onto this game. But if there was a time where EPL as a region and SupUp would make their name known, it would be today, beating Movistar Riders and bringing them the 3-game losing streak.
You're leaving with us kind of thing from SupUp.
Yeah.
That would be what a way to win. I mean, like, you lose, but like, what a way to win. SupUp, unfortunately, have been knocked out of the tournament, and EBL have lost their last remaining competitor here in the European Masters. But if they can drag Movistar Riders out, if they can drag the SLO representatives from Spain out, one of the regions that has been consistently dominant in the European Masters across all of the years we've been running this tournament, that'd be so big for the region. But we're into Champ Select now. We'll see what's going to go down as the Callista and the Graves have been banned away. There goes the Galio from the side of Movistar Riders. Don't want to give that over to Lucchesi. And the Lucian as well after that last game.
I want to take a look at the Hacker Room coming into this one too, because we know Ilyoya is really fond of that champion too. So are you going to pick it up for yourself now and just risk it for the biscuit and first pick it, or are you just giving it over? Last ban is coming through, and it's actually going to be a Caitlyn ban as well on the blue side, so that means that you're not really comfortable playing with this champion yourself.
Yeah, they ban away the Ashe here, and you'd actually expect to see the Hecarim here, first rotation, full stuff up. Is there anything else that maybe could be taken away? But for me, I feel like you really want this Hecarim for Spooky. You don't want to let Ilyoya get his hands on that. They just got crushed by Hecarim. You don't need that to happen again.
And I think it's just what he brings. The itemization is really easy. You skip the jungle item, obviously, by the first 100 Machete or 100, whatever you're going for. But going into it afterwards, like, it's just so easy with the Ghost to always join a fight with the damage coming out and just rushing Triforce, while at the same time almost being unkillable just makes the champion so good.
And actually, we see the Senna getting picked up for VZZ here, and this now means that Movistar Riders, they've got the pick of the litter. They can go for an AD carry, they can go for a jungler if they want to do that. And it looks like for now, hovering at that Ezreal's, they're going to lock that in for Java. And Movistar Riders, I expect them to pick up a jungle right now. I think if you're going to prioritize the Hecarim, I think you pick it up now. I don't think you let it slip through. They might have something else in mind, so we'll see what they decide to go for on that.
Yeah. One silver lining at least for SupUp Esports is that they get to play normal League of Legends now. They're not facing Gamer Legion throwing out whatever Gamer Legion throws out there, so you can be certain that you're playing a standard composition. And with this Senna specifically, it's just a SupUp classic, because that bot lane is not the bot lane they play through. A lot of it is coming from the top side of the map. It's the jungler and it's Clowley in the top side, and that makes a really interactive and fun jungle matchup today when you got Ilyoya, who's like the prodigy jungler of Spain. Started his competitive split last year, going up against Spooky, who you know, obviously doesn't have the same hype, but he is still being regarded as one of the star players of this SupUp roster as well. If you need to prove something in your last game of EU Masters, you better do it now.
This is the time to do it now. We actually don't see the Hecarim at all here so far, so it looks like... There it is. Okay, so they finally take it. I felt like that made it a long way through the draft before we get to see it, but it's going to get picked up here for SupUp, and I like that for them. Now we're going to look for what's going to get picked up from Movistar Riders. They're going to pick up the Leona. So they have that Leona Ezreal. They have the Ornn. They have a lot of engage, and they have a good 2-item power spike on the AD carry. It's what else are they going to draft into here? As we're into ban phase 2, we'll see what Movistar Riders want to deny here, because I expect to see maybe some top laners you can deal with the Ornn. We expect to see maybe get taken away. Things like the Shen is open. We saw how good Shen can be kind of combat up, so
It's
that
no
gets denied
longer
away.
open.
So that's not going to be the case. What else is going to be denied?
What I really want to see here is that Movistar Riders, Obby is going to get the counter pick onto the Hecarim jungle here, so they're most likely going to pick a jungler next time. So you can already see now, Sup, they're starting to ban the junglers. At the same time, Movistar Riders, they're looking at the top side. They know Clowny is one of the stronger opponents here. What I really want to see from Lucchesi here is him prioritizing the Orianna. So you get the Hecarim, Senna, and Orianna composition that actually was made popular by LDLC, which is steamrolling play-ins. Granted, LDLC doesn't have the best time now, but it is a really strong composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the Kindred and the Olaf last bands away here from Sup Up, so we'll see what is going to get denied. Well, sorry, what's going to get picked up here from Movistar Riders. Do they want counter pick mid? Do they want well, I mean, they probably go jungle. I was looking at that comp and I was like, where are they going to counter pick? Wait, no, you want to just don't pick mid.
It'd be really weird if you blind picked mid lane now, seeing as you actually know what jungler you're playing against here. So it makes it really easy. They're actually going for the Volibear here. Volibear, start of the season here, as soon as he got the rework, one of the strongest dueling junglers you could get out there. And might be a great pickup into the Hecarim. I personally don't know too many of the Hecarim matchups going into it. I just know he's a really fast horse who's wreaking havoc
He's a
on the
really
Rift.
fast horse. That's how we sum up Hecarim.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're technically right, especially with the phase rush pickup here. So Orianna is going to get picked up for Lucchesi. Good blind pick here in the mid lane. Can you get some wave control, get some team fighting comp put together? I like this. I really actually like what Sup Up have drafted here. It looks like they might be thinking about just going full 5-on-5 if they lock in this Kennen to deal with top lane. So that's what they're going to do.
I like that, but Shigo here could also pick up a LeBlanc here. We've seen how strong he can be in that champion as well. Matches fairly well into the Orianna and could just be a good comfort pick. You want to round up. You already got good team fighting tools with the Ornn, with the Leona, even with the Volibear. Good backline damage with the Ezreal. Or you could just go back to one of the standards mid laners here. You can pick up the Asir, for example, coming into it, bringing us the standard control mage matchup.
All right, so Sup Up, we've pretty much rounded them up. They're looking at team fight. We don't know when are they going to team fight? I say we don't. You know, when are Sup Up looking to pull that trigger? Is it just level 6?
But you can actually pull neutral objectives around that at that level 6 time, especially with the movement speed, with the Hecarim, with the sustained damage you're going to be able to do. You can do really well. The problem is a lot of it will come down to execution, because on the other side of Movistar Riders, they've got a lot of range to work with the Ezreal, with the Asir. And when both team compositions got this, when they both have the tanks, when they both have the team fighting potential, it will come down to execution. Both teams here want to do the same thing.
I think one of the things that's always been harked onto me about Azir Ezreal comps is it's the 2 items. You look for those 2 items picked up onto the Azir and Ezreal, and that's when they start to really become a problem. So I want to see Sup Up pull that trigger at that level 6 mark around those neutral objectives. I actually want Movistar Riders to kind of lay back. Give up those early dragons. Maybe give up an early Rift Herald. Wait for your 2 items to get hit, and then to pull the trigger from there. Look to take over the game. We are on to Summoner's Rift for our 5th game of the day, and this is important for Movistar Riders. There is a lot on the line. There are a lot of scenarios now that they've lost 2 games today. We'll have to run through those now. So, if Sup Up win and a Go Rogue win, what this means is Gamer Legion and Movistar Riders have to do a tiebreaker for second. If Sup Up and Gamer Legion win in this game and the next game, Gamer Legion and a Go Rogue tiebreak for first. So, if Sup Up win here, Movistar Riders have to be big fans of a Go Rogue. Now, it's a tall ask. This was a team who were 3-0 coming into the beginning of today for Sup Up. And Sup Up, they haven't won a single game in the European Masters. Can they pull the upset?
I mean, if there's a time to do it, obvious it's going to be their last game. They're not going to get other chances. But they've had the warm-up now. They've played the 2 games. It's really time to pull the trigger now and really get an easy target onto Movistar Riders. I say easy, but if there's a time where you need to be beating Movistar Riders, it's the time where they're on a 2-game losing streak and they're not looking the strongest.
This is important. This is really important for Movistar. They do not want to be knocked out here. Or they don't want to, lose their fate here, almost.
Okay, some from bot lane from the get-go, you can see they're actually fake leashing onto the side of Lucchesi. Oh, not Lucchesi, what am I on about? From Spooky, which is a bit weird because he was doing the Raptors. anyway, so you'll know he's on the bot side. But what that means is Movistar Riders is going to get the pressure of the waves. They're going to be dictating how fast this is going over onto the tower of Subop Esports and gain pressure if you want to fight for the scuttle. You can already see on the minimap, Elyoya is pathing towards bottom side, which means you need the pressure down here to secure the scuttles. Or, you know, just be messing around with some pressure ganks.
Also doing a little bit of a defense here on if he gets invaded by the Hecarim, so just moves over as quick as possible to over that area. Looks like Spooky's just doing a full bot side clear for the moment for himself. As level 2 advantage is picked up for Sup in this bot lane, and they're going to look to try and see if they can pressure out Movistar Riders.
See, wave is going to be stopped in front of the tower. Really nice of Tasteless going into the jungle and getting information of Elyoya. Had you not gotten this information, could have been really dangerous for you to be in this spot where the wave is at the tower of Movistar Riders. Now with this in mind, they know they will play more passive, and it also gives more room to Spooky and the rest of the map of Subop to play more careless.
What we actually saw last time VZZ played the Senna, he actually had a few kind of over-greedy stays in lane where he could be caught out overextending. And Elyoya, I really like this. He knew he was spotted out, and he's actually going to go the long way around. Subop feels safe here. The hook comes down, the stun is connected. VZZ looks to get the snare off as Tasteless flashes away. Do get the heal, do get the sustain, and now Java, he's the one feeling the pain from VZZ.
And that's very greedy. As soon as he gets that hook onto the wall and he gets out of there, you know he's out with a flash. Why even bother using your flash on it? As Elyoya here. Great disengage coming in from Tasteless, and VZZ lurking the something is not right here. But once again, as you said, really nice and cheeky from Elyoya. Best case scenario, they probably should just force some summoners.
Yeah, I mean, VZZ held both of his summoners, which is key here. Still has that cleanse, still has that flash, so repeat gank means they have to look for Tasteless, and Tasteless closing on the level 3 mark. Now just hit it means he'll have a little bit more stats to work with because he's got the W shield. Clowny able to shove in the wave into Beansy, kind of what we expected from the Kennen. Looking to hit for that level 6 and looking for that slicing Maelstrom as Rux going to go for an invade to try and spot out Spooky.
And here's the thing, Spooky quite intelligent here. He knows that Elyoya had to reset after doing that bot lane gank, and that means he can just walk in there and take the Raptors. He actually just got the Raptors that was level 2, so that rubber bands the XP a bit over to the side of Spooky. Really intelligent from him going in to punish where Elyoya left an open window.
And the experience is important because we hit on it level 6 and these neutral objectives are where we want Sup to pull that trigger. We'll have to see if they can do that. Spooky now pretty much in a completely vision-dominated area. There's 3 wards in this red side jungle, and Spooky's going to be spotted on his entire path down. So Movistar Riders, they have complete information. They know when they can be aggressive in mid and bot and top.
And here's the thing. Elyoya, when he started his clear, did not do the Crocs. He just cleared a level 1 Croc camp. At the same time, Spooky did do that, and that means he's clearing a level 2 Croc camp. Just in general, in terms of XP, in terms of how to get priority and the numbers on your side when you're going to be doing this Mountain Drake, well, they're doing a pretty good damn job of doing that. Wait, that sentence was wrong, but what I'm trying to say is Subop is actually doing pretty well in this early game.
Yeah, although Spooky, you know, he's not really got the most easy time trying to find any openings for himself, but it looks like he's just kind of power farming for the moment. Lucchesi definitely feeling the hurt here. The bird is putting in the work.
Surely is, but honestly, he's not too far behind. He's trading 8 HP to get pressure on the minion waves and be able to farm it. He's got a TP, and he's able to go back with it. You can see he's already going for a Tear of the Goddess, which means that his focus right now is going to be the late game. Could have opted in for the books instead if you wanted to get some more ability power, more prowess in the mid lane in terms of actually pushing out waves. Couldn't do that.
Now, the net gain here from those wards we were talking about a little bit earlier is this dragon. They saw that Spooky moved topside. They knew that they had no one to contest them here. They knew they had the vision control. And Movistar Riders, they're going to pick up this really nice early dragon for themselves.
Yeah, and you honestly hit the nail perfect there. Great vision control came in from Movistar Riders. And as you said, as soon as they saw them go up there, really easy picking from Elyoya. But now, what are you going to be doing? Are you just going to be waiting for the next neutral objective? Are you going to be looking to force in the jungle when you can get this priority in the mid lane or the bot lane? Or are you just going to be waiting it out? Because I think that Movistar Riders now, they don't mind waiting it out. They really want to get those ornaments in there. Ooh.
Clowny. Clowny feeling it a little bit. Spooky not actually willing to contest it. Pops the Ghost actually looks to jump in. I didn't see who picked that one up. And it is going to be Spooky.
I know you think that Hecarim is fast, but didn't pop the ghost. It was just a normal, it was really fast. Yeah.
Speedy horse.
Yeah, I said that.
You're right, I'll give you that.
Thank you. That horse is fast. Now, going into it, with the red buff being cleared up in a bit, with Summoner Spell still down in the bot lane, and you know they're down, because you saw them all use it, are you going to be looking to pressure onto this Leona Ezreal, or are you going to let them go unchecked? Because as I said before, that Clowny took a tower shot, and we went on to that point. They really benefit of scaling on Movistar Riders. They get the ornaments. You talked about the Azir 2-item power spike as well. And I'm not saying that Sup don't have a good late game. I'm just saying that it's easier to play around Movistar Riders' composition in the late game.
Yeah, I think that's agreeable. For me, it is, you know, from 2 items, if Sup haven't got themselves, you know, any advantages, I do worry, especially with the fact that Movistar Riders were able to pick up an early dragon for themselves. It means a soul win condition could come early for them unless Sup decide to contest the next dragon. And that's just buying time. That's just letting this tier stack up. That just means that they're going to get items onto the Azir. The Nashor's 2 should be finished up by the next dragon spawning up. And you got 2 tiers stacking up on Sup as well. So you're not really that strong at the moment. You're just stacking stats for later.
Now, with the lane rotations coming in for this Rift Herald, I just want to set up what we can expect for these fights. Clowny should be joyful, happy that there's no exhaust on this side of Movistar Riders. Actually a bit greedy, because it's just one of the things that hard counters Kennen.
Well, he's just slicing Maelstroms onto Beanzu, trying to force him out, but Beanzu, he's tanky enough to sustain this, and that means slicing Maelstrom is down for this Rift Herald and Sup. That was really greedy. The Call of the Force God's available to Beanzu, and Rux is making his way forward, looking for the stun, looking for the snare. They're going to slow him down. The shockwave goes wide as Zyka trying to put the damage off the Tasteless is running away. That's going to the Rift Out, stolen away by Ayoya. Clowny wasting the ultimate is shuffled down, and Movistar find 2 kills.
And it just sucks right there. The pressure wasn't there for you. You just used the Kennen ultimate, one of your biggest team fighting tools as well, in the top lane alone on the Ornn. It's really easy for Beanzu just to disengage, have his own ultimate ready, and just put the percentages on your side in that fight.
He had flash and slicing Astro. Imagine that fight if he flashed into 4 members and popped the ulti. That would have just been so different for Sup, but this was the decision-making things we were talking about last game. And Sup individually are good members. The issues they have is some of the decision-making can be there. There obviously wasn't the call saying, Clowny, hold ultimate, we're going to need it to contest this Rift Herald. And the cost of that is they lose Rift Herald now. And Lucchesi looking for a fight here. It's like they're going to do a little bit of damage, but they're at the shockwave, and in comes Tasteless, but Lucchesi's just going to die. Tasteless just too slow on the punch there, and he's now going to get slowed down, caught out, goes for the hook, flashes the wounds. Zyka just looks for another one here. Tasteless going low, and Ayoya will just maul him to death.
I was just waiting for that second Q from CK. The cooldown on a CSQ is not that high, and it was just a bit greedy of Lucchesi to be there.
Is this first turret blood?
It is.
They're actually going to get first turret blood mid lane.
And it's 10 minutes into the game. This Rift Herald is just going to wreak havoc. As soon as the mid lane is opened up, with the composition you have, with the Leona, with the pick potential you can get with the Volley Bear, it's going to be really hard getting back on track as sub-up, because you're not going to be able to be in your own jungle.
Looks like actually maybe they popped it a little bit too early. Members making the way over. Spooky's popped the ghost. Will not be slowed down. And by a miracle, Sup hold their mid lane turret.
You call it miracle, I call it mis-execution of the Herald, but, you know, potato, potato, 2 sides of a coin. Going into it now, as we've talked about, it will come down to execution, but right now with the small gold lead that Movistar Riders are having, they just have the advantage here, and they got the pressures around the map. You can see what Seiko just did now, and with his Nash's Tooth now finished, with 2 kills onto the Azir, he's just ahead of the Orianna when these team fights break out again.
He really is. I mean, he's got that Nash's, like you said, because he's miles away from his Archangels. It's a rough position right now for the Orianna to deal with, and because he thought he had Tasteless at his back, but Tasteless just hesitant to pull the trigger. The communication seems to be an issue for Sup in this game. As Wave's getting shoved in, Lucchesi's doing his best to handle it, as Zyko's going to get shockwaved underneath the tower. The minions will just tank this out for the moment, and now he's going to summon up the Legacy of Shurima and shuffle him back. Here comes the Stormbringer, and Ayoya comes in. They actually do find something for Spooky. Spooky gets the shield and gets the escape as he looks to turn it back around, but Ruckux making his way forward, and Spooky will fall. Ruckux finds the kill, and Lucchesi just running to the wind as Ayoya flashes the wall, locks him down, and will find himself a nice and easy kill, a double kill for Ruckux.
Yeah, just igniting it for some extra bonus points there. A bit over. I actually thought it was Zico knowing his limits perfectly in the beginning, but Lucchese actually survives that. If you get that kill, it's just the easiest Drake of your life. You could have there was probably a world where you don't go for that and you just use the pressure to get the Drake. Nonetheless, nice goal going over to them. Getting the kill onto this CSC is really nice, trying to get back into it. But you know, Zico, honestly, it's just really greedy. You can already see the minimap here. It's really easy just to set up for the Drake here. Now, Shockwave is down as well, so you can set up for the Drake here. But Lucchese not going down here, even with the smite coming out from it. Really nice pickup from Spooky. In the little minimap you saw, they did take the Dragon. And in the end, it is 2 kills for 1. It is the Dragon. It is the mid lane turret.
But it's a shutdown. It's
Exactly.
a shutdown onto your Hecarim. It's a member who can use it. It's assist gold into Lucchese. It's just these little things. And remember, the 2 kills were picked up by Rux as well. He got 2 of those kills from that play. So you're injecting gold into your Leona, where sub-ups, they're injecting gold into their mid laner and their jungler. But key thing is, like you said, Dragon's been picked up. We're looking at another Ocean Soul here. And this could be a very early one as Clowny dodges away on the knock-up. Java making his way over. Rift Herald is up, and it looks like Rift Herald's coming up in a bit. And it looks like we're going to see some attention around this area.
I don't know if you check those numbers out, but just looking at the gold difference between the 2 teams, it's approximately 2k. Ooh. Now I'll have you look at the mid laner's gold difference right now. And what do you tell me, Jake?
Well, that's 2k.
Wow. And that's just from the mid lane, I know.
The way you paused there literally made me went, wait, please tell me I didn't get my maths wrong there. Like, I had a genuine panic that I got my maths wrong. I was like, wow, I'm going to look like an absolute muppet.
It's my fault. I should have never put you in the spot. I should have just said,
don't ask me to count. That's not my...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't do numbers.
Well, looking by the numbers now, 1-6. Once again from Movistar Riders. 2 Drakes are already being picked up from them. 3 minutes onto the next one. And with how this game has been going, it's just been exponentially growing to the favor of Movistar Riders. And we're asking ourselves, when do you look for the play here as Supper? Now, I want to see them go for it. When this Hecarim gets his Trinity Force, you already have the Proto Belt onto your cannon. If the Mora Mana is stacked onto the... what's it called? It's the Senna. And the Orianna with the Archangel as well. That's where you're in a pretty good spot. Rock's looking for Clowny.
Yeah, he's actually going to get the stun to get everything and more thrown down, as he does get a good slicing Maelstrom, but there's no turret to shoot. It is turned off. Now Beanzu, he's on the receiving end of a little bit of attention, but Searing charges to safety, and Beanzu's out of there.
And just look at the vision control from Movistar Riders on your minimap right now. Everything in Suburbs blue side jungle is red. You got your ping ward. You got wards all over the place. They know exactly how they can play towards the limits.
And I want to talk about what was gained there for Movistar Riders. The obvious thing is a kill and a Rift Herald. Sure, they lose a turret, but Sup Up, they lose so much. Clowny lost Flash. He'll have ultimate, that's fine, but he lost his Flash. That's the key thing. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes 20. A flashless Kennen, the difference of him having Flash and Proto Belt at that Dragon fight is going to be astronomical. If they can kite him with Java and Zyko, they literally, Clowny just won't be able to find the damage necessary for Sup Up to deny this Dragon. And that means an early Ocean Soul could be on the cards for Movistar Riders. A lot was lost in Clowny. He is just losing his life so much here. And Spooky might find himself caught out a little bit, goes for the charge. The Shockwave hits absolutely no one. Tasteless does find himself a hook though, and they get a quick kill. As there's actually been 2 kills picked up here for Sup Up already. Rux is just in for a whole world of hurt, and suddenly Sup Up just finding themselves the cash-in kills. It just went from really wrong to really right oh so quick.
Somehow everything in that team fight went wrong, but at the same time right for Sup Up. Shockwave was missed, Clowny got caught, but a great team, not even a TP, but great positioning from the rest of the team is just able to punish the overextension coming in from Movistar Riders.
Bit of a greedy play from Movistar. Now, it does mean that we can look to cash in on some gold if you're on the side of Sup Up, but I worry about the fact that these 2 item spikes are starting to come through. You've got the Elandries, you've got the Nash's Tooth picked up onto the Azir, you've got the buildings of your Triforce for Java, he's got the Mana Munates, not stacked yet, but these 2 items are coming online, and don't think they'll be here for this Dragon.
But here's the thing. You have got that Archangel staff onto Orianna now. You got part of the mask, and you got the Triforce onto the Hecarim. Going back into this, I don't know, like Clowny, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And he's just going onto it here. Spooky though, really wants to get in there, and the Shockwave is just being missed. But the real thing is here, and down in the bot lane, how they're zoning out the rest of the team at the same time picking up a kill on Java. And then Rox, he's just left out to dry in the middle of the jungle. Can't get to the wall in time to flash over it, and it's just kills going over to Supper on Movistar Rider's own turn.
Absolutely. Now, Movistar Riders are able to take themselves a turret in the bot side. They've got the Rift-Tailed asserting pressure down here. Someone needs to go deal with that, but they also want to deal with the Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds, so they may just have to sack this tower, as there is this 5-man death pool for Sup Up right now. Like you said, those items are starting to come online for them, and Spooky gonna have to run away from a Yo-Yo. He's gonna pop the E to make sure he gets some distance, and Dragon is up.
And you got a decision to make now. Do you say, all right, we know we're in a deficit, we can't fight? No, they want to fight.
No, they're looking for it right now. Beanzu, he's going to try and pop the Ghost to get away. The Call of the Portugal comes down. Look for the Shockwave. Look for the Depth Charge. Tasteless already running away as here comes the Stormbringer. Spooky's on the backline. Shuffled out for the moment, and that's going to be a kill. Shockwave once again is whiffed. And Zyko, he's on the run, but he's going to get chased down for the moment as Clowny locks down Rux. And Rux will fall. There is a turnaround kill here as they do get something more for Spooky as well. Overall, a trade up here for Sup Up, but they lose the Dragon.
Yeah, and that means we got soul point for Movistar Riders. Now the pressure will truly be on to Sup Up as soon as we get to that next Drake. But you know, in retrospect, in hindsight, the kills they pick up here is actually really good, and the pressure they can get, that leaves you breathing room. That leaves you pressure to set up the own vision when you back here. And it makes sure that you can actually scale better towards this next Drake. So sure, you might be at an item deficit when you get there, but you'll be at a much stronger point that you initially would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. Spooky stealing away the blue buff for the moment. No, he's not. Oh, no. Oh, no. Spooky, no! He looks to try and turn it onto him, but here comes Azir, and down goes the pony.
And how the tables have turned, Seiko now getting the shot down onto Spooky instead. Spooky's doing really well on this onto this Hecarim here as well. We were talking about the jungle matchup between these two, and he's actually ahead in the CS numbers, in the kill participation for his team. Every kill that's been part of Sup Up, I mean, Spooky's been part of that. He's got 100% kill participation.
Spooky's Hecarim has been really, really good, but Seiko's just been the problem. He is the big difference maker right now, and you need to land these shockwaves.
Actually, he did land it, but you just saw a bit of it, a weird way of it landing onto the volley bear. Now, pay attention after the fights come into it. Really good Dawning Shadow to get some extra HP. Look at the volley bear, just quickly being stunned, but not being pulled back. Unfortunate, yeah, did hit the wall. But Spooky, once again, realizing Seiko is on the other end here, just jumps in and just kills him. Bam, he's in the proc.
Oh, no.
No. He got snapped away.
Pony kill.
What were you going with that one?
I don't know. I was like, my brain will figure it out. I'll start the sentence and my brain will finish it.
No.
And I got Pony got the kill.
Yeah, no, it did not. Let's keep away from that. But you know, things are still as they've been all game. Movistar Riders with the pressure now, 3k gold lead as well. But now taking a look at the Orianna, the Leandri's Torment has finally come through. You can see that you're investing into some magic penetration on the side of Clowny, and that is really good against the squishy target, especially like Java, who doesn't even have any magic resist.
Yes, but Java has now finished up the Mirror Mana, fully stacked, and that Triforce. Trinity Fusion will come through from Beanzu in 2 levels' time, and yeah, you've got your items on your Orianna. Yeah, your Senna's got 2 items, but it's not a fully stacked Mirror Mana. It's into a 2-item Azir, a 2-item Ezreal. This was the point where we were like, this is where Movistar Riders get strong. And speaking of strong, look how much gold they're up right now. They've got 3 dragons. They are 1 minute 50 away from getting Ocean Soul. And for Sup Up, I feel like it's going to be hella rough.
But you know what, Jake? It's not over.
It's not
till
over.
It is over. You still got percentages to play for if you're Sup Up here.
Yeah, just click the Nexus.
No. Just, it's as we said in the beginning of the game. It will come down to execution. Yeah, you might be gold down, but if you can get the right priority target down, if you somehow can find Java, can find Seiko out of nowhere, that's a lot of backline damage suddenly missing. And that's a lot of room for you to play with. Spooky, much like Ilyoa, still can play with his own damage sources. We've seen how much damage he can do onto this Hecarim. And that means that it's not only coming down to the Orianna, it's also going to be the Hecarim being facilitated by the Orianna and the Senna.
Absolutely. Now, Clowny, he's had an unbelievably rough time here on the cannon. Every time he tries to step up, multiple people from Movistar collapse on him. This time he had one ward to work with. Ayoya will take that out, so that now is gone. And look at the timer, look at the positioning in the lanes, look at where everybody is. Lucchesi has teleport, Clowny does too.
And this is what I didn't like. I'd much rather wanted the cannon up in the top side because Lucchesi had way more wave clear, which would have given you way more pressure down in towards this bot side. Look, thank you observers, how dark the map is for Sup Up right now. They know nothing. And for Movistar Riders, this is their playground.
They do spy out Binzu and Sicko as well. Clowny's made his way over. Predator is on. Oh, that was Ayoya. Okay, I got really confused there.
Right, going into it 1 second here. Remember, it comes down to execution.
Yeah, he gets himself onto Sicko. Sicko knocked up. Cool of the forward squad's there. Clowny hasn't got his way into the fight yet. And Spooky charges for everyone. The railgun's fired down. Good ultimate to separate everyone, though. Sicko low HP. And Sup Up actually found themselves a little bit of space. Clowny's coming down the flank with that slicing maelstrom. He's out of vision. He's waiting for his opportunity. Sicko's going to heal off on the honey fruit. And here comes Clowny. He hasn't got a blast code. He does have the flash. He does have the protobell. Sup Up, they want to fight for this. They've got the members to work with. They've got the ultimate. Look for the wombo combo. Shockwave is available for Lucchesi. Dragon's going to get started up by Tasteless. Is he slowed down? Solar Flare does connect. Clowny needs to come in. They charge in for Rux at the moment. This is it. That's the slicing maelstrom. Shockwave's going to land. And Sup Up have found themselves two already. Rux is on the back line, but he has no damage to work with as Binzu is locked down. Rux will lose his life. And Sup Up find free. Yava's still got the health to work with. And the health bars on Sup Up are a little bit low right now as Binzu, he is out of there. Dragon for Sup Up.
I said it once and I say it again. It is not over till it is over. And you still got percentages to play for. It will come down to execution. Great Nautilus ult onto Sicko. The Hecarim ult just prances through the rest of the team. And then Sicko is almost half HP. It's just so hard for them to find an entrance. And Clowny just Metal Gear Soliding his way through the backline of the jungle here, waiting for the right moment. Look at the vision beat setup. They're setting it up for him. Pink Wards has already come down. He's got way more room to go for. As soon as they commit, they don't even know they're dead yet until this moment hits them.
Just beautiful stuff, but what was the Riders? They're going for this. No slicing maelstrom. Shockwave's coming up shortly. That Baron is melting right now as the Call of the Forge squad there. Spooky's trying to get his way in. Does have himself the charge available. Shockwave lands onto two. Ayoya's low HP. And Sup Up found himself a little bit of damage to work with. Sicko does get the damage over the wall, but that is going to be it. Movistar Riders pull away.
Can we get a damage check onto VCC? He does so much damage now with this Senna. It comes down in burst, especially with the Duskblade. But when you get that burst down at the start of the team fight, it creates a pressure on Movistar Riders, and they're afraid to commit. So really good usage of the center and how you really utilize that kit.
I mean, there's a lot of zone control on Sup Up, and that's actually what's starting to really hurt Movistar Riders a little bit. Is they can't step up. You get slicing maelstroms, you get shockwave, you get depth charged, you get charged. It's actually really, really hard for them to step up. And then they've got the damage to work with the Orianna and with the burst that VZZ has to work with. Sup Up now getting control of this Baron area. They've got the wards and they've got it just lit up like a Christmas tree for themselves right now. The VZZ may be overextending a little bit.
Don't do this, mate. Go back the safe way. It's better for you. It's better for everyone. And here's the thing. While Movistar Riders might be feeling the pressure coming in from Sup Up now, it will not matter if Sup Up makes one mistake. That's all they can afford. They can't even afford one mistake. Because if they do, it's all the pressure back into the court of Movistar Riders. It's the next Ocean Soul that's going to go to Movistar Riders. And it's going to be the Baron gone. You cannot make a single mistake. And it's been one of the things that Sup Up has been having a hard time dealing with. It's the macro aspect. It's the decision making. So if you're looking for redemption, it's now.
Question is can they do it? Can they get over the issues that have been plaguing them for the entirety of the European Masters? 0-5. The EBL hasn't had an incredible showing at EU Masters since the days of ClickTech.
But when we look back to your Masters, it's always, what do we remember? The Pookie style meme, LDLC taking a go rogue, everything, like all these specific things. Going down to
Lucchesi gets the shockwave off, but he's already caught out. The shield comes in, gets himself the Seraph off. The charge comes out by Spooky, but Seiko able to dodge away. The rest of the team are collapsing in, and Seiko's going down. Ayoya's on the run, but in the mid lane, the tower's getting sieged up, and Ayoya able to jump away with the Thundering Claws, with the movement speed gifted to him. And now mid lane inhibitor tower being chucked away, taking damage, and Java, he's actually going to be able to do this. VZZ can't get close enough. They do have the Slicing Maelstrom. They don't have the flash. They're slowed down for the moment as the hook does land, but a great interrupt as Beanzu's caught out, knocked up, looks for the Nocturne, looks for the reiterate, unable to find it for the moment, and now he is on that run. Sup Up, they are not done. They are hungry for blood as the Zenith Blade is dodged out by Tasteless, and Yawa able to get out. The turret survives.
2 things into that team fight. Great room from Tasteless, stopping the on ultimate, but at the same time, you're really starting to feel the damage coming in from Java here with the Trinity Fusion, with the Mora Mana. He does a ton of damage.
Yes, he's got that Blade of the Ruin King as well. Sicko got himself the Sonya's Hourglass, 3 items, looking to build towards what I would assume is going to be a Void Staff next, and this is going to be a very, very important dragon up in 50 seconds time. This is Soul from Movistar Riders, or this is potentially Sup Up's return to this game.
Yeah, this is so much more. This is Movistar's. They need to get this. We need to readdress this. If they don't win this and Gamer Legion wins their next game, that's it. That's you Masters done for you as Movistar Riders.
And Yo-Yo is actually tanking the Baron right now. Sup Up are completely in the dark here. I don't think they got any blue trinkets to check it out. They're more interested in this tower. They're more interested in contesting Baron. Dragon, sorry. Now Lucchesi going to make his way over. Baron's already pretty low. And Spooky making his way over there. Baron Nash has already been picked up by the team. And Sup Up, they just lost so much there.
They lost so much there, but at the same time, Movistar Riders lost the pressure around the Drake. And with Seiko up in the top side, TP will come up in a bit. Elyoya still farming the jungle camps of Sup Up Esports jungle.
Clowny needs to find a fantastic flank once again. As it looks like Sup Up, they're going to try and just power through this dragon, try and deny, try and buy themselves some time. Can they hold out versus the Baron Siege from Movistar Riders? That's the crucial thing here. 2 dragons to Sup Up, and Movistar, they're pushing with Baron.
And that's the thing, they might not even need this jungle. What am I talking about? They might not even need this Ocean Soul in general. With the Baron buff coming in here, with the great seed potential you got as the Ezreal, and with your main wave clear being the Orianna, you're gonna suffer under these Baron sieges.
You really, really are. And it's what Movistar can gain with it. That's the question. At the moment, they're looking just to reset, step back, and this is good for VZZ and the rest of Sup Up in general. I said VZZ because he was on the screen. Sup Up, this is good for them. More time where Baron's not knocking on their towers, the better. The less time they have to worry about losing their base, losing the game. They want to hold out. They want to try and play for maybe an Ocean Soul win condition. You got level 16 on Lucchesi. He needs to land this big shockwave. There's a big wave crashing into him, and he's going to try and catch as much of it as possible.
And it's really about that you have a really great flying TP ward too. Because Clowny, your team as Sup Up will live and die by the engages he's going to get in there. He's finished his Rabadon's Death Cap. He's got the magic penetration. But it's actually Spooky who's flanking.
They're looking to come in. Spooky's on it. He's looking for Yava. Yava caught out by the depth charge. Knocked back. The railgun has flashed away, and Spooky will just charge him and fear him down. They look to slow him out, but the turret's been destroyed in the bot lane. And now Spooky can't find the kill. Yava survives. Lucchesi delivered into the backline. The Zenith Blade is dodged away. Caught out by the Solar Flare. And Sicko cashes in. Here's the Slicing Maelstrom, but the stopwatch will lock him down in time as they do get the stopwatch out of Clowny in response. Now Clowny, he's going to get caught out. The ultimate's thrown down by a Yo-Yo, and Tasteless, he's just going to get tower dive. He's just going to be run down. VZZ throws out a cleanse, finds himself a kill as Tasteless misses out on the hook. There's only 2 members of Sup Up left. This could be it. This could be Movistar keeping everything in their hands for a little bit longer. Can they close? It's only 2 members. There's nothing more Sup Up can do, but they are going to try. They are going to fight with everything they've got in them as VZZ finds himself the shutdown. The inhibitor in the mid lane will fall. Beanzu flashes away, and Sup Up, they are not done. They are not out of this game yet. Beanzu will die to VZZ.
It is not over until it is over, Hiprain. Once again, they hold on to it. I thought for sure that was going to be it. I thought we were going to be saying, well, that's the decision making once again coming out from Sup Up. this flank is not the flank you need to be going for. As soon as you burn all the summoner spells on Ezreal, that's great. You need to get back to your base and defend that, because they're knocking onto your turrets. But now, Movistar Riders flips everything. On ultimate, missed. Leona Centerblade missed. But one great thing is that with the ultimate, with the Unsealed Spellbook, the exhaust did come through from Binzu to stop the damage from the cannon and the damage he's going to deliver. And then it's just a great siege by the bot lane of it. I thought for sure it was over here.
I called it. I literally called the end of the game. And BZZ said no. Viz said, you go Zuz. And he put them to sleep. That was so bad.
That's really not your strength, buddy.
No.
Going into it once again, great cook. And I mean, always almost dying here, but picks it up with the end. With the little center laser.
0 and 6 on the Stene. He's got the
6-0 and 5.
6-0 and 5, sorry. I said numbers wrong. I'm not good at numbers. I warned you.
1 minute until the Ocean Drake is up, and
Baron's off as well. That's the key thing. Baron won't be up.
But how do you get into the jungle
dragon
here, Jake? Right, your main step, and you got steps you need to fulfill here. You need pressure in your lanes to get back into get vision onto your own jungle, so you can make a safe path onto the Drake. So, say it for me. Lane pressure, vision, Drake control.
Lane pressure, vision, Drake control.
That's what we're looking for here for Supper, but at the same time...
has 100 stacks, by the way. So, pretty strong right now. Got those 4 items, and Clowny, I've seen this before.
Actually healed... wait, who healed that?
I think that was...
that was Binzu.
Yeah, Binzu healed.
But here's what the thing. Movistar Riders, they're just playing tower defensive. They're not letting the minions going into them here. Great true shot barrage coming through. Tasteless feeling some damage as well.
All of the forge squad's being thrown down. This is the fight. Yo-Yo looking to jump in. Knock-up lands onto 1. Look for Clowny. Tasteless already going low, and he is just going to be able to survive for the moment. Spooky knocked out. That's a massive slicing maelstrom. Spooky going down as the railgun is fired through everybody. But Rux finds himself the Zenith Blade. And Sicko, he is on the flank. He is doing the work as VZZ is forced out of the fight. It's a double kill. Picked up for Yava. And now, Movistar, they have done everything they needed. They don't even need the soul. They can finally close it out. Sup-Up tried their hardest. They fought tooth and nail to keep themselves in this game. But this is going to be Movistar Riders taking their first win of the day.
And how insane is it that you're saying that right now? First win onto the day from Movistar Riders, went 3-0 the first week. And you know what? Sup-Up actually give them a really harsh fight here. I did not expect them to bring out the force that they did. And I know it sucks that when you lose, me telling them that they can be proud of themselves, but Sup-Up did evolve throughout today.
Yes.
They did show different stages of skill level for the team.
I think also a key thing across the tournament is every player has shown, a game where they have shown what they're made of. It's not just, oh, they lost 6 games in a row. There were games where Lucchesi looked good. There were games where VZZ looked good. There were games where Clowny looked good. There were games where every individual member had their moment. And sure, there's things to be worked on. But at the end of the day, it wasn't an awful performance from Sup-Up, and I think they can hold their heads high. But for Movistar Riders, that was an important win. We'll break that down after this break. We'll see you in a second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European Masters. We came out of Game 5. Movistar Riders kept themselves in the running here at the EU Masters. And Sup Up, unfortunately for them, that is their time with us done. A 0-6 performance, maybe not completely reflective of, you know, what we saw from the players individually. Like we said, there's stuff to be worked on, but overall, we're pretty impressed. We're pretty happy with the performance they had.
Yeah, I mean, come on, there was such a fierce fight that they put up. Yeah, you can argue there's decision you shouldn't have been making, like this team fight right here. You need to be the one engaging, you need to be the one with the execution, and that was just Movistar Riders at this point. They were the one who was bold enough to get in there, they were the one with the commitment, and it shows through what they gain after that fight.
And I think also you got to keep in mind, while Movistar Riders were 3-2 going into this game, they were 3-0 going into today.
Yeah.
They were the team we expected to be coming out first from this group, and they had a rough day, but overall they still were a very strong team. It was still a really tall ask for Sup Up, really for any team to take a win off them today. And you know, we've had 2 tall asks, 3, man, that would have been crazy. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. But Sup Up, for them, that's them done. But for Movistar Riders, they are still in with a chance of making it to quarterfinals.
They definitely still are. And in the end, in this game specifically, it just came down to the pressure coming out from Movistar Riders too. Go back to what you were saying about them being 1-2, it just really says how much can change in the weeks that we have between the groups here. And as you can see, the standings here, if Gamer Legion wins the next game against the Go Rogue, they will be forcing a tiebreaker.
Yes, I've actually got the scenarios. There's 2 potential scenarios, right? So, if Movistar Movistar have won. So if a Go Rogue win, there are no ties. First and second is decided. Gamer Legion are in third place. And then if Gamer Legion win the next game, there is a two-way tiebreaker on Sunday. So it's all to play for. Go Rogue, they are through at this point, I believe. Yes, they are through at this point. It's Gamer Legion and Movistar Riders looking to play for a spot in the European Masters. And our next game is going to be Gamer Legion taking on a Go Rogue. So for Gamer Legion, their fate is still very much in their hands.
But you know what? They're on a roll today. While Movistar Riders felt the pressure going 1-2 and today, I mean, Gamer Legion with their crazy composition, with what they're going for, and the 2-0 already, they're going to be looking for that 3-0. Yeah,
I think we're seeing the flexibility out of Hjanen. We saw the Swain earlier from him today. We saw the Nico in that last game. We know, if you followed Hjanen for a while, you'll know that he's a player who loves to play these majors. He likes to play, you know, things that kind of throw a curveball into this bot side. And for a Go Rogue, are they equipped to deal with that? It's Woolite. So I would argue they are, but in practicality, are they equipped? I'm really excited for this next game. I think a lot is going to be decided. I mean, this is where Group B is decided, and I'm really glad that it comes down to this. It comes down to, you know, this last game actually means who makes it out of quarterfinals and who doesn't. It's going to be a really, really juicy one. Is there apart from bot lane, is there anything else you're really excited for or not?
I mean, going into it, I think jungle matchup is going to be really intriguing just because you got a supportive and then an aggressive jungler from both sides here with Rabble just popping off today. But outside of that, it's just a bang all around.
It's going to be spicy. We're going to have our last game. Group B will be decided after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you. And
It all comes down to this, and it started with Gamer Legion getting the first win of the day over Movistar Riders. Now they need to pull a win off versus a Go Rogue to keep themselves in the runnings here. This is going to be very exciting. I mean, actually, no matter what, Gamer Legion still have another game to play after this. If they lose here, they have a tiebreaker scenario versus Movistar Riders. And if they win here, them and a Go Rogue go through into the quarterfinals. It is all to play for this game. I want to get in the draft. I want to see what's going to be picked up here. If you're a Go Rogue, ban or pick that Hecarim. A Go Rogue are on the blue side. Just either first pick it or deny it. Do not let Rabble get his hands onto that. He has been too problematic.
I just think we've seen how problematic Hecarim as a jungler is and how much pressure he really offers, not only in just laning phase, but in team fights as well. And you're talking about the pick and ban phase, but you know what? They've got 11 champions played, Yarnin and Knight. Both of them in direct list split.
Oh, both? So 22 total?
22 total.
Woo!
Wisdom's coming in second, or third technically, with 10 champions in their direct list split. So we're seeing this crazy composition out from Gamer Legion. But you know what? They're not kidding when they say you cannot prepare for Gamer Legion, because you can't.
Well, the Yarnin special will be banned away in the Heimerdinger. That's the one thing you can prep, is ban that away. Don't let Yarnin get his hands onto that. The Fresh is going to be denied from Try and Be. And curious to see what other kind of things we're going to see show up here. Checkalad on the Orianna had 2 stellar games earlier today. One-shotting every AD carry he got near.
And that's the thing. These are 2 teams who's gone 2-0 so far today.
Yeah.
And they've been looking at their peak today here. Sigenda's been having a bit of a rough time, but at the same time, Chekala has really been making up for that with, as you're saying, the Orianna performances. And a Go Rogue in general just look way better today than they did last week.
They're looking absolutely terrifying. Now let's talk about what's been taken away. The Hecarim has been banned away. We wanted to see that. That has been denied, and pretty standard bot lane ban there in the Caitlyn coming out from Gamer Legion. Knight has his Relia banned away. He's also had 2 really, really good games on that pickup. And now for Gamer Legion, what do they want to ban away? What's the last thing? I'd maybe look to see an Ezreal. Woolite's been really, really good on Ezreal.
Yeah, he's been popping on the Ezreal too. You know, they've been fun of the set too. I don't know if it's ban-worthy, but there's a lot of going down. Shen is still up here. We've constantly seen it be first picked away from a Go Rogue. And that is, they can triple flex this champion.
Yeah. All right, well, the Akali is going to be the ban, actually, there. You obviously got a bit of flexibility between mid and top of that. We've seen a rise in priority in the Akali as of late. And now the Lucian is going to get picked up for a Go Rogue as their first rotation. Flexible pick. You can put it top, you can put it mid, you can put it bot.
It's flexible, and it offers a lot of pressure to be played around for. It opens up for your jungler, and it, as you said, obviously flexible. Really interesting pick coming out as a first pick. You're just coming, the horses are just great out the gate here.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see what Gamer Legion has prepared for us today. With a Jhin hover, it could actually be looking like Yarnin is going back to actually be playing an AD carry, and we haven't seen him on that today.
It's going mid. Knight's playing it, don't worry. Yarnin's playing a mage, guys.
AD into AD. That could be the new technology that Gamer Legion has developed for us today. I don't think that's going to be the case.
I seriously doubt that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
But this will be the first AD carry Yarnin's played today, like you said. Question for me is, what are they going to go over to here for the side of Gamer Legion? As their final pickup, they are going to go for the Ornn, just get phones onto something that can offer some engage for the team.
Well, that's interesting. We've already seen phones one time today on the Ornn here. They just really like having this clear-cut engage coming in from an Ornn with the obviously the goat just ramming in. You get the ornament items, which is really nice as well. In general, just a really solid champion. But it's interesting. They're going for very easy to execute with the composition they're going for right now. And usually the Jhin is a pickup into, you know, the Caitlyn, but an answer coming in from Sansara here, and something I really did not expect of his jungle style is actually the Evelyn.
Yeah, he's picking up that pick for himself. We actually saw some play on it earlier today. It wasn't particularly impressive. It was Sup Up pulling that out, and there were moments where it kind of worked off, but we've seen what the Evelyn's capable of doing. And with the fact you've now got the Ashe, the Evelyn, your pick potential just shot through the roof.
And just in terms of how the bot lane is played out with the vision control you're going to be getting with the Ashe, the pressure on the map with the crystallized Ashe towers, like, there is so much this pick offers that I would have preferred rather than the Jhin coming in from the side of the Gamer Legion. It's going to be interesting what they prioritize at the third pick. Are you going to go for just a straight up blind pick support you're going to find it up with? Or are you just going to go for a Rengar? I don't think anyone predicted this one.
I didn't expect to see that. So Rengar going to get picked up for Rabble. Technically could flex to the top lane if they put the Ornn in the mid lane.
And they could.
Don't think we'll see Knight actually play Ornn mid.
I mean, it could even... They'd be mad enough to do it support. They'd be mad enough to put this on anywhere on the map, really. But I think you are right so far. But if it's Gamer Legion. If anyone is going to prove that statement wrong, it's going to be them. Going into the second ban phase, they're removing Braum, so they want all the defensive support to Ray from this Ashe. And this could mean that they are looking to heavily dive onto the bot lane, where they can target a low mobility champion like Ashe.
All right, so let's have a little bit while we have a moment. Is Rengar, just give me a one-word answer, is Rengar good into Evelyn?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'd rather be honest and try and make anything up for you here. I genuinely don't know how these two works out. But
not a common matchup.
Let's get the theory crafting going, because with Rengar, you do see the invisible units if they're the only one, if they're the one that are closest to you. So you're gonna get intel on this Evelyn. I don't know how the early game fares out, if you're going to go into counter jungle the Evelyn or how things work out, but I do see the perspective of it. And rounding it out with a Galio at the same time.
Love that.
Really brings you a good combo.
You have the invisible Galio delivery system effectively there.
Camouflage, rather.
Camouflage, sorry. Camouflaged delivery system there. I really, really like this pickup here for Gamer Legion. They've got a bit of a wombo to build together here. Well, how are they going to round this out in their support role is the question. Although Galio technically could go support. Been a while since we've seen that, as we do get the Mordekaiser picked up into the top lane for Agenda, and try and be looking for the support to go here in the bot lane with Gamer Legion. Obviously, in that last ban phase where we're talking a little bit about the Rengar, the Leona and the Braum have been taken away, so had that support pool thinned a little bit with a Fresh also banned away earlier on. So see what they decide to pair up with this. They could go for something like an Enchanter if they wanted to. So I feel like our engage options are starting to run a little bit low, although there is a safety option in the Tahm Kench.
All right, there we go. So Ashe still being picked up with the Tahm Kench instead. Just a little fun fact here. Ornn is able to cancel out the Mordekaiser ultimate if he W's at the right time. At the same time, Rengar can actually use his empowered W to get out the Mordekaiser ultimate as well.
Feels bad to be Hyanon then, basically.
Yeah,
he's the one who's
definitely the one being targeted.
But he has a Soraka with him. So they now have extra healing. They can jump everyone into the backline. They've got the wish to heal everyone up. Talk to me. We've got a little bit of time before we get into this game. Gulborg, what are we liking about these team comps? Obviously, Rengar's exciting, but is it realistic?
I mean, that's going to be the case. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I do like the theory behind it. Yeah. And, you know, we're always talking about if you got a statement, you got to back it up. Well, if Rengar is your statement here, you definitely got arguments with the camouflage, with the sensor onto the Evelyn. And now, they didn't account for this, but the availability for you to get out of the Death Realm as well, really nice cherry on top onto it. And you got a good team fight composition around it, with the Galio and the Rengar coming in together for team fights with the right execution on top of the Ornn. You got a really nice team fight composition as well.
And on the flip side, what are we feeling about that? What are we feeling about a Go Rose comp? How do they answer? Where are they looking to kind of, you know, get their foothold in this game?
Well, there's definitely a lot of pressure coming in for them, and they got a nice 1-3-1 composition they can round off with it too. You can always keep your Mordekaiser in the side lane, you can keep the Lucian, and then you have an Evelyn that can shadow them. You got a lot of control on the map with the Ashe, you got the scouting arrow to come off, and she's just really safe down in that bottom lane, obviously with the Tahm Kench. And that's really good when you're playing into the Rengar, when you're playing into a potential 2v4 down in the bot lane with Rengar and Galio moving down to help Gamer Legion.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I want to get into this game. I really want to get into this game. I kind of lost my thought process there. Guys, we do have a slight issue loading into the game. There was a bug in Champ Select, so we had to make a quick remake. So got a little bit more time for us to kind of talk about these team comps, talk about what we've seen today, and crucially talk about what this means. Not just for the teams, but for the regions in general. This is the Prime League versus the Ultra League. This is two regions that have had a lot of success over the years in here in the European Masters. I remember back in the first EU Masters, the Dark region just fell short. They just really, it was the Prime Tour back then. They really didn't have a great showing. And ever since then, they've been ramping up. And everybody underestimated the Ultra Liga. I remember it, and it was Woolite actually on, was it Illumina? No. Who was he on?
Listen, you got your Master Story better tonight.
I can't remember, but Woolite in the first EU Masters was on a Polish team and they played upset. We really didn't expect them to get that far. And ever since then, the Ultraliga in Poland as a region has been really dominant here at the European Masters. And literally the only way they can go up from their previous performance is either have 2 teams in the finals or actually win it. And I mean, if you've got 2 teams in the finals, there is an Ultraliga team winning it. So it's only really up for them. And as a region, anything less than winning is a letdown for them.
How many times did you say Ultraliga there? And
a
Polish.
Lot. I said it a lot, I'm going to be honest.
So you got a Polish team in Ultraliga?
Well, one of the things I really like about the Ultraliga, I said it again, is the fact that as a region, they actually invest heavily in home talent.
Yeah.
Whenever you look, if you look on Leaguepedia, I'm garbage at Leaguepedia, by the way. We found out that I'm a bit of a boomer on that website. But whenever I look at that and I look at team rosters, you have the flags of like all the different teams. You look at like the NLC teams, there's a lot of diversity on those flags. All of the regions have, you know, players from all over Europe. Not in the Ultraliga. It's just mainly Polish players. It's most of the time just predominantly Polish players. There is a lot of talent in Poland.
And I completely agree with it. It's also why they've been doing so well the past EU Masters as well, the last time we saw them. And I kind of want to bring that to the stakes of these 2 teams, and not only teams but regions, right? Ultraliga coming in high, fell short last time, lost against LDLC, but had 2 teams in the semi-finals, and they're just riding that high. But the misconception about Dark, I don't even know if it's a misconception, but the conception about them right now is that they have been underwhelming as soon as they got out of groups. They had Big, who did really well, but outside of that, they've been having a hard time. So you're looking at 2 teams where a Go Rogue is looking to solidify that they obviously are the best one going out of this groups and willing to take it all the way, and Gamer Legion, who's supposed to shut up all the critics, to shut up this misconception that's been about them and actually show that when it comes down to it, they can deliver.
Yeah, and I think the diversity, something we hit on earlier, but the diversity of the teams and their play styles from the Dark region is what's really impressive. You know, we look at some of the other teams, a lot of the Polish teams play in a very similar way. Over in the NLC, it was fairly hard to judge just because Fnatic like hard stomped the region. But you look over at like, you look at the Prime League, you look at the Dark League, and you just look at what they offer. You got Mouse. It's just skill checks. Mouse are one of the most fun teams to watch.
Completely agree.
They are just explosive. I think about like the first week where we had Leader getting that 1v3 triple kill on Silas. Like, if you don't have what it takes, they are like, I describe them as like a DPS raid check in a bot. And like, you know when you're doing like an MMO boss fight, and at some point in a raid, there's always that boss which is like, if you can't do the damage for this boss, you're not going to be able to deal with the other bosses. That's what Mouse feel like to me. They feel like the team that if you can't beat them, you're not going to be able to beat any of the teams who are really good at macro and things like that. They will just outperform you in every way. And for Gamer Legion, they are one of the teams that plays, you know, a more, they control the game. They're very controlled. It's control chaos, as you described earlier. And for a Go Rogue, they've got to control that chaos because Gamer Legion, they look to throw curveballs. The curveball this game isn't a mage bot lane; it's the Rengar, and I feel like it's a bit of a coin flip, a bit of a dice roll. Are they going to get, you know, Snake Eyes, or are they going to come up big here with this Rengar? Is it going to pop off? Because if Rengar falls behind, you just feel like you have a Yuumi walking around doing nothing almost. Like it's that cat can be disgustingly terrifying and, you know, nightmare fuel for 80 carries, or it can just be a free 300 gold.
But it also depends on the context, right? Rengar alone, probably not a very good pick, but Rengar with a Galio, well, there you go. You suddenly got a team composition you can put it around with. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. That's what the strength is of Gamer Legion. It's not individual players popping off. Every time that we see them pop off, it will often be a team fight setting. It will come up from their draft. And it's them as a collective unit popping off, whereas we, for example, look at Mouse Sports, which is very like, oh, Leader 1v3. Oh, look at Jesklin Promiscu popping off in the bot lane with a play there. But it's not very team-oriented. It's very individualistic that it's coming through. And I just love that about the Dark region, as you have been said, that they're so different from styles.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it. But at the same time, you're looking at a Go Rogue who's been looking very controlled now. So if one team is going to control that chaos, it might actually be a Go Rogue.
Yeah, it could very well be a Go Rogue. Now, obviously, remember, if a Go Rogue win here, they guarantee themselves first in the groups. They are done. And at that point, Gamer Legion and Movistar Riders, sorry, had a complete brain fart there, will have to do a tiebreak of a second in the group. And if Gamer Legion win here, it's just them and a Go Rogue through. We're in. We're into the game. Thank you for sticking with us, guys. We're on to our 6th and final game here of the day. This is Group B being decided between Gamer Legion and a Go Rogue.
Whew. Finally in here, and now we get to answer, or we will get the answer to all these questions you've been asking here, Brain. But taking a look at the game, how we know we can predict it to be is that we're going to see a lot of pressure being fought for in the early game. Topside Sugenda should have the availability due to Mordekaiser's kit, no mana, to just spam his abilities and get lane pressure. The same can be said for the Lucian. There is AD damage. Again, this is Galio, who obviously does very well into AP damage, but Lucian's got none of that except the W. And then bot lane, it's going to be really interesting. So Raka is normally really good into Tahm Kench because you can stack the support items, but he's went with the minion farming item instead. But you already know that they're going to be looking for that standard composition. You hit the Soraka Q, you follow it up with the Deadly Flourish, and then you silence on top of them to keep them infinitely almost CC'd on the ground. No, that's very neat. What you don't know is that he's stacking 2 of his Rengar stacks right now.
Oh, I love that.
He will Q the Blast Cone, and then he'll jump onto it, and he'll get the 2 stack on Rengar. That will let him clear the red buff faster.
I actually really like that, and I might look like a bit of a tool for laughing at that now.
No, it's not
but it is also the goofiest animation, and I don't see Rengar that often. No. It's been a while since I've seen a Rengar in competitive. Well, actually, just in a game, to be honest. I haven't seen Rengar in so long.
And that's the thing. I just happen to have a friend who's called Hunt, who just all the time plays Rengar in high elo. Oh, he used to. He's turned into a mid laner now, so it's a bit weird. But
Rengar mid is fine.
Nah, he's not doing that. But going into it, it's just a really nice little mechanic you get onto these champions when you don't see them very often. So it's quite cool we get to highlight it on this stage.
Wait, Kiana's mid.
They did actually do it!
Wait, what? The Jin's mid?
I told you. I told you if one team was gonna do it, it was gonna be Gamer Legion. And
we were so focused on Rabble, we completely missed the Jin mid.
Sorry to all the fans out there that is probably pulling out their hair for us not noticing this sooner. But this is awesome.
I love this. Like you said, this is just the chaos. This is, if there was a team to pull off Jin mid, it would be Gamer Legion.
And with that, the pressure's just really easy to get onto. You got a very safe bot lane down here because they opted in for the Ashe and the Tahm Kench. There's not a lot of poke outside of the arrows, obviously, from this Ashe who's going to go down. And you got great healing coming in from Wisdom, who can also stack up with the Q, get some extra healing regeneration.
Zanzara looking to see if he can set up onto Hjarnan. Will throw out the charm, and now they've got everything they need. The flash comes down, and Shekalad will chase him down for the kill. First blood in the mid.
Taking a page out of the, what team did we see earlier with the Evelyn? It was, I forgot it. Never mind, I should never start that phrase. It might have been.
It was Sup Up.
They got, no, there was Movistar, wasn't there? I can't remember. They got the first blood with the level 3 gang on Evelyn too, and I can, yeah. Going on to
it. Was definitely, oh no, I can't say it. I barely said it was Sup Up, but now you made my doubt myself as Knight actually goes in, putting Knight. Woolite flashes away. Now, Knight, he's the one in for a whole lot of help, but he's got Wisdom to heal him up. Flashes away to safety for himself and Wisdom. He's taking a lot of damage as the appetite is building for Try and B, but it's not going to get a gobble down today.
So there's definitely chaos right now from Gamer Legion, but he's not controlled. That's for sure. It's just pure chaos.
Not being spotted. He actually wasn't spotted. He's going to spot out Zanzara now. Jumps in into him. Looks to get all the stacks off, and Zanzara's low. Charm's going to connect, and Rabble just hopping in and out of the bush. Here comes Shekalad, though. He's looking for the chase. Everybody is coming up from the box side. There is the kitty cat on the run. Rabble flashes away, throws down the slow with the bowler toss, and Rabble, he is outie.
And what did it cost? Everything. What did you get? Nothing. You got the flash from Zara. You still lose the camp. You're forced to flash out yourself. And it just comes down from all the pressure that a Go Rogue has deployed on the map. It was what we talked about in the early game. You're going to get so much pressure from Illusion. Yeah, the Ashe and Tahm Kench had pushed into bot lane. So it's just hard for Rabble to be creating plays like that.
Really, really hard. Now, he's going to go back off. Try and catch himself a little bit of farm on the top side of the map as Gamer Legion just looking to kind of keep himself relevant at the moment. If we do look at actually the CS numbers, Hjarnan actually equal to Shekalad in the mid lane. Bot lane, there is a CS deficit. You kind of expected that when you sent the Galio and the Soraka into the bot lane, but they're okay with this. They're just kind of looking for those level 6s when they can deliver the Rengar and the Galio onto the backline. Because Woolite, he's on an Ashe. He's flashless right now. He is exposed. Obviously, he does have Triumph though.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this time Kench is just key in your composition, especially when what you want to do is just jump onto it. Lucian does still have mobility. Will he be stopped here?
Oh, they do stop him. Woolite. It's actually pretty costly to him. He's low mana, low health, and he actually doesn't want to stick around. Does have that teleport, so that will force that out. But he might have not had to use that teleport had he not had his base interrupted there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is a cannon wave, so it will tank the tower for furthermore. But overall, he's only missing one minion. He's fine with this trade. And theoretically, you shouldn't have to back again before this Drake is being started up. So you should be able to fight around it.
We do take a look at actually what Drake is up. It's the Ocean Drake, which means we won't be looking at another Ocean Soul. And Game of Legion, they're probably quite happy with that. Like, genuinely, Infernal or Cloud Soul's really nice for their comp. The amount of movement speed Rengar gets, the amount of ability to cast the Galio ult more and more frequently, Cloud Soul's actually really nice for this comp.
I completely agree with you here. And also, when you come out with the Cloud Soul, with the Galio, you just get so much movement speed out of it.
Yeah.
Now, Ward is not spotting him here unless they're actively looking at the Raptors. Now it's spotting him. So now they know he is around the Drake, and that means we have both junglers at the same side of the map here. We might see them do something cheeky down in this bot lane.
I really, really love the amount of vision control we just had highlighted by the observers there. Rabel's level 6. He's got the on the hunt, available to him. Not going to throw it out yet. It's trying to be stepping up. Might just find himself a kitty cat. Tunglass lands. He just jumps into the bush one more time. They're looking for the taunt. The teleport's coming down. Two-man taunt's going to connect. Gets the gobble off, and Rabel now has got the ultimate on the chase. Woolite goes low, but Woolite survives. Woolite finds the kill, and Rabel will lose his life. Knight is running away from Shigenda, and down he goes, looking for the taunt. Wisdom has nowhere to go, and Woolite will cash in on another one. It is just a whitewash for a Go Rogue.
A great fight coming in from a Go Rogue. That's going to give them a nice setting onto this mid game. They can deliver onto this Drake, and after that they get the great reset, can spend their gold, and they're just looking so great into this series now. Coming down from it is a TP advantage from Sugenda against Phones, which meant that it was always going to be a 4v5. And crucially, if we get a replay here, take a look onto the silence, onto the, what's it called, Soraka here. It should have been down onto the Tahm Kench, so he couldn't eat the Ashe.
No Phones. Does he miss? No! Oh, it's so sad to see.
Oh, and here it comes down to it. This is why you pop your HP pots, guys. Woolite surviving that last damage from the Rengar, crucially in helping him survive.
Drink your pots, kids. Woolite able to survive that, and 4 kills gifted over. Phones.
Oh, why are you
we
gonna do
can't
it
blame
like
Phones
that?
for that. He missed one ultimate. I think Rabel could have backed off the minute he saw the teleport.
You know what?
He saw blood. He saw blood in the water, and he went for Woolite.
I was about to say, oh, Service has been smurfing the EU Masters, but that was rude. Lane swap has been initiated now by a Go Rogue. They want to equalize the pressure that they have just gotten through that fight. And furthermore, snowball it onto this Rift Herald. As soon as you get this down, well, you got loads of possibilities of where to deploy it.
And the response is, Galio Soraka pushing bot lane. Not really going to do too much damage, and Hyanan has to be careful. Has got the flash and the heal available. Is going to flash away as the culling will just melt his health bar. Zanzara will pick him up one more time, but here comes Rabel. Actually throws the ultimate onto the wrong person as Hyanan gets the kill, and Rabel, that's 2 wasted ultimates from him.
Yeah, I don't know if Last Caress was not for Zanzara beforehand, but definitely didn't pop it. It was the easy kill for Hyanan, which could have been a pickup for Rabel instead. But with this lane swap initiated, Knight and Wisdom have to try and catch Chocolat, but
Rabel doesn't have R.
Yeah,
so it's like,
I don't like this because in the end you update. It's a great lane swap coming in from a Go Rogue that you didn't answer. Now what you do is get more pressure around this Rift Herald, but you don't have to bait into it. You don't have to fight into it as a Go Rogue. You can just keep chilling. It's a big minion wave on the top side right now being pushed in.
Oh, the arrow. Oh, good dodge out there. So they are trying to clear out some of this vision for the moment. Zanzara makes his way over, looks for the charm onto Rabel. Rabel able to buy some space. Deadly Flourish goes a little bit wide as Pink Wards are slowly being forced out of Game of Legion's jungle.
But they're still losing things to the map here. It was a minion wave, a whole minion wave by Zugenda just being pushed into the bot side. It was a whole minion wave and a half being pushed into the top side. And Gamer Legion are not able to equalize on the resources. And in the end, they still lose out on the Herald. It's just bad decision making right now, I'm sorry.
They're very scattered. You can see that going into this game, they knew they needed to snowball, and the play bot side went horrifically wrong. And from that moment on, they have been scattered.
And that's the thing. Unfortunately, the decision-making going in for that fight with the TP advantage on Zugenda, obviously. But after that, you need to find out, okay, we've lost something. How do we get the resources instead?
I mean, they are struggling to find resources no matter what. Like, you look at the top side, phone's down, currently 13 CS. So Zugenda teleported into a fight as well, so he's got extra gold from the kill. I'd love to see the actual individual members' gold right now. Thank you very much. You can see mid, a little bit deceptive because Hjarnan was being playing mid, so he's 500 gold down. But the Galio is significantly behind right now. It's a real worry. And then you've got Zanzara ahead of Rabble. Rabble's been playing very greedy this game and it hasn't worked out. Top lane, there's a disadvantage. There is literally a disadvantage everywhere right now for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, and it obviously came down from the fight, but it's also just the way the minion waves are being handled. They're very clever about it on the side of a Go Rogue. Zugenda was the one being pushing the one into the bot side, just quickly backing off as soon as he sees it's done. He knows it's going to slow push back into it. The same for top side here. And right now, just taking a look at the map, there's 1 minute until the Drake will respawn. But Zugenda has got, he doesn't mind. He's not in a rush. He's just pushed in a whole nother minion wave and is moving down to the bot side. Phones had TP. He could just have been there to pick it up.
Oh no, Rabble flashes away from one thing, but Tribe's trying to chase him down. They actually throw the Galio ultimate as Knight looks to join in. Call of the Forge God's been thrown down, and they are looking for the taunt. Are going to find out on multiple members, and now that's just a double kill. Picked up onto Rabble. He's called back as the curtain is called onto Shekalad. Zugenda running Rabble down, but Rabble will get caught out. Now Hjarnan, he's under fire as Zanzara will land the charm, but the rest of the team are coming forward. They've got the healing, they've got the kiting, but they are able to get it, and that's going to be Zanzara going down. A double kill has been picked up for the Galio, but he will lose his life. Actually, sorry, Knight is still alive. Zugenda will chase him down. Teleport's coming in, and they're looking for that opening. Knight able to escape as Woolite will slow him down just about as he actually gets turned onto taunt lands, and that is going to be Woolite just getting caught out. How did Gamer Legion turn this game back on its head?
And they're so scattered in the beginning, but it comes down to some great taunts by Knight. Every time keeping them in place, it's really easy for the rest of Gamer Legion to pick up these kills. But have a look at it in the beginning. It's actually Rabble being caught out, and it is not really a great flash to dodge the Ash Arrow, flashing back into them. Gets out here, and then on the bottom side, Wisdom is now being caught out with a great TP from Phones. Lines up a perfect on ultimate, and he's holding on to the taunt until the Ash is being spat out. Now,
just beautiful.
Yeah, here's the unfortunate part now. With Rabble going down, it's just Hjarnan completely being spawned on top of this Zugenda Mordekaiser, and he does a lot of damage. Actually unable to be killed. Once again, great taunt from Knight. But here's the thing. They're not going to be able to kill Zugenda. He's actually going to be able to 1v3 this if they walk into him. And it's just a very greedy TP looking for this fight. If anything, set up the Drake that's been spawned instead of going for this.
Yeah, well, like, cost his life. Well, they cost him his life, that teleport. Very greedy play. It looks like a Go Rogue will get themselves the dragon. There's 2 dragons for them. It's a Cloud Soul. This is what we were talking about. Potentially good one here, actually, for Gamer Legion to take. They also lost their mid lane turret while we were in that replay as well. So first turret blood, a lot of kills into the back of a Go Rogue, and they've got 2 dragons. They are set up in a really good state at the moment. They still have themselves a 4k gold lead over Gamer Legion. It was a good fight from them, but they need to keep this going if they want to keep themselves relevant. Now, I do want to hit on one thing. I want to hit on Hjarnan's itemization.
So
I wish you could see Goldborg's face right now.
I was really caught off guard by that because, you know, it's not an item you buy when you want to be in a teamfight-oriented setting. And that's all that Gamer Legion really has been doing as a team. They love being together and fighting around these objectives that they could create, or just create a fight out of nowhere with their compositions. But yeah, a bit counterintuitive to what we know them for. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what this item means for Jhin in general.
I guess because he gains attack damage off attack speed. So you actually gain additional AD from having it. if you're alone.
Yes, that's the thing, right?
And Jin doesn't want to be alone, especially into
Evelyn.
Mordekaiser, Lucian. Like, I just don't think he wants to be alone. Maybe the Ashe, maybe the Lucian, but Chance of Crystallara is going to get dodged out. And this actually will be a turret picked up here for Gamer Legion.
Sun Catch coming in, but it is traded. I think they got another turret on the elsewhere on the map. A Go Rogue here, and bot lane obviously going down for Game Legion. Underhunt has been popped.
Yeah, he's looking for Checkerlight. Doesn't realize Zanzara's about. Instantly caught out. They throw down the Galio ultimate. Zanzara gets knocked up, and Knight's actually coming forward with the taunt. Last Caress comes out, and now Knight gets healed up by the Wish. Oh my lord, Checkerlight is doing so much damage. Zanzara is able to survive. Rabble does turn it back around, and Wisdom is vying for a fight versus Try and Bees. Yanan is here. Zanzara is still alive. They get the knock up from the Call of the Forge God from Phones, and Zanzara actually unable to find the kill onto Yanan. Yanan cashes in on another one, and Sajenda gets himself the kill. It is a massive scramble for a fight, and Gamer Legion, they are looking to get away. They're looking to run to safety, and Sajenda hunts down the kitty cat.
An extremely messy fight coming out from both teams here, but in the end, it is a Go Rogue that's going to come out on top. They are just a bit too scattered here. As you say yourself, he should have intel on it. He saw that Zanzara was there in the beginning, still opts into it, and is just surprised by the amount of damage that's coming out. It feels like it was just it was not properly communicated here.
Look at that damage!
Yeah, but also take a look at Zanzara almost going down to the 4th shot and just not. And then Trimpy has just come down from the bot side and is trying to eat him up. Rabble does get a clutch W down from the Rengar, which will keep him alive. And a great flash initially from Yanin here too to keep him alive. You'll see it in a bit. There it is. But Sajenda, he's just a beast at this point. There is nothing stopping this monster. And on this Mordekaiser, where you love when people run into it, well, you're thriving when in the environment that Gamer Legion is throwing at you.
It's just so hard to deal with this Mordekaiser. He's 3-0, he's got the Nash's Tooth, he's got the Leandries. He's such a problem. Checkerlight's damage is just filthy. Like, Knight is not equipped for that, because he's not gotten any tank items. He hasn't got the Proto Belt. He's got a Death Cap. Like, he has a lot of AP. Don't get me wrong. But versus the Mirror Mana and the Essence Reaver, he's going to do a lot of damage. And now it looks like Gamer Legion maybe setting up for something here in the mid lane, but might be a little bit hard. They don't have a tower, and they would be looking at the tower dive. So they're going to step away for the moment.
They're just so bold as a team, Zanzara.
Oh no, Yanan, you're flashless, you're locked down, you're dead. Try and be able to find the kill as Knight just obliterates Woolite. And Shekalad will obliterate him in response. Wisdom's low HP, and now he's jumped onto double kill for the Tahm Kench as they gobble up the Lucian. Lucian looks to get chased down, and Rabble will be able to find the kill, but Zanzara looking to turn it back around onto him as he gets himself the kill. It is only Phones left, and Sajenda will force his flash as he flashes after him. They've got the Abyssal Voyage. Phones is running for his life as he will be able to clear himself away from the members of a Go Rogue. But where are you going, man? You don't have a tower. You don't have any friends to run to. Try and be going for the triple kill. And Phones, you're going to fall as Zanzara gets his 5th kill of the game.
It was a good attempt, but in the end, it's not good enough. 20 seconds now until the Cloud Drake spawns. And these teams, they're not even about the setup. Go Rogue has just embraced the chaos that are on the Rift right now. Because honestly, the team composition does great into it. And that means that they just keep going on it. Zanzara, once again, great pick onto Yanin. You mentioned it yourself. He's flashless. But it's Woolite's positioning here that does so much damage. Gallia's an assassin now. Alright, Gallia's an assassin. There's nothing to it.
Disgusting.
It really was.
Double kill for Try and Be as well. It actually looks like we're having a bit of a scrap here over the Cloud Drake. I want to get out of this replay and into this now, because the action is just looking to continue in this game. It looks like for the moment, the Go Rogue, they're willing to kind of step back. They're willing to cool it for the moment. Phones is about to get Call of the Forge God. Rabble does have his ultimate. Culling's going to land a little bit of damage onto Wisdom, but Wisdom's able to survive. Now Woolite is on that back line there. He has to be a little bit careful. The assassination from Knights there as the curtain is going to get called. Ashari connects onto Wisdom. Call of the Forge God instantly gets the pop. That's a big bounce house though, as in comes the taunt onto multiple members. Shannon is untouched, and Shigenda, he is inside the death realm, killing Knight as Rabble is low HP. Shannon is mopping everybody up, and Shigenda is locked down. It's a double kill for Shannon, and Shigenda is just going to have to run away. The Dragon is picked up for Gamers Legion. They get the heal, and Shigenda has nowhere to go. 4-shot available to him, and it's the ace for Gamer Legion.
In the beginning, it looks like a really dicey situation from Gamer Legion. It's Wisdom that they caught out of misposition as a Soraka. You should never be the target that's getting hit by that Crystal Eye arrow. But the damage that came out once again from the Galio ultimate when he came down was absolutely absurd.
I love this Galio build. Let's have a look, because he actually is just popping people.
Once again, taking a look onto it. Initially, you really want Bones to be tanking this Ash Arrow coming into it, but a great snipe onto her here, and that's just being Wisdom being hot. But look at Sansara back.
Oh, bye-bye. As soon as the spit comes out, Shigenda just turns it back around onto Knight. But Shannon, the whole fight was untouched. He was just able to kite the side lanes, and that was ultimately what won them the fight. He was doing so much damage on the side, and it was just impossible to catch. He was just kiting and playing that fight so cleanly. This is the aces. Rabble was the one to pick it up.
Yeah, the bowler strike coming in there from the Rengar, and now this game is once again blown wide open. Yeah. I know that a Go Rogue, is still in the gold lead here, but when you take a look at the fight that just happened, you can't help to think that when they get this Rengar Galio ultimate composition down in a team fight setting, getting multiple people, it's going to hurt like a truck.
These fights have been very drawn out.
Yes.
That's one of the things that's been kind of interesting about this game. Actually feels like we spent more time in replays watching the fights back than we've actually been in-game so far. That's how long these fights are. There's a lot of them, and they're very drawn out. They're very slow and methodical. You'd think, you know, with a Rengar, with an Evelynn, people would be getting blown up. With this Assassin Galio build, people would be getting blown up. But there's been just crucial members able to kite on the sidelines. Every fight. Hjarnan in the last time. Woolite in different fights. It's just been so exciting to watch. And it's been a very different team fighting from what I'm used to. Controlled chaos.
Very much indeed, and I love it. As Evelynn right now on Sansara, you're just having a great time because you're seeing that Yarnan has picked up a Hexdrinker, and you might be thinking, what do you mean? Why is he happy that he picked up Magic Resist? Well, I'll tell you why. Last Caress is an ultimate ability that's going to have the execute threshold. That means amplified damage when they get below 30% HP. Do you know what percentage of HP that the Hexdrinker is going to pop?
I believe it's about 30%.
Exactly. So that means when you're under the execute ratio anyway, the shield is going to pop, and most of the time won't even matter.
It's actually really rough with Hjarnan there. Would you rather like a Phantom Dancer? I guess he's building crit now. This build is very confusing to me. I guess the ultimate does more damage.
I mean, I'm not going to figure
I'm actually... If you guys at home understand what the hell's going on with this build, please explain to me, because I genuinely have never seen this build on a Jhin. So I actually would love to get some insight on that. But Rabble, he's looking for a pick. They're going to look for the Ash Arrow. Just looking to turn it around as the Galio's coming in. Bye-bye, Catfish. Wisdom snipes the kill as Woolite dodges out on the 4th shot. And now Gamer Legion with their members looking to close it, but Galio comes in for the short. Zanzara, he's the one caught out. Look at the damage! Jumps out with the last caress as the mid lane turret will fall. They do lose their bot lane turret in response.
But he's still going to be able to be picked up here. The resets are perfect after a fight like this where you get the mid lane turret, where you get the kill. Back, get the minion wave that Sigenda is pushing in. Get someone to get your top side of map, and you don't actually lose too many resources. At Go Rogue, this could initially have been a good play if they hadn't died. But unfortunately, disrespecting the impact the Rengar can have with the Galio and instantly being punished upon it. You don't even need that, Sigenda. You don't get mana. You got cooldown reduction. What's up?
Teleporting in. Oh, sorry, Dragon's up in a minute. I was like, what the hell is they doing? Teleport.
He's got Unsealed Spellbook.
It's also Unsealed Spellbook on a Tahm Kench. Ignore me, guys. I'm being a dumb-dumb.
Wisdom!
Oh, Wisdom
Zandara?
actually gets the silence off. They got the Deadly Flourish. Good gobble out by Trimby. And look at the items. Look at the levels. Phone's about at level 14. Infinity Edge finished up. That will instantly become a Molten Edge for Hjarnan. And he was the difference maker in the last fight. This time, he's got that Hex Drinker. Sure, it might make the difference. It might make the difference versus Zanzara.
TP coming in on the flank.
They're looking for the fight. The ultimate's been thrown out by Checolad. They're looking for the Deadly Flourish, and Ramble just destroys them. Checolad's exhausted, and now he's being chased down. Hjarnan looks for the kill onto him. They're going to force the GA out, and Zanzara's lumped onto the backline. Knight's able to survive. Checolad chunked out again by Phones, as Phones is on that front. He's low HP. Wisdom doesn't have the wish available to him, and now Hjarnan, he's the one caught out by Shigenda, just trying to kite and fight his way through this, trying to survive as long as possible. He does come out into the waiting hands of the rest of the team as Ramble jumps over the wall, and now he's going to lose his life. That's an easy shutdown for Zanzara, and Gamer Legion, they're the ones to lose the fight. But it's not done yet, because Wisdom, he is being chased down. The appetite is built up, and Wisdom is gobbled. Shigenda finds the kill, and this is a Go Rogue finding Baron.
A great fight coming out for them, and as she said, that is just going to be the Baron pickup here. And after that, you can just get the Cloud Drake as the exit objective. Then you're on Soul Point. You're doing great on the Go Rogue now here. And a fight initially started by Rabble.
It looked like they got him, but Checolad's GA was just the difference maker.
It really was a great pickup here, and you can just see the damage coming out here. Actually misses onto the bowler here, so actually means that he's not going to go down in the exchange. And with this point, Knight is paying the price of going that full AP build here. He's got no HP, he's got no ways to stay alive in these extended trades, and it's just a Go Rogue benefit of it. Woolite is recalling, he's going to be TPing back into the fight because it's going so long.
Well, out of that fight into this one, Trimby dodges around the Deadly Flourish. Ramble has got that Edge of Night available, but here comes Shigenda on the flank. Gamer Legion, they're a bit of hurt. Wisdom,
no.
He's the one caught out in the ultimate. He's going to try and buy some space, but Phones throws out the call of the Forge Squad as they do use their Curtain Call. Everybody's knocked up. The Wish comes down. Wisdom actually still surviving on that run. They've already found themselves two. This is Gamer Legion flipping it back around on his head, but down goes more members. Shigenda is running from Hjarnan, uses the stopwatch to survive for the moment, but Knight finally bites the dust, but that will not be enough as Hjarnan remains untouched, and it's the ace for Gamer Legion. It's the second dragon for them, and this game is coming down to the wire.
Gamer Legion, are you kidding me? Just when you thought that they're out, that's done. They come strong back in like this. Remember, Gamer Legion needs to win this game to get into the tiebreaker for quarterfinals. This game is everything for Gamer Legion. Not only that, but the Dark region, who's always been told they're underwhelming. I tell you what, there's nothing underwhelming about that fight. That was just beautiful, seeing how he can pair up the Rengar with the insane amount of Galio damage that was coming out.
This is absolutely the wombo combo comp.
Completely.
The whole comp is built about AP Galio popping whoever Rengar jumps onto if Rengar can't kill them. They didn't upgrade the Molten Edge. They went for the Death Crown. That's how much they're investing in the burst from this Galio. He's got the Spellbinder. He's got the Death Crown. This is the game of crazy builds, and no other team than Gamer Legion would be the team to build these crazy comps and actually pull it off. You've got the Lethality slightly crit Jhin. You've got the full AP Galio, the Rengar to throw in there. I love watching Gamer Legion. They are so exciting.
Yeah, the Gamer Legion mad scientists are definitely striking back with this one. And we were asking ourselves the question earlier, what will they pull out when they're not going to be using the Aurelia, the Nico, the Hecarim, all those things? Well, I tell you what, they've always got something in their back pocket. Like, I don't get it. They just took it to the extreme. Remember when you're like pre-level 30 and you go for like the wombo combo comps you've seen on YouTube and,
you do like the
try and make them
Vayne
work?
bot lane
Yes,
and stuff
exactly.
like that.
And you'd just be like, that doesn't work. Gamer Legion are that kind of team that took it to the next level and just refused to back down on it.
They're the team that made it work.
Yes.
That is their thing. They make this stuff work. Now, can they actually make it work is going to be the difference. They're making it work, but you have to kill the Nexus. And the Go Rogue are still up in gold, 4,000 gold. They're still equal in towers, equal in Drakes. This game is very much... It's so close. It's like anybody's game right now.
You just love that you keep getting ultimate cooldown reduction onto your members of Gamer Legion right now with the Cloud Drakes. But the thing that is crucial, and it's going to be crucial for the next team fights, is that GA is most likely going to be up for Chocolat. Woolite's got Flash again.
Push. Oh, they didn't spot him out.
Yeah, but they're not going to go in yet. Drake is not up before 2 minutes. Then there's no camps alive. They literally have no reason to go in
They want to fight.
here.
They always want to fight. Willow's been forced to flash. Teleport's coming in, and Zanzara has to last for his way as Rabble just chases him down. It's a one-shot. Beautiful stuff as the Call of the Forge God comes down. 3-man knock-up into the Deadly Flourish, into Chocolate, into the Gobble. But everybody on Rogue is going so low. The Tankenshi's silence and try and be able to survive. Gamer Legion, they don't care about objectives. They just want to fight, as they are pushing into the base of a Go Rogue right now.
Are you kidding me? That's no reason to be that far up.
Oh, Rebel finds the kill. The damage coming down from the Galio is huge. We said at the beginning of this game, the Gamers Legion's fate is in their hands. If they can find the win, they make it to the quarterfinals versus a Go Rogue. And a Go Rogue are struggling to keep themselves in this game. The towers are being fought up. The towers are going low. Rebel flashes him forward. The GA is going to be forced out. And now he will fall. One last taunt. One last death. It's Zanzara having to pull off a miracle. But they're going to throw out the Galio. They're going to kill Zanzara. And this is going to be the game. Gamers Legion are in to the quarterfinal.
What a miracle showing up here against the Go Rogue. 3-0 today for Gamer Legion. Out of nowhere, once again, they just create fight on their own terms. There's no objectives, there's no camps, there's no reason for Go Rogue to be up there, and they're just out of nowhere finding that fight.
Where did this Gamer Legion come from? That was the mad scientists in action, pulling off one of the most interesting build paths, one of the most interesting team comps I've seen in competitive in a while, and they made it work. They made it stick versus the team who are first in their group, and because of that, they've made it into the quarterfinals. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out from Gamer Legion. Tiebreaker. Have they got a tiebreaker? Yes.
Against Movistar.
Sorry, they have a tiebreaker. Yeah, we'll check that. We're going to cut to a quick break. Guys, we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be back with the actual information, what the hell's going on. We'll see you in a second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European Masters. We are rounding the day out and rounding out Group B. Before we get going into that, I was wrong. I was so unbelievably wrong in the outcome of that game. So what this actually means is we actually have a three-way tiebreaker between a Go Rogue, Movistar Riders, and Gamer Legion. So nobody's through. I said a Go Rogue are through. I'm sorry for any of our Ultra League fans. That's on me. You're not through yet. You still have a little bit more to go, and on Sunday, we will be having a tiebreaker game. But for now, let's focus on this game, because Gamer Legion had a 3-0 day.
Why is that the highlight? Once again, observers, has he not suffered enough phones? Well, in the end, he did get the win.
They found multiple man knockups in the end. You miss one, you land loads later. That's how it works.
This is just a highlight reel of such a great game in general. It's such a unique experience every time we're watching Gamer Legion play. And with the different builds that come out, we did get confirmation by a little site mate, Orcs on the sideline, coming in telling us that the build that Jarnan was going was actually really big brain, because every time you ult with that item, you're farther away from your team and you get more damage on the ultimate.
Yeah, and obviously lethality is great for your abilities in that front as well, so big brain Orcs explaining to us what we didn't know. This case, he actually has might on him, so we'll ignore it that time.
Now he doesn't.
Now he doesn't, but he's already done ulting. Even so, this fight... Yeah, this was the fight where Hyanan basically was just untouched the entire fight. They just couldn't catch him, and I think that's the story of it. While Rabble and Knight, they were doing the flashy stuff. They were 100-0ing people and just blowing them up. It was really about Hyanan on the sidelines, and I think going into those tiebreakers on Sunday, that's going to be key to watch. Now, we can see the group standings for all of our teams. Group B has been decided for the moment. We have a tiebreaker on Sunday to decide who will actually be going to quarterfinals, but tomorrow we have Group A. We have Schalke, Kick, LDLC, and Samsung Morningstars all going up versus each other, all looking to play for a spot in quarterfinals. And today, we kind of thought it was going to be one-sided. Looking at this group for tomorrow, we were like, this is going to be a spicy day. This is going to be one spicy meatball.
And that's the thing, right? A lot of people will single out Samsung Morningstars as the team that doesn't have the caliber to be up there with them, but they have. We've seen what they can do, and they've been such a huge surprise. I think tomorrow is going to be one of the more interesting days we're going to get. And with the upset we saw today, I can only imagine what we're going to get tomorrow.
I am so excited. Actually, before we round everything out, I do want to get your opinion. Who do you think is making it out of Group A? Give me two teams. I want placement as well.
All right. First one is gonna be it's gonna be Kick. I believe that Kick is gonna make it all the way through to the top, and I think that we've seen what they can do before. We know what caliber of players they have on their roster, and I think they're gonna be the one pulling through. And I want to throw a curveball in there. I'm going to put Samsung Morningstars up there.
Oh, that is
just to keep it spicy. They're going to be up there at the second one. They are going to be making what we did not expect today. They're going to be making the upset run.
I mean, Gamer Legion, they made what we didn't think possible happen today, so potentially it could happen. I think this has probably been one of the tightest group stages we've ever had.
I want to see it
at the European Masters. Now, guys, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, here on the twitch.tv/EU Masters. Almost got that wrong. Back on EU Masters channel for more League of Legends action. Group A is tomorrow. This is going to be super exciting, and we'll see you then.
Hey, babe.
Hi, baby.
How was it?
It was good. I found a few things.
Yeah?
Yeah. Can you get it from the trunk?
Yeah, I got you.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. She got expensive taste, ayy. She got a slim, thick waist, ayy. Girl, it's not your face, it's your. I mean, girl, it's not your it's your face, ayy. In the nose, please, my bitch in the courtside floor seats. Yo, afforded me, I'ma take my to Dior this week. All my slim, thick, and athletic. She ain't my bitch and she ain't got a pedic. All my gotta fit my aesthetic. She ain't your, she right here in my section. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive,
I got a shopping problem, got expensive taste. Bust down paddock with the expensive face. Gotta get me ice if he tryna skate. Gotta swipe the Air Max if we go on a date. If we go on a date, gotta blow on my cape. But don't hit me if it's tiny. Girl from Escape. Need studs for my ears, Louis scarf for my hairs. Latest bag from Chanel, and I ain't trying to wait. I'm trying to meet the plug, no sockets. Deep so is my pockets. Time Ford Hills with the locket. Get me, he better lock it.
She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay. Demons of the Benzies, okay. Diamond tennis necklace, okay. Lambo or the double R truck, yeah, yeah. She gon' let a superstar, yeah, yeah. She's so expensive, okay. She's so expensive, okay.